Chapter 2456. Although the cave was large, that was only relative to his human form. If he had transformed into a dragon, he reckoned that it wouldn't be possible. His body would definitely be pushed to the limit, and the cave would explode. However, Longchen understood that this was a cave within the spirit residence. It wouldn't explode just because someone said so. He took out the god-slaying sword and stabbed it into the wall of the cavern for about a few thousand meters. However, there was still mud everywhere. It seemed like the only way to leave this place was to walk into the depths of the cavern and not destroy everything here. If he couldn't transform into a dragon, his combat strength would be slightly weaker. But that was not a problem. Even if he couldn't transform into a dragon, Longchen could still use the chaotic time reversal and the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Although the scale would be slightly smaller, it was enough. To use the Death Realm Dragon Gate in human form, he did not rely on his body, but on his hands. He would use his hands to open the Death Realm Dragon Gate. When he was ready, Longchen grasped the god-slaying sword and started to move forward in the wet, dark cave. He did not dare to move too fast, in case of any accidents. He was carefully inspecting the surroundings, with Lingxi helping him. To be honest, there did not seem to be any danger in this cave. But this was a place even scarier than the 10,000 layers formation and the soul puppets. How could it be so simple? Therefore, he did not dare to relax. The god-slaying sword was a little uneasy. The little skeleton said, "Daddy, Daddy, the aura of death here is so strong. Many people must have died here. Or perhaps there are strange living beings that have gathered here for a long time. Only then would such an aura appear." Longchen couldn't be bothered with the fact that the little skeleton kept calling him daddy, no matter how many times he tried to correct it. However, he did pay attention to the little skeleton's words. Many people have died here. Longchen realized that when he used the god-slaying sword to pierce through the mud, he had also pierced through many corpses. The corpses were not much different from those of humans. Of course, they were more like those of the spirit tribe. Since he could pierce through so many corpses with a single swing of his sword, there might really be a lot of corpses here. He just didn't know how long this cave was. If it was tens of thousands of meters long, or even longer, then there would be a lot of corpses. He also didn't know how much soil there was outside. If there were at least hundreds of thousands of corpses, then there might even be hundreds of millions of corpses. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an unbearable and nauseating aura of death and corpses. However, no matter how many corpses were buried here, at least the cave was quite clean. Nothing could be seen, only wet soil. The surrounding death chi was getting heavier and heavier. Compared to the death world, this death chi was a bit different. The death world's death chi was filled with killing intent, while this place was filled with a foul stench. In a place like this, even Lingxi would be nervous even if she had great power. Moreover, Ling Huang said that although this place looked simple, it was actually the place with the highest death rate. After stepping into a certain area, Longchen felt a deathly gray gas that was a mixture of black and gray. This gas was like a ghost, surging towards his body continuously. Although it didn't enter his body, Longchen could already feel that this gas formed a strange power. It could actually cause fatigue and weakness, or rather, it was a type of poison. Although Longchen could resist it, it would probably be a headache for him to stay here for a few days. This should be a very profound curse. You were cursed the moment you stepped into this place, causing your power to start weakening. However, because you have a strong resistance to this kind of curse that is similar to poison, you won't be able to feel the degree of exhaustion for a while. However, if you stay here for a long time, you will definitely be very tired. Moreover, we also don't know what the depths of the cave are like. Perhaps there are even more powerful curses, Lingxi said worriedly. Longchen's eyes were resolute. He said, "There's nothing we can do about it. If we want to barge through, we can't just stop here." Lingxi knew what he was thinking, so she said, "All right, then be careful. I'll search among the Immortal Lord Realm techniques to see if there's a way to resolve this." This was the Spirit Lord residence. If there were any spiritual techniques, they would be of the highest quality. In fact, they wouldn't be inferior to the best of the Immortal Lord Realm techniques. Curses were a type of application of spiritual techniques. They were traceless and harder to deal with. However, the conditions for setting them up were higher and more difficult. However, this curse from the Spirit Lord residence would probably be very frightening. Long Chen could already sense that the deathly gray gas had already penetrated his defenses and soundlessly entered his body. It attached itself to the primordial reincarnation force, causing Long Chen's strength to weaken. Long Chen did not have a way to deal with it for now. Of course, because his strength was ferocious, it was not an ordinary divine force, and his physique was also extraordinary. This curse did not have much of an effect on him for now. The speed at which he weakened was not as fast as Long Chen's recovery speed. However, he was afraid that the deeper he went, the deeper the curse would be. It seems like this trial is starting to take effect. Here comes the danger. As expected, it would be harder to deal with than the spirit puppet servants. This was because the spirit puppet servants were out in the open, while this place was filled with mysteries. He hadn't even found an opponent yet, only this curse. Lingxi couldn't find a way to alleviate it at the moment. Long Chen continued forward. As expected, the deeper he went, the stronger the curse. His strength was weakening. Although it wasn't a big deal at the moment, there was no guarantee that something big would happen in the future. At the same time, this was also a test of one's heart. Many people who came here would find that the strength they relied on the most had weakened, and the deeper they went, the weaker it would become. Many people would become afraid, hesitant, and lose their courage. However, Long Chen had come here for responsibility and love. He was different from others. His strength lay in his mental strength. This little trick wouldn't be able to make him waver. He continued forward, as if he had forgotten about the curse. There were two forks in the road ahead, one big and one small. This made it very difficult for people to make a decision. Most people would think a lot about which path was safer and consider the designer's train of thought. However, Long Chen didn't think that much. He directly took the big path because it would be more advantageous to him in battle. Following this, more forks appeared in the cave. There were even 5 or 6, 7 or 8. Long Chen just randomly chose one. The longer he stayed here, the stronger the curse became. Long Chen found that he had entered an extremely complicated maze. He couldn't even find the way back. Could it be that the difficulty here is this maze? That all the challengers are constantly wandering here, unable to find the way out, and finally die from exhaustion? Although this was also a terrifying test, Long Chen still felt that it wouldn't be so simple. The dense death qi and dense killing intent in this place weren't just for show. Moreover, any expert who came here, if they couldn't get out, they could easily destroy this place. With Long Chen's current strength, it shouldn't be difficult for him to destroy this maze. However, he didn't choose to do that. This test didn't seem to be as simple as a battle of strength. There had to be a better way. He almost closed his eyes and walked everywhere, sensing all the changes here. He could see that this boundless maze seemed to be a huge formation diagram, and the formation diagram was the curse. The curse's power would gradually strengthen as time passed. The curse's power that surged into Long Chen's body was also gradually increasing. The speed at which it was weakening had already surpassed the speed at which it could recover, and it was still increasing. Lingxi found a way to alleviate it. She used it on Long Chen's body, reducing the invasion speed of the curse by nearly half. However, there was still no way to completely cure it. But she was still very powerful, at least she bought twice the time for Long Chen. Advance. They continuously arrived at new places, but Long Chen could confirm that he was still in this underground maze. As long as his sword pierced the wall, it would inevitably pierce through countless corpses. The number of corpses in this underground maze was many times more than the number of soil. There are even tens of millions of corpses here, and each of them is a part of the formation diagram, a part of this curse. Countless corpses are connected to form a huge spiritual formation, and the death energy is gathered in this cave. No wonder this curse is so powerful. It turns out that it's the death resentment of hundreds of millions of corpses. Lingxi came up with a conclusion that scared Long Chen. He took a deep breath and said, "So that's how it is. It's really difficult to deal with. Now that it's a dead end, it obviously won't be easy for people to get out of here. It seems that in this place, it's impossible to rely on brute force to destroy these corpses." "Boss, you said that there are so many corpses. Who died in the end?" Kitten asked carelessly. Long Chen stabbed his sword into the soil and pulled out a corpse. This corpse was slightly smaller than a human, but it was very similar. It had a total of 12 fingers on both palms, and 12 toes on its feet. This was the difference between it and a human. It's not a human, but a type of spirit tribe. Long Chen took a few glances and said. At this moment, the corpse actually turned to dust in front of him and disappeared. Lingxi was puzzled and said, "That's not right. When I was in the spirit tribe, Sister Hua Ling told me that none of the spirit tribe had 6 fingers. That was strange. Then what kind of creature was it?" At this moment, Long Chen held the god-slaying sword and looked at the front of the cave. Other than the sound of water dripping, there was now a very soft sound of footsteps. Someone should be coming. "Don't touch their corpses." In the distance, a soft and timid voice could be heard. It was amplified in the cave and finally reached Long Chen. That should be the voice of a little girl. It was very soft and ethereal. However, when it sounded in this place, it gave off a feeling that made one's hair stand on end. Long Chen stood where he was and waited for her to arrive. Her footsteps were very light, and she walked for half an hour before arriving in front of Long Chen. From afar, when she appeared from the corner of the cave, Long Chen saw her. This was a little girl who stepped on the soil barefoot. Her height only reached Long Chen's waist, and she looked very young. Her face was round, but her body was a little skinny. She wore a gray, old shirt and looked like a normal girl. The only difference was that she had a head of gray, dry hair that almost reached the ground. Her skin and eyes were also gray, and she did not look very pretty. Chapter 2457. When Long Chen arrived at the drenched death cave, Ling Huang had already informed the people outside that Long Chen had already passed the second checkpoint. The speed of the second checkpoint was simply too fast. It took him less than 2 hours to pass the myriad layers spiritual array. Therefore, this time, it was beyond everyone's expectations. When they heard this news, they couldn't react for a moment. After all, their attacks on Long Chen were far from that high. Therefore, they found it hard to believe. Of course, this news was still very exciting for the human race. They began to gain a lot of courage. When they thought of the determination in Long Chen's eyes, they were deeply affected. Perhaps, with his willpower, he can still pass through the spiritual zone residence. It's still too early to say this. Perhaps he just happened to meet an opponent that he can restrain. It won't be so easy next. Let's just wait and see. No matter what, the entire world was worried about this matter. This was an unprecedented grand event. Under their attention, Long Chen moved forward in the death cave, enduring the test of exhaustion. At this time, he finally met a little girl. This gray-skinned little girl looked weak and didn't have any offensive abilities. She wasn't like the spiritual puppet, which was terrifying the moment it appeared. Long Chen was even sure that he could kill this little girl with a wave of his hand. Now that she had just appeared, she opened her eyes wide and looked at Long Chen with a timid expression. She clasped her hands together and asked nervously, "Uncle. Uncle, who are you?" Long Chen's eyes swept over her fingers and toes. That's right, she had 6 fingers on one hand and 6 on her feet. They were the same as the hundreds of millions of corpses. This proved that they were the same group of people. Or perhaps, they formed the third checkpoint together. This array formed by the hundreds of millions of corpses was quite terrifying. If it wasn't for Long Chen's strong resistance, he wouldn't have been able to last until now. He didn't have much energy left. Moreover, he still had Lingxi's spiritual technique to protect him. Therefore, he still had the majority of his strength at this time. He naturally did not dare to be careless towards this little girl. He calmly asked, "You asked me who I am. Why don't you tell me who you are first?" The little girl was a little timid. She pursed her lips and said carefully, I'm Ling. I'm a member of the Dead Spirit clan. I live here. I sensed someone moving the remains of our ancestors, so I came, Dead Spirit clan. Long Chen was unfamiliar with this name. He looked at the little girl for a while and found that she was indeed very similar to the spirit race. He asked, "Is the Dead Spirit race a type of the spirit race?" The little girl nodded timidly and said, "Yes, we were originally a member of the spirit race, just like the blood spirit race and the dark spirit race. However, our ancestors made a mistake. Under the search of several generations of Ling Huang, all of the dead spirit race were imprisoned in this spirit Zun residence. Hundreds of millions of our clansmen were sentenced to death, and a small number of us survived until now. But even so, our dead spirit race doesn't have many people left. Including me, there are only a few hundred left." Speaking of this, the little girl's expression was very sad. Listening to her description of this matter, it seemed very ordinary. But it was the death of hundreds of millions of people. Ling Huang was really ruthless. He actually almost exterminated the entire dead spirit race and imprisoned the rest here. If that was the truth, then it was too sinister. If this little girl had lived in this cave since she was a child, she might not have seen the sun in the sky. Of course, the reason why the dead spirit race was exterminated must be because the dead spirit race posed a threat to Ling Huang, or to other spirit races. Listening to this name, it didn't sound like a good race. Of course, so much time had passed, and Long Chen didn't know what the dead spirit race had become. But at least the little girl in front of him didn't have much of a problem. Of course, Long Chen always remembered a very important question. This was the spirit Zun residence. That meant that everything that appeared here might very well be a test and a trial for him. Although this little girl appeared in such a way and seemed extremely weak, he still had to be on guard. After all, he was currently in a state where his strength was starting to weaken. If he could not find a way to leave this place, it would be rather troublesome for him to be imprisoned here forever. He didn't have time to waste in this place. At this time, seeing his vigilance, the little girl asked in a low voice, "Uncle, are you an expert from the outside world? Are you here to enter the Spirit Zun residence? I heard from my mother that you are one of the most powerful people in the outside world. Legend has it that you have the power to reverse the world and shoot down the stars. Ling has admired you since she was a child. She also wants to go out and see the outside world, but we don't have this opportunity." "Right, I heard from my mother that you have to go through the test of exhaustion in order to find an exit." Long Chen looked at the little girl again. Perhaps she was one of the tests, but it seemed that there were many things to be learned from her. At least, it was much better than running around like a headless fly in this maze. Moreover, the dead spirit race could be said to be very weak, so it shouldn't be the biggest threat in this test. "That's right. I really need to find a way to leave this place. Do you know where to go?" Long Chen carefully looked at the little girl and asked cautiously. The little girl nodded, then shook her head and said, "I don't know. If I knew, our dead spirit race wouldn't have been trapped here for the rest of our lives. However, we are very familiar with this dead soul cave and know some special places. My elders know even more. Uncle, since you are so powerful, why don't I take you to see my clansmen? Perhaps they can help you find a way to leave this place. After all, you are different from us. You are a powerful warrior. There are many places that we cannot break through, but you might be able to. I heard from my mother that your power will weaken in the dead soul cave. The longer you stay here, the more serious it will be. Moreover, you are not familiar with this maze, so wandering around here is a waste of time. Ling has lived here since she was young, so she is very familiar with this place. So this place was called the Dead Soul Cave. The Dead Soul Cave, the Dead Spirit Race, a race abandoned by the spirit race, surviving and reproducing in this dark place without being able to see the sunlight outside for the rest of their lives was something that could drive people crazy. Long Chen thought that it would be a difficult battle, but this Dead Soul Cave was different from the 10,000 layers spirit formation and the spirit puppets. Apart from the exhaustion of his power, Long Chen didn't feel any other danger. He also learned a little about the dead spirit race that was imprisoned here. At least, this little girl in front of him didn't seem to have anything scary about her, so he didn't need to be on guard against her. He thought to himself, there are two possibilities. First, if everything she said is true, then I should follow her, so that I can find the exit faster and get out of here. Second, she is the danger of the third test. Everything she said is a trap. The dead spirit race and other things are all fabricated. There is no such thing. Her purpose is to kill me. At present, it seemed that the first one was more likely. It doesn't seem to be a solution for me to keep wandering around here. Whether this little girl is a test or not, I have to go and meet her. I understand that hiding is not a solution. I don't have much time left, so I can't waste it here. Thinking of this, Long Chen made a decision. He suddenly said, Ling, lead the way for me. I want to see the elders of your dead spirit race. Really? That's great. Ling Er's eyes lit up. The eyes were the windows to the soul. Long Chen stared at her eyes. The little girl's eyes were very pure and natural, without any flaws. She should really like him. Uncle, follow Ling Er. The little girl stretched out her gray hand and waved at Long Chen. Long Chen nodded and started to walk with her. Of course, he was very careful. He was observing the little girl and the surroundings at the same time. In this direction, the power of the weakening formation has increased. Lingxi also didn't understand the situation, so she could only remind Long Chen. It's not a big deal. It won't affect me much for now. Long Chen's body and physical resistance were too strong, so he wasn't worried for the time being. He focused more on the little girl and decided to see if there were any flaws. Ling tell me about your dead spirit clan. What exactly caused your clan to be exterminated and imprisoned here? Hearing this, the little girl was startled. She felt wronged and shook her head. Mother and the others didn't tell me clearly, but I seem to know that because our dead spirit race cultivates spirit techniques related to corpses and death, we are good at controlling corpses and absorbing their power. We are very powerful and threaten the Holy Spirit race's position. It made the Holy Spirit race feel disgusted and humiliated. That's why the previous generations of Ling Huang decided to exterminate us. Moreover, there was once an expert who threatened Ling Huang's position. That should be the trigger. There was nothing wrong with this. Long Chen asked, what was the name of that expert? How many years ago was he? The little girl replied, it seemed to be a very long time ago, millions of years ago. I don't know his name, but we called him Dead Ling Huang. Maybe it was because of this that he was killed by Ling Huang. Long Chen continued to ask a few more questions about the dead spirit race. The little girl answered very quickly, so Long Chen couldn't find any flaws. Although the weakening formation had been strengthening, there was no big crisis for the time being. Chapter 2458. Speaking of this, Ling stopped. Her body trembled slightly, and she asked nervously, Uncle, are you a human? Long Chen nodded. The little girl hurriedly said, both the human race and the spirit race have their own divine kingdoms. If you are willing, you should be able to take us away quietly. With your divine kingdom, you can easily do this. And your strength, how are you compared to Ling Huang? Long Chen replied, should be a little weaker than him. The little girl's eyes shone even brighter, and tears of excitement appeared in them. She suddenly pulled at Long Chen's pants, knelt on the ground, and pleaded to Long Chen, Uncle, please save us. We, the dead spirit race, have been living in this dark place for millions of years. We have been suffering, and we have never seen the outside world. I have many uncles, but they have all gone crazy and committed suicide. Our life's wish is to leave this place, to leave the dead spirit cave. This place has been our nightmare for generations. Uncle, if you can do it, Ling is really begging you, we will definitely work hard to find a way out of this dead spirit cave with you. She suddenly became so excited, as if she had been waiting for this for a long time. It was only when Long Chen brought it up that she dared to speak. The little girl looked very pitiful. Long Chen looked at her quietly. To be honest, he was a little soft-hearted at the moment, but he was still very cautious, because he still couldn't tell whether it was the first possibility or the second. Of course, he hoped that it was the first possibility. Exterminating any race and imprisoning them here for such a long time was not the right thing to do. It would be best if he could help, but the problem was that he knew that this was a test for him. This was the Spirit Zune residence, so the little girl in front of him could also be a trap, a kind trap. If it was a trap, it could only be said that the child's acting skills were too good. Her cowardice and crying begging came from the bottom of her heart. Her red eyes were heart-wrenching, and her frail body was trembling from nervousness. All her hopes were on Long Chen. Long Chen gently pulled her up and said, Ling, about this matter, let's wait until I see your elders. I can't promise you right now. Moreover, Ling Huang is monitoring me at all times. What do you think his expression will be now? Will he be smiling proudly, or will he be sneering because of your request? If this girl was a trap, then Ling Huang would definitely be laughing proudly, but if not, he would definitely ridicule this little girl's naivety. Ling didn't seem to understand this sentence. She was a little confused and said, Is he looking at us? Then it's impossible for us to leave, Speaking up to this point, she actually burst into tears. Her tears fell down and she kept wiping them with both hands. She looked very pitiful. All right, don't cry. Let's go see your elders first. Long Chen gently patted her thin shoulder and took the opportunity to check with the original reincarnation power. Yes, this girl was indeed only in the god martial arts realm. She was a weak child that Long Chen could kill at any time. There was nothing strange about her body. The little girl looked at Long Chen with tears in her eyes. She stretched out her hand and held the corner of Long Chen's clothes. She sobbed and said, Uncle, I want to go out. I don't want to stay here anymore. I heard from my elders that the outside world is very big. There is the sun, the moon, the sky full of stars, flowers, and trees. I heard them describe it as very moving, but I don't know what those things are like. All I see is wet soil and bones, and nothing else. Theoretically speaking, if she was a trap, then the more she talked, the easier it would be for her to be exposed. However, so far, she had not been exposed. Everything seemed very real, which made Long Chen have no answer for the time being. It seemed that he could only look at the other undead spirits to come to a conclusion. He chatted with the little girl along the way. The little girl's path was indeed different. She went around and around, but it was because of this detour that Long Chen found that he could not return to the place that he had been to before. At this time, the degree of power exhaustion was very high. It should be the core of the competition. At the same time, Long Chen also felt the aura of other dead spirits. There were indeed hundreds of them scattered around. There should be a relatively large space in front of them, where most of the dead spirits were. Uncle, this is our home. The little girl said, pointing to the depths of the space in front of them. At the end, he found that the space in front of him was much larger. This was a hemispherical space. The ground was flat, and the top was arched. It was relatively dark, but with Long Chen's eyesight, he could see the end of it at a glance. He could see the hundreds of dead spirits. They were old and young, and their strength was generally not strong. Even the strongest one had not reached the reincarnation tribulation realm. He really did not know how they passed the tribulation in this depth. These people were generally rather skinny, and their eyes were also a bit gray. They were perplexed and listless, and there weren't many who could be as lively as the little girl beside them. Their spirits were all very low, and only a few children were more energetic. They just didn't understand how terrifying it was to stay in this place for their entire lives. When Long Chen appeared, the eyes of all the dead spirits were focused on him. Their gray eyes first flashed with fear, but when they saw that the little girl was next to Long Chen and that Long Chen was friendly, they breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone surrounded Long Chen, and then respectfully knelt on the ground. Some of the old people were very afraid. They did not dare to raise their heads, and almost prostrated themselves on the ground. Ling, come here. A thin woman next to her hurriedly waved her hand. The others shouted one after another, "We, the Dead Spirit Clan, pay our respects to the Strong One. We are only the last bloodline of the Dead Spirit Clan left in this world. We are not the test of the Spirit House. Please do not kill us by mistake. We do not have the ability to resist." Except for a few children who were looking at them curiously, the others were trembling on their knees. Long Chen's eyes swept over them and asked, "Did anyone come to the Spirit House and kill you before?" At this time, an old man trembled and raised his head. His eyes were sunken, and he said excitedly, "Yes, my lord. Every time, we were almost killed by mistake, and several times, our clan was almost exterminated. The hundreds of people we have now were all produced with great difficulty. We understand that those who came to the Spirit House are all peerless masters, but they were too cautious. They did not know that we, the Dead Spirit Clan, are just puppets imprisoned here. They thought that we were the test of the Spirit House, so they killed many of us. We almost had no power to fight back." This sounded even more real. Long Chen was confused. Were they really just members of the Dead Spirit Clan who were imprisoned here? The old man continued to explain, "The test of the Dead Spirit's whole is the Dead Spirit's virtual formation, which is built with the bones of hundreds of millions of our clansmen. The Dead Spirit's virtual formation is very scary. Only we, the Dead Spirit Clan, are not affected by it. Any other clansmen who come here have to go through a terrible test. According to our ancestors, many experts have died of exhaustion after wandering in the Dead Spirit's hole for dozens of days without finding a way out. This is the scary part of the Dead Spirit's hole. But it has nothing to do with our hundreds of Dead Spirits formation. I hope that the Strong One will not hurt us. If you need help, the Dead Spirit Clan will do our best to help you." "So that's how it is." Long Chen suddenly smiled coldly and said, "Your acting is quite realistic. But only a fool would believe you. Go to hell." His movements were very fast. As soon as the god-slaying sword was drawn, a sword light that could kill the old man countless times pierced through the old man's body. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Before anyone could react, the old man's head was sent flying. This time, it was Long Chen's turn to be stunned. In fact, the attack that he had executed was not strong. As long as it was an ancient martial art practitioner in the rebirth tribulation realm, they would be able to dodge it easily. This old man was very weak. It seemed that he did not even have the strength of the Nirvana tribulation realm. This was what Long Chen thought. If one was in a life-threatening danger, an ordinary person would subconsciously use his true strength to protect himself. However, this old man could only be casually beheaded by Long Chen. This meant that what he had displayed now was his normal strength. It was really an old man who did not have much combat power. The flying head scared many people. For a moment, everyone crawled back in panic. Ling also did not believe that Long Chen would actually do this. She also stared with her eyes wide open. However, Long Chen was very fast. In the blink of an eye, the old man's head was in his hand. The fire of life was burning. With such a weak physical body, the old man only needed less than a breath's time to recover completely. Moreover, he was even stronger than before. He did not intend to kill them. He just wanted to test his strength. The result was as he had seen. This group of Dead Spirit Clan was indeed very weak. From the moment the head was chopped off to the moment it was reborn, only a blink of an eye had passed. Before anyone could react, the old man was standing in front of him in a daze. For a moment, everyone was stunned. My lord, the old man was dead and alive. He did not know what to say at all. Long Chen looked at the little girl and saw her looking at him curiously. She asked, "Uncle, was that a trick just now?" Everyone knew that it was definitely not, because the old man's original body had just fallen to the ground. Long Chen smiled and touched her head. He said, Tell everyone, what did you beg me to do just now?" Ling was very excited. She said to everyone, "Elders, I just begged this uncle to take us out, so he asked me to bring him to see you. He won't hurt anyone." Chapter 24:59. Hearing the little girl's words, all the dead spirits couldn't believe it. For them, this was simply impossible. Which expert that came to the spiritual lord residence would take them seriously, let alone save them? Their lifelong wish was to leave this place, but it was an extravagant hope that would never happen. Now, it was as if their lifelong dream was right in front of them. Long Chen glanced at each of their expressions. They were all so real, natural, grateful, excited, and also a little afraid of himself. From their trembling expressions and their shallow strength, Long Chen gradually believed them. He asked Ling Shi and the little cat, "Do you think they are a part of this third calamity, or are they pitiful people who have truly been imprisoned here?" Ling Shi and Kitten looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know either. "Am I being too cautious? A place like the Spirit Zune residence definitely wouldn't use a scam to deal with me, but a real disaster. If it was a scam, then it was too boring." Kitten said at this time, "It's better to be careful. They are indeed imprisoned here, but I still have a bad feeling in my heart. I always feel that these guys are not simple to survive here." "Boss, as long as you're cautious, you will definitely be right." "Right, you can make a deal with them and ask them to help you find the exit. After all, they are very familiar with this place." Long Chen actually had the same idea as Kitten. Towards the dead spirits, although what they showed was basically the truth, they still had to be on guard, and then cooperate with them. Therefore, Long Chen said, "Everyone, I have indeed talked to this little girl. After seeing you, I have also made up my mind, but I have a premise. You all know why I came to the Spirit Zune residence. I definitely want to leave this place and go deeper. Therefore, I need your help. If my friends from the Dead Spirit Zune residence can help me find the exit, I will fulfill my promise and take you all away. You all should know that I can't last long in this Dead Spirit Zune residence. If I can't find the exit in a few days, it will be difficult for us to leave this place." Hearing Long Chen's words, the dead spirits were naturally extremely excited. They couldn't help but laugh. It was a miracle that they were so close to themselves. "All right, all of us will move and look for the exit with our benefactor." Everyone couldn't help but cheer. The genuine smiles on their faces didn't seem fake at all. A few of the elders were quite distressed. They temporarily let their clansmen cheer for the time being and said to Long Chen, "Great benefactor, although we also have the intention and are working hard to get out, we are all weaklings. After being here for so many years, we still don't know where the exit is. The only thing we can do is probably lead the way for benefactor, or find some special places that have existed since ancient times to let benefactor see what mysteries there are. If they knew the exit, they would have taken Long Chen there from the beginning." Therefore, what the old man said was very normal. Long Chen nodded and said, "All right, since that's the case, let's start. If there is anything strange, you can take me there to have a look." "Yes." At this moment, the dead spirits were excited. Whether it was the old, the weak, the women, or the children, everyone stood up and spread out. Some people arranged themselves, while others formed teams and began to travel through the endless Dead Spirit Zune residence. Long Chen could only trust them, but he was also prepared. Of course, he had to find the exit himself. After so many years, there should be people who have broken through this place in history. Didn't your ancestors tell you where they left from? Long Chen walked with the old men and asked. One of the old men said regretfully, "How would we know? In the past, the experts who came here either killed us directly or didn't dare to come close to us. If they really broke through this place, we also don't know where they came from. Benefactor, we now know a few places that we normally can't get close to. Let me take you there now." "Okay." Long Chen nodded. The little girl named Ling was also following him. She was very excited, and her whole body was very lively. From time to time, she would pester Long Chen and ask all kinds of questions. "Uncle, what color is the moon?" "Some people say it's purple, some say it's green, but I've never seen purple or green. I've only heard my mother say that some soil is purple, and some soil is green." Of course, she was very curious about the outside world. Even though there were thousands of doubts in Long Chen's heart, everything about the dead spirit clan was so real. His strength was the third in the world, and there really wasn't much that he couldn't see through. Therefore, he gradually chose to trust them. After all, they were a group of poor people. "There is a very dark place in front of us. We can't even see our fingers when we go in, so we usually don't dare to go in. Some of our clansmen went in before, but they never came back. They must have died in there. Benefactor, do you dare to go in there?" An old man asked in a low voice. "Let's go closer and see." Long Chen looked into the depths of the cave. It was really deep, and it was difficult to see clearly what was inside. Waves of cold air came from the front. Fortunately, the dead spirit clan was leading the way. Otherwise, no matter how long he wandered in the maze, he probably wouldn't be able to reach this special place. Soon, Long Chen arrived at his destination. Starting from a line in front of him, there was only darkness in front of him. It was chaotic inside, and even Long Chen couldn't see clearly what was inside. He could only feel waves of yin qi, which made his hair stand on end. The old men didn't dare to go near, and looked at it from afar with pale faces. The little girl Ling was also hiding behind Long Chen, looking at the dark cave in front of them timidly. Long Chen was discussing with Lingxi. "Can you see clearly what's inside? It seems to be the center of the dead spirit's virtual matrix. Haven't you noticed? The power of the dead spirit's virtual matrix is much stronger now, and it has reached an unprecedented level. Your strength has been consumed quite a bit, and if you keep going, you will definitely be exhausted even more." Chen, of course, Long Chen knew that, but according to the logic of the spirit house, the more dangerous a place was, the more likely it was to be an exit. If Long Chen wanted to leave this place, perhaps there was only one way, and that was to break into the center of the dead spirit's virtual matrix. He pondered for a while, and then decided to go in and take a look. Even if the dead spirit's clan hadn't brought him here, he would have gone in without hesitation. After all, he had come here to seek a challenge, and only a challenge would give him a way out. "Uncle, let's not go in. It's too scary in here," Ling said, trembling. "You guys wait inside, I'll go in and take a look." Long Chen looked at the chaotic cave entrance, and said firmly. "Don't," Ling said very nervously. The old men were also very nervous. Long Chen smiled faintly. Perhaps it was indeed dangerous in here, but he would come here eventually. The challenge of the spirit house would definitely force him to go to the most dangerous place. He suddenly understood. To be honest, the other party had already acted very well, and there were no flaws. But standing in front of this cave, Long Chen still had an intuition. He turned around and suddenly asked Ling, a person like Long Qinglan could easily barge into the spirit's supreme residence. When he came, you elders should have been there as well. He is so kind, so why didn't he take you with him? Who is Long Qinglan? The old men were stunned. They seemed to be even more nervous. Long Chen smiled and said, "He's my father. I'm asking you a question. Since you're in such a miserable place, why didn't he take you with him? He was the last person to go in here." When he asked about Long Qinglan's name, he finally saw a trace of panic in Ling Er's flawless and innocent eyes. This slight change was enough. Long Chen suddenly thought of Long Qinglan, and so he turned around to ask. He didn't expect that he would finally make these guys reveal a flaw. They had already planned to bring Long Chen to this place. Even though everything before was so real, it might have been the result of countless rehearsals. In fact, everyone who came here had gone through the same process. Long Chen smiled and said, Ling Huang could have manipulated this dead soul's cave and made me come directly to this passage in front of me. But he made you go through another process. It was probably because I thought I was extremely smart, but I was suddenly deceived. I panicked and couldn't perform well, which led to a mental breakdown. Then, I was defeated by the disaster here. That should be it. He knew very well what Sovereign Chen Ling's goal was. If the passage from the second to the third layer was directly set up in the core of the dead soul's illusion formation, Long Chen would be at his most cautious and his mind would be at its strongest. It would be very difficult to break through. But with the dead soul's clan, it would be different. Long Chen would trust them, but in the end, he would find that his trust had been used. His mind would have a major change, which would give the evil spirits an opportunity to take advantage. Ling Huang liked to play with these self-righteous little tricks. However, such a method had an unexpected effect in the Spirit Zune residence. Many people who had entered this place had ended up dying here. However, Long Chen discovered everything in time. In front of him, the old men suddenly became expressionless. Only Ling Er, who was in front of him, became quiet. There was a trace of coldness in her eyes. Chapter 2460. Although the dead spirit race had been imprisoned here for nearly 1,000,000 years, and many people had entered the spirit palace during this period of time, there were only a few who had managed to break through the 10,000 layers spiritual formation and the divine puppets to reach the dead spirit cave. However, there were some who had the ability to break through the dead spirit cave and reach the deepest part. 10. Am I the 10th? Long Chen frowned and looked at the little girl with fear. He found that this little girl was the core of this group of dead spirit race. When she showed her original appearance, Long Chen felt a terrifying feeling from her. The little girl's gray eyes became indifferent, but there was a faint smile on her face as she said, "That's right. Ling Huang killed almost all of my ancestors and arranged the dead spirit void formation here. At the same time, he sealed all of my remaining clansmen here, never to leave." Later, about hundreds of thousands of years ago, the punishment was reduced. As long as our dead spirit race can stop 10 experts who have reached this place, then our dead spirit race can leave this place and regain our freedom. This is the agreement between us and Ling Huang. Her voice was a lot more mature at this time. She no longer sounded like an innocent child. Her every move was strange, and the dangerous feeling from her body had become more and more intense. Long Chen didn't expect that the story of the dead spirit race was actually true. When he found out that the dead spirit race was indeed strange, he had already denied everything that they had said before. We knew that the number 10 didn't seem big at that time. But today, we know how difficult it is. There are very few people who can reach the dead spirit cave. Only one appears in tens of thousands of years. Many of our clansmen have never seen a single expert who has reached this place in their entire lives. Moreover, some of the experts who can reach this place are very powerful. If we can stop them here, or even kill them, it will be very difficult. So you should understand how precious your arrival is to us today. Of course, it's not us, it's me. Long Chen was silent for a moment, carefully thinking about the other party's words. The last sentence was very interesting. She didn't say us, but herself. Long Chen narrowed his eyes and asked again, "In fact, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. You can help me leave, and I will take you and your clansmen away from here. Don't tell me you're afraid of Ling Huang." They had chosen to follow Ling Huang's decision, and not to let him take them away. There must be a reason for them to be so determined. The little girl chuckled and said, "Our ancestors were indeed naive. They chose to go out with the experts who broke in. But after so many years, only 3 people have been able to break into the spirit house. In other words, it is basically impossible to break into the spirit house. In the end, not only will we be thrown back by Ling Huang, we will also be severely punished, and our clansmen will almost be exterminated. Therefore, our ancestors have taught us that if we want to be free, the only way is to follow the agreement with Ling Huang. Therefore, I am your enemy, and I will not help you. Moreover, I can't help you. What she said was not unreasonable. The spirit house was very difficult, and not many people could break through it. Moreover, even if he took her out, he wouldn't be able to protect the dead spirit clan for the rest of his life. He might even offend Ling Huang. One day, they would still be brought back by Ling Huang. Therefore, it was not realistic to take them out of this place. Of course, Long Chen was an exception. He knew that the real disaster was coming, so he wanted to fight a little bit more. Therefore, he said, maybe you don't know, but I came to the spirit house to make a bet with Ling Huang. If I can break through the spirit house, I will have another bet with him, and that is a battle between the 2 of us. According to the bet, the loser will give the winner the most important thing. If Ling Huang loses, he will lose the Spirit King's inheritance. Therefore, there was only a conflict between me and him before. If I win, you guys can go out without any worries. Hearing this, the little girl looked at Long Chen with an incredulous look and said, "You're really brave, but don't try to convince me. I'm not stupid. You're so young, so it's impossible for you to defeat Ling Huang. I only believe in myself. As long as I can stop you, I can get out of here. Why should I take the risk with you?" At this time, the little girl smiled at Long Chen and said, "In my life, I have seen 2 warriors who broke through. The other one was your father. He was really powerful. He easily broke through this place, and I couldn't do anything to him. It was said that he defeated Ling Huang and became the strongest warrior in the world. Are you trying to imitate your father? When I was born, I was told that as long as I could stop one more person, the dead spirit clan would be free. His arrival gave me the greatest hope, but because he was too strong, I was disappointed. Now, you are my greatest hope. After all, our dead spirit clan can't wait any longer." Speaking of this, her eyes glistened with tears. "All of my clansmen are waiting for freedom with me. Unfortunately, we're too weak, and we don't have a long life in this place. Therefore, they've all died. Today, I'm the only one left in the entire dead spirit clan. What you see is just an illusion of the dead spirit's virtual formation. You don't know how terrible this formation, which was created by killing hundreds of millions of the dead spirit clan, is, but you'll know soon." Hearing this, Long Chen looked back and saw that the old men who had brought him here had turned into nothingness and disappeared completely. The entire dead spirit cave had become empty, except for Long Chen and the little girl. This dead spirit's virtual formation can deceive my eyes and thoughts. It's really terrible. After all, it was created by so many corpses and resentment. It's a terrible formation that has gathered the resentment of hundreds of millions of the dead spirit clan. It seems that the 3rd tribulation is indeed much more terrible than the 2nd one. Long Chen made a rough calculation in his mind. He stepped back a little, away from the little girl. At this time, he realized that this little girl was connected to the entire dead spirit's virtual formation. In other words, she herself was a part of this formation. All the strength she had just shown was, in fact, an illusion created by the dead spirit's virtual formation. The dead spirit's virtual formation used these illusions to deceive them, deceiving them into coming here. As long as they stepped into the chaos in front of them, they would be at the mercy of the dead spirit's virtual formation. The little girl stared at Long Chen with her big eyes and said in a cold voice, "Let me introduce myself again. I am the last living member of the dead spirit clan. My name is Shi Jiangling. I am the one who stopped your path forward, and even allowed you to be killed. Of the previous 9 warriors that we stopped, 6 of them were killed by us." Speaking up to here, the corners of her mouth curved into a strange smile. She chuckled and said, however, you are the first person to see through our lies and the dead spirit's virtual formation. You were able to see through us before you even reached the core of the dead spirit's virtual formation. Therefore, our deceit and confusion from before were completely useless. That could be counted as a small trap of the dead spirit's virtual formation. However, don't be too proud of yourself. If you want to leave this place, there are only two ways. The first is to admit defeat, and Ling Huang will take you away. This way, I will be able to stop you. The second is to break into the core of the formation and defeat me and the dead spirit's virtual formation. Only then will you be able to leave this place. Only when the dead spirit's virtual formation collapses will there be a path to the depths of this place. Whether you saw through our lies or not, the only thing that will prevent you from panicking from being betrayed is that you won't be able to change the result unless you are willing to admit defeat at this time. In that case, I will be waiting for you inside. Perhaps she was afraid that Long Chen would attack her at this time. Halfway through her speech, she moved at an extremely fast speed and instantly entered the depths of the so-called core of the formation, causing Long Chen to be unable to find her figure. The surroundings became incomparably quiet, only the dead spirit's virtual formation was still operating, causing the strength of Long Chen's body to gradually weaken. Chen, do you still want to believe this fellow? Perhaps she was just lying to you. If you want to break through this place, you don't necessarily need to pass through the core of the formation. This is the most central location of the entire dead spirit's virtual formation. If you enter, I'm afraid that the rate of exhaustion will increase by several times, or even 10 times. If that's the case, even you won't be able to stay for long. After all, it's obvious that you can enter the core of the formation, but you won't be able to come out of it. Lingxi studied formations, so she was even more aware of how frightening the dead spirit's virtual formation was. After all, it contained too many things. Hundreds of millions of corpses of the deceased races, that was quite frightening. It was like Long Chen was fighting against the resentment of hundreds of millions of people. Long Chen said, this time, it's true. This is the so-called test of the spirit Zun residence. Ling Huang naturally placed the exit in the most difficult place. This isn't like the other secret realms, where there are no shortcuts. Ling Huang is completing the bet with me, so how could he give me a shortcut? This Shi Jiangling is right, I discovered the truth before I entered. The only thing I can do is to not panic when I'm suddenly betrayed. Long Chen's words were very clear, and Lingxi knew that it was indeed the case. Although she was worried, she was still willing to believe in Long Chen, even if at this time, everyone in the world was deeply worried. The lost spirit formation. This was the enmity between Long Chen and the spirit sovereign. The spirit sovereign had planted such a seed in Long Chen's heart. Although Long Chen wouldn't act up now, there would come a day when he would make him pay the price. He had come here today for the sake of Lingxi, for the sake of his child, for the sake of this new family, and also for himself. Lingxi understood him, and loved him even more. Boss, I have a question that I don't understand. Kitten suddenly said. What is it? Long Chen asked. He chuckled and said, she's the only one left in the dead spirits clan, so what's the use of her going out? Won't the dead spirits clan still go extinct? Don't tell me she can give birth by herself? Chapter 2461. Now, Long Chen took a deep breath and held the god-slaying sword in his hand. He controlled the flow of his power to avoid a deeper level of exhaustion. He had regained the determination he had when he first came in. With a resolute will, he stepped into the heart of the dead soul's void matrix without a word. Since he could not avoid it, he had to accept the challenge. Just like how he was fearless when he made the 2 bets with Ling Huang. Just like how he broke into the 10,000 layers spiritual matrix and defeated the spirit puppet god. He had been so resolute in the face of so many unbearable hardships. He was not afraid to break into the dead soul's void matrix this time. He had come to the spirit house to accept challenges. The 10,000 layers spiritual matrix had already forced him to kill a god with 1 sword. With such a good start, what was there for him to be afraid of? He could only move forward. The black chaos in front of him was like a terrifying mouth that swallowed him. The moment Long Chen stepped into this world, he felt as if he had entered a world of viscous liquid. It looked soft, but it had a nauseating pressure. The entire world was undergoing earth-shattering changes, and Long Chen himself discovered that in this world of darkness, his strength would definitely be greatly reduced. Even using the strength of his physical body was extremely difficult. This was the heart of the dead soul's void matrix, the heart of hundreds of millions of corpses. To have such a difficult binding power, it was like a swamp. It was almost 10 times slower than Long Chen's reverse time C. However, this was not the most frightening thing. The most frightening thing was naturally the exhaustion of energy. Indeed, it was just as Ling Shi had said. After entering this place, the rate at which the primordial samsara energy was exhausted greatly increased. In a short period of time, it was several times faster than outside. And this was because of Long Chen's special physique. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be completely exhausted in a short period of time. But even if it was Long Chen, under the effects of the dark swamp and the power exhaustion, he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long. In such a troublesome situation, it would be even more difficult to break out of the necromancy void formation. Even if he transformed into a dragon, it would be troublesome. After all, transforming into a dragon would consume a large amount of energy. It would only lead to his energy exhaustion prematurely. As long as they lost, they would lose everything, even their children would be lost. Although this was not his choice, since he had agreed to the bet, Long Chen would not give up. There were some things in life that he could not lose, such as now. The surroundings were changing. It was as if all the caverns and soil were disappearing. At this moment, Long Chen seemed to have arrived in another world. He was surrounded by an endless dark swamp, making it difficult for him to move. Under his feet, there was a huge gray matrix that stretched for millions of miles. In this endless darkness, there were suddenly countless gray lights. These lights surrounded Long Chen. They were endless, like dim stars in the night sky. But when Long Chen looked carefully, he realized that these gray lights were actually the corpses that were originally buried in the soil of the dead soul's cave. With Long Chen as the center, the hundreds of millions of corpses were now surrounding him. All the corpses seemed to be connected with each other, using dark gray lines to form a dead soul's void matrix. In the middle of the dead soul's void matrix, Long Chen seemed to be imprisoned in a world, making him look very small. Congratulations, you've seen the real dead soul's void matrix. At this moment, in the darkness, the gray little girl reappeared. Half of her body was hidden in the darkness, and although her appearance was no different from before, her eyes were cold and indifferent. There was a chill in them, as well as extreme excitement and madness. Her entire body was covered with countless tiny lines that were connected to the many corpses, which was the entire dead soul's void matrix. The entire dead soul's void matrix contained a terrifying power, and what surprised Long Chen was that this little girl, Shi Jiangling, seemed to be able to use this power. The power of hundreds of millions of corpses. Perhaps this was the source of Shi Jiangling's terror. After coming here, Long Chen was indeed having a headache. He still did not have a way to break this dead soul's void matrix, but the problem was that ever since he came here, not only was his body greatly restricted, his strength had also been greatly depleted. He did not have much time to think at all. To Shi Jiangling, as long as she talked to Long Chen, she would be able to exhaust Long Chen to death. Therefore, to him, time was equivalent to life. However, he knew that he could not be impatient. The more impatient he was, the more likely it was to be fatal. Calmness was always the key to victory. The dead soul's void matrix is indeed terrifying. The remaining 2 trials must be even more terrifying. No wonder only a few people have been able to pass through this spiritual residence in the past million years. Hundreds of millions of corpses formed the matrix, and now it was gradually draining Long Chen's strength. The more it drained, the stronger the dead soul's void matrix became. This was not a solution at all. Therefore, at this time, it was time to be decisive. Long Chen did not speak to Shi Jiangling. He used the god-slaying sword in his hand with great effort. The god-slaying sword's control over its power was very precise, which allowed Long Chen to control his consumption. Now was the time when he could not consume too much. Although the dead soul's void matrix produced a dark swamp, Long Chen still relied on his boundless strength to perform the massacre sword technique. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of sword lights flew out, shattering hundreds of corpses around Long Chen. This attack was indeed effective, but for hundreds of millions of corpses, hundreds of corpses were not affected at all. Moreover, Long Chen realized that after the corpses were shattered, they were actually recovering. Although the speed was not fast, they would definitely be completely recovered after 2 hours. This meant that unless he could destroy all the corpses within 2 hours, it would be extremely difficult to destroy this place. Moreover, when he used the god-slaying sword this time, he released much more power than usual, as though it was being drawn out. Of course, Lingxi's Immortal Lord Realm technique did not have a specific way to break the dead soul's void matrix. This was the ultimate evil spiritual technique of the spirit tribe from 1,000,000 years ago, and there were basically no records of it today. She could only rely on her own understanding of spirit designs to think of a way. The one outside was Long Chen, but she was even more nervous than Long Chen. Only the kitten acted as if nothing had happened at this time. In his words, he believed that Long Chen was fated to not die, so he could not be bothered to be nervous. To tell you the truth, there is only one way to break the dead soul's void matrix, and that is to shatter all the corpses within 2 hours and defeat me at the same time. Otherwise, the dead soul's void matrix will not be broken until you exhaust your strength. Without this strength, no matter how many corpses you shatter, you will not be able to stop them from recovering. While Long Chen was attacking, Shi Jiangling continued to fly by his side, speaking faintly. Whether she was speaking the truth or not, she was exerting psychological pressure on Long Chen. The dark swamp, the exhaustion of strength, and over 100 million corpses. Such an environment would not give one the slightest sense of security. Even if one had great strength, it would be greatly reduced. If one had been tricked into coming here and suddenly met with betrayal, one would definitely be even more terrified. Although this third trial would cause one to exhaust their strength, but from start to finish, the most frightening attack was a psychological one. The usually calm Long Chen could not help but feel anxious at this time. He was now the third strongest in the world, but this dead soul's void matrix was so frightening that even Yang Yu and Ling Huang might not be able to shatter the 100 million corpses within 2 hours. Long Chen could only fight once. Dragonification. Dragonification would be the most powerful attack, but at the same time, it would also be the most exhausting. If he could not shatter all the corpses before his strength was completely exhausted, then it would be the time he would be completely defeated. But the more he hesitated, the less time he had, and the more exhaustion he would have. This time, Long Chen transformed into an ancient blood spirit dragon. He did not care about the huge consumption of strength, and summoned 3 million blood-weeping dragon souls at once. Countless little slaughter dragons broke through the dark swamp with all their might, pouncing on the sea of consciousness. These little slaughter dragons were like a red ocean, dyeing almost half of the dead soul's void matrix red. Such a huge consumption of strength made Long Chen quite satisfied. The blood-weeping dragon souls itself was a group attack, and its effect was very good. If the dead soul's void matrix did not have the two terrifying powers of the dark swamp and the exhaustion of strength, Long Chen could easily destroy these corpses within 2 hours. But now, the speed of the blood-weeping dragon souls was greatly reduced in this swamp, and its attack and bite were not as strong as before. It would take a while for a little slaughter dragon to destroy a sea of consciousness. More than 100 million corpses, 3 million little dragons. At least, each little dragon would need to tear apart 30 corpses within 2 hours to succeed. According to the current speed, there was a 50% chance of success. But to make these little slaughter dragons appear continuously, it was also a huge consumption. Whether or not Long Chen could last for 2 hours, it was up to the heavens. Now it all depended on luck. His spirit was highly concentrated, and he did not waste any time. He ordered the little slaughter dragons to tear apart a corpse, and then immediately moved on to the next one. Time passed quickly, and Long Chen's heart was also hanging by a thread. Right now, the whole world was black and red, and his strength was simply plummeting. Who knew if he could last until then? Chen, don't worry, there is still the 3 lives love thread, I can also help. Lingxi said. Wait a moment. Now was not the time for exhaustion, so Long Chen was not in a hurry. He just felt that if he could break this dead soul's void matrix so easily, would this be more difficult than the spirit puppet servants? It should be known that other people who did not have the ancestral dragon's magical power would have a very high difficulty to pass the spirit puppet servants. This place must be even more dangerous. Chapter 2462. Sure enough, what he had expected had happened. Shi Jiangling had said from the very beginning that he would only be able to leave if he defeated her and the necromancy void formation. Long Chen longed to break out of the Spirit Lord residence. Since he had come here, he was prepared to put his life on the line. Therefore, he had no fear, only hatred. Hatred for Ling Huang, the #1 expert in the world. He was indeed a despicable person. He had spent 2 months lying in wait and creating something like the Lost Spirit formation just to get his hands on Long Chen's child. In this place, Long Chen was constantly thinking about defeating the Spirit Sovereign. This was his strongest desire at this moment. It was for Lingxi and his child, for his own dignity, and more importantly, for the sake of following in his father's footsteps. He had once easily broken through this place, defeated Ling Huang, and created a legend. But now, Long Chen was facing a life and death crisis in the same place. It wasn't that he was too far behind Long Qinglan, but that he hadn't even reached 1/10 of Long Qinglan's age. But none of this was an excuse for failure. He had expended almost half of his energy. In just an hour, he had crushed almost 50 million corpses. The corpses were slowly recovering, but Long Chen's energy, which had been depleted by the necromancy void formation, could not be recovered. If this continued, it would be very bad, and the chances of victory were very slim. Not to mention, at this time, Shi Jiangling actually launched an attack on him. In truth, her own strength was very, very poor, only around the divine martial realm. She was no different from a newborn baby in the eternal divine realm. But because of her bloodline, she could fuse with the necromancy void formation and use the power of over 100 million corpses. When she had this power, at least in the necromancy void formation, she was basically no different from a dragon emperor. If the necromancy void formation didn't have the ability to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, it wouldn't have been placed in the center of the dead soul's cave. Now that Long Chen had almost no other energy to use in battle, Shi Jiangling did not hold back at all. She suddenly appeared in front of Long Chen, her tiny hands manipulating the entire dead soul's void formation. As she waved them around, countless auras rushed towards her and were under her control. Long Chen was currently controlling the blood-weeping dragon soul, so he didn't even have time to pay attention to her. Lingxi was definitely not allowed to take action. Otherwise, she would be violating the rules. Moreover, in a situation where Long Chen's power was exhausted, the 3 lifetimes love silk would not be of much help. After all, the 3 lifetimes love silk mostly relied on Long Chen's power. The show has just begun. Shi Jiangling condensed the power of the dead soul's void formation on her hands. She stretched out a hand, and instantly, countless gray auras condensed on her arm, which then turned into a gray claw. It was sharp and sinister, and contained the sinister power of the dead soul's void formation. Don't ever let me touch you. Otherwise, I'll open a hole in your body and let your power pour out. To Shi Jiangling, Long Chen was the last opponent she needed to stop. She had waited for this moment for countless years. Not everyone could withstand the loneliness of countless years. Her life's wish was to go out once, so now, she was even more excited. There was no way she would give Long Chen any chance. Long Chen was fighting with his life on the line, but so was she. The gray claw had a total of 6 fingers. It looked simple, but in reality, it had condensed the power of the entire Dead Soul's void formation. It was definitely more terrifying than the 10,000 death claws. If not for the Dead Soul's void formation, Long Chen might have been able to easily destroy such an attack. But now that all his power was in a gamble, how should he face it? Accept your fate. Shi Jiangling appeared before him in the blink of an eye. Her gray claw stabbed towards Long Chen's abdomen. Long Chen wanted to destroy the Dead Soul's void formation in one go, so he had no extra power to deal with her. If he gave up on tearing apart the corpses and allowed them to gradually recover, he would be completely finished. This kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Long Chen. At this time, Lingxi could only let Long Chen use his own power. She used the 3 lives threads to connect with Long Chen, and her own power merged with Long Chen's exhausted power to provide some help to Long Chen. It allowed him to hold the God-slaying sword and perform the God-slaying sword at this critical moment. Whoosh! A sword shadow flew over at lightning speed. Long Chen naturally did not show any mercy at this time. He had finally used Lingxi's power to perform the God-slaying sword. Of course, he was aiming to kill his opponent. But unfortunately, in this dark swamp, Shi Jiangling had a lot of control over the Dead Soul's void formation. So, although the God-slaying sword was terrifying, she still managed to block her head with her arm in time. The claw was torn apart by Long Chen's God-slaying sword. As a result, Shi Jiangling lost one of her arms. But she only frowned slightly. Under the power of the Dead Soul's void formation, her arm gradually recovered. Soon, she could continue attacking. But Long Chen's situation was not optimistic. Lingxi was not that powerful. Although the 3 lives threads were shared, this time, she had almost exhausted all of her power. The 3 lives threads were good at recovery, but this time, it did not. So, Lingxi fell into a state of exhaustion. Long Chen quickly contacted the 3 lives threads. "Boss, why don't I help you?" Kitten asked tentatively. "According to the bet, you can't." Long Chen replied with a frown. Now, he was the same as Kitten. He had primordial reincarnation power in his body, which could be replenished with original cores. But the problem was that Kitten's original cores had been used up in the last battle. He did not have any himself, so his power was reduced with every use. Long Chen still had to find original cores for him. It was just a small accident. "You won't be so lucky now, right?" Shi Jiangling stepped forward again. The God-slaying sword just now had not really hurt her, and now she had reappeared to interfere with Long Chen. Now, Long Chen's power was even more exhausted. At this level, even if he went outside, a single Dragon Emperor would not be able to win, let alone against Shi Jiangling and the Dead Soul's void formation. Long Chen felt the taste of despair. Now, in front of him was a dead end, and Shi Jiangling was the one who pushed him to it. Now, she had come again. But as she said, if Long Chen wanted to fight back, he had to stop the weeping blood dragon soul. Once he stopped, he would lose all hope of victory, and all his previous efforts would be for naught. If he had killed this little girl when he first met her, he might have been in a much better situation now. Shi Jiangling's terrifying claws were closing in on him once again. If he allowed her attack to succeed, he would be instantly defeated, let alone winning the battle. Shi Jiangling's cold laughter kept coming. Victory was already in his grasp. Defeat, or even death, was approaching step by step. Long Chen felt the taste of being in a hopeless situation. Although he had never surrendered to the Dead Soul's void formation, in the past 1,000,000 years, less than 3 people had passed through the spirit residence. This was enough to prove how powerful the threat he was facing now was. But once he lost, he would lose everything. He had come here to accept the challenge. Just as Shi Jiangling attacked, Long Chen chose to give up on attacking the Dead Soul's void formation. He had made a decisive decision. Now that he had less than half of his power left, if he continued to covet victory, he would only lose more miserably. So he found another path, and that was to first deal with Shi Jiangling. The little slaughter dragons disappeared one after another. The blood-red eyes of Long Chen in human form instantly collided with Shi Jiangling. All of Long Chen's power was perhaps only enough for 1 or 2 attacks, so he especially cherished this opportunity. In this swamp, Shi Jiangling's claws were very close to him. At this time, Long Chen had decisively given up on the hope of victory. This shocked Shi Jiangling. There were very few people who could be so decisive in the face of the temptation of victory. Even if you can kill me, so what? You can't destroy the dead soul's void formation anymore. Shi Jiangling said coldly. At least, I've also destroyed your hope. Long Chen smiled coldly. This smile made Shi Jiangling feel terrified. Yes, as long as he killed me, I would have nothing left, not even the hope of freedom. When that time comes, why would I stop him? Long Chen's movements were swift and decisive. Just as Shi Jiangling wanted to kill him even more, and those sharp gray claws were about to descend, Long Chen stretched out his hands and crossed them in front of his chest. Now, his hands had completely turned the color of blood, and so had his eyes. He used almost all of his power for the final attack. Die. Shi Jiangling flashed and appeared in front of him. At this time, Long Chen drew a semicircle with his left and right hands. When combined, they formed a very orderly blood-colored circle. Countless dragon patterns appeared in the circle, forming 2 semicircle gates. Seeing this gate, Shi Jiangling was shocked. She found that her whole body was trembling. Death Realm Dragon Gate, open. As if Shi Jiangling had crashed into this gate herself, in front of Long Chen, the Death Realm Dragon Gate opened. Endless death chi rushed out and instantly drowned Shi Jiangling. This was different from the death chi of the dead soul's race. This was a terrifying killing chi. Anyone would be afraid when surrounded by this chi. At this moment, Shi Jiangling felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In this dense death chi, she didn't seem to see anything, but at this moment, a terrifying dragon claw crushed her claw, and instantly grabbed her body, crushing a large amount of blood, and then pulled her towards the direction of the Death World Dragon Gate. Once she entered the Death World, it was even more equivalent to death, and she would never be able to return. This feeling of death made even Shi Jiangling, who was from the dead soul's race, shiver all over. She felt that death was coming. Indeed, everything was meaningless. Chapter 2463. Unexpectedly, she laughed coldly and said, "That's impossible. I'm only a part of the necromancy illusory matrix, not the whole thing. I can't stop any of the energy here. You've already used up all of your energy. He will still be defeated in the end. The necromancy illusory matrix will never stop weakening. If I let you go and don't kill you, you can at least promise not to attack me again, right?" Long Chen asked calmly. Shi Jiangling was startled. She felt that Long Chen should have gone crazy at this moment, should be extremely vicious, but he didn't. He was still very calm, even though he was doomed to fail. In order to vent his anger, he could easily kill her. In that case, he could take revenge. Although she had stopped him, she wouldn't get any benefits. The so-called human nature was basically like this. When one was in a difficult situation, it was very difficult to have the heart to bless others. But Long Chen didn't, he calmly made a promise with her. Shi Jiangling still shook her head and said, "I said, you've already lost all hope. That's just what you think. Either die, or stand there obediently and don't move, make your choice." An exterminated clan with only one clansman left, a person who longed for freedom, she deserved respect. Killing her to vent his anger was actually useless, no one had a choice. From the beginning to the end, Long Chen didn't feel that this little girl had done anything wrong. The one who was wrong was Ling Huang. "I choose the latter, don't worry, I swear on the soul of the dead soul's race." Shi Jiangling's eyes dimmed a little as she said helplessly. Long Chen followed the promise and directly let go of her. He also couldn't maintain the Death Realm Dragon Gate for much longer. At this time, when he directly pulled the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he almost couldn't stand still. This time, the Death Realm Dragon Gate once again used half of its remaining power. Now, it only had a quarter of its peak power, but the remaining corpse needed at least half of its power to destroy. Fortunately, Shi Jiangling indeed kept her promise. She floated in the air, quietly and curiously looking at him, not moving an inch. Long Chen took a deep breath. The current situation would undoubtedly make anyone despair, and he had the same feeling in his heart. However, he was still very calm. Right now, he was not in a hurry to consume his energy. Instead, he was thinking carefully. Once the remaining energy was used up, he would truly be defeated. I said, it's useless. Even if I don't make a move, the current you can't continue. You are destined to fail. Since you dared to make a bet with Ling Huang, you should be prepared to lose. Shi Jiangling said indifferently. As long as Long Chen's strength was exhausted, she would succeed. However, Long Chen did not answer her. He began to immerse himself in his own world. Right now, he was sure that he could not break the necromancy void matrix by relying on his own strength. Attacking would only accelerate his defeat. Therefore, he decided to use his remaining strength to exchange for a certain amount of time to seek a breakthrough. He sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. His entire body was in the most closed state, and his strength was at the lowest level. Perhaps he could hold on a little longer like this, at least for a few hours. If he didn't break through and awaken within these few hours, then he would definitely lose. His previous struggle had now been declared a failure. He's actually sitting and waiting for death? That's indeed a good way to stall for time. However, if he loses all his strength, he definitely won't be able to break the necromancy void matrix. Shi Jiangling thought to herself. What she found hard to understand was that Long Chen actually believed in her. I lied to him before, and he saw through me. In this necromancy void matrix, I destroyed his only hope of success. He could have killed me to vent his anger, but he remembered that I'd been bitterly waiting here for so many years in pursuit of freedom. It's really not easy, so he decided to take the risk and not kill me. With such character and willpower, he is indeed a good person. However, the spiritual supreme residence is not a place that just any good person can break through. In the end, it still depends on strength. Long Chen's release this time caused great turmoil in her heart. Of course, she would not joke around with her freedom. The only thing she could do was to keep her promise and not make a move against Long Chen. As for whether or not Long Chen could make it out, she could only leave it to fate. Time quietly passed. She did not know what was the point of Long Chen sitting cross-legged like this. Although he had a relatively long time, if he did not do anything, there would be a moment when his strength would be completely exhausted. Shi Jiangling could see that the time was almost up. What the hell is this guy doing? She was even more puzzled. Long Chen was a strange person to her. Looking at his determined face, she even had a strange thought. She suddenly looked forward to seeing what Long Chen could do in this last moment that would surprise her. Strange, what am I thinking? He only spared my life, but how could I forget my yearning for freedom and waiting for so many years? If I don't get out this time and reproduce, my dead spirit race will be completely extinct. I don't even know if I can survive until the next person comes in. In fact, outsiders did not know that the dead spirit race had a very strong bloodline. Generally speaking, even if they were to mate with another race, they would give birth to a very pure dead spirit race. Therefore, Shi Jiangling just wanted to get out and find a male. Otherwise, her race would really be completely extinct. Time seemed to pass very slowly. Long Chen tested it out. If he used the chaotic time reverse in a small area and slowed the speed of the surroundings by 10 times, then it would be the same inside his body, and his strength would be exhausted 10 times slower. But because the chaotic time reverse was very taxing even in a small area, it would exhaust at least 5 times faster. Therefore, with the two combined, his current speed of exhaustion was only half of what it was before. But to think of a solution, the time was still very short. He had placed all his hopes on the Tao of life. Ever since he had completed the chaotic time reverse, he had actually been researching the Tao of life. Now, his consciousness was completely focused on this vast divine kingdom. In truth, this dragon-shaped continent was growing stronger and more perfect. Perhaps it would not be long before it would truly become a new world. He was experiencing what the next level of the Tai Chi life form dragon was. He had fused with the inheritance blood essence and awakened the 14 tempering. He had seen Xiao Chao in the White Bones divine palace awaken the flame of life. Now, he seemed to have used the power of the 15 dragon heads. People in desperate situations were often able to display extraordinary strength. Long Chen was in such a situation now. He knew that he didn't have much time left. There would be a moment when he would fail and lose his children. This challenge had been so exciting and crazy, but he had been forced to do so from beginning to end. If he hadn't lost the spiritual formation, Long Chen would definitely not have chosen these two wagers. It was because of his anger and hatred that he wanted Ling Huang to offer up the most important thing, the Venerable Spirit's inheritance. Perhaps that would be the only way to slightly alleviate Long Chen's anger this time. Now, there was no way out, and there seemed to be a dense fog in front of him. There was also no way forward. Long Chen would be trapped here sooner or later. He had won countless times since he was young, and often no one thought that he would win. This time was the same, but this time was the most difficult. Life, creation. These were the two abilities of the Tai Chi life form dragon. Maybe in terms of fighting, the Tai Chi life form dragon wasn't good at it, but it had created the world, created everything, including life. If all living creatures had a common ancestor, then that ancestor would probably be the Tai Chi life form dragon. Right, its creation. The Tai Chi life form dragon wasn't only good at life, it was also good at creation. From nothing, it had created the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, trees, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and even corpses and origin power. The so-called origin power was all the power of the world. Before, Long Chen had been thinking about life, so he hadn't made any progress. After all, the flame of life was already a very high level of comprehension, so he had neglected the other attribute of the Tai Chi life form dragon. But now he saw his whole divine nation. Although everything here was very small, it had everything, and the divine nation also had a certain amount of origin power. The Tai Chi life form dragon's divine abilities were all contained in the Life Tao seal. It wasn't difficult for Long Chen to comprehend them, but he needed to find the keys to unlock these divine abilities. As for keys, they were often produced in desperate situations, or in ingenious realms. For example, right now, Long Chen was in a desperate situation. Whatever he needed, he could think of it. Although time was tight, he felt like a fountain of ideas. He was like a writer who suddenly had countless inspirations. He looked at the continent of his divine nation. There were 14 peaks. Flame, lightning, sun, moon, and so on. These 14 peaks supported the entire continent, and each type of energy fused with each other, transforming into each other, maintaining the balance of the continent. If one type of energy was lacking, the other types of energy would be transformed, complementing each other. In truth, there were far more than 14 types of energy in this world. But just by relying on these 14 types of energy, one could transform all of them. For example, water could be transformed into ice, or 4 types could be fused together to create a new type of energy. That's right, transformation. Creation, transformation. Long Chen deeply understood the meaning of this word, and he suddenly felt enlightened. He was pleasantly surprised to find that in this hopeless situation of certain death, he had found the key to opening the Life Tao seal. Now, the Life Tao seal was actually trembling, and countless information was being bestowed to Long Chen. This key opened a treasure trove. During his battle with primeval trolls while Avatar, Long Chen had been the key to opening the Death Realm Dragon Gate. The special environment of the Sea of Time was the key to opening the chaotic Sea of Time for Long Chen. Chapter 2464. At least for him, who had almost exhausted all of his energy, when the new Tao of life descended upon him, he discovered that he might be able to deal with this necromancy void formation. In his eyes, the 14 peaks of the divine kingdom had now become 14 spirit formations. Everything in the world was formed by these 14 spirit formations. The power between these 14 spirit formations could be transformed into one another, from water to fire, to ice, and they could also be combined to give birth to new powers. Everything in the world could be derived from these 14 spirit formations. These 14 spirit arrays were not only in Long Chen's divine kingdom, but also in his body. Now, his body was the core of these 14 spirit arrays. He could transform into any spirit array, and he could also expand the spirit array to form a domain around his body. This Tao of life was called the 14 Lives Formation. Within Long Chen's 14 Lives Formation, everything in the world could be transformed, decomposed, and dissolved to become his own power. The 14 Lives Formation still had countless wondrous uses. Currently, Long Chen could only be considered to have comprehended the tip of the iceberg, and the only thing he could do for now was to transform the power within the spirit formation. But just this function alone was enough to save him, who had almost exhausted all of his energy. While he was deep in thought, time actually passed very quickly. Although Shi Jiangling did not attack, under the necromancy void formation, after such a long time, the power of his body had already been exhausted to the extreme. Now, he was only a hair's breadth away from failure. Dragging it until now, and there's still no other way. What a waste of time. Shi Jiangling could not understand Long Chen. She could not help but feel excited in her heart, because she would soon be able to leave this place and experience that legendary world. At this time, Long Chen, who had almost lost all of his energy, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze constantly changed, rapidly transforming into 14 different colors. Finally, the two eyes turned into two incomparably complex spirit formations. They were exactly the same, and the colors of these spirit formations constantly changed. There was a total of 14 colors. Seeing this pair of eyes, Shi Jiangling was a little dazed. She could vaguely sense that this was a somewhat terrifying spirit formation, an extremely profound power. Perhaps you have made some breakthroughs, but unfortunately, you have almost lost all of your power. Admit defeat. If you don't, you will die of exhaustion. In fact, most of those who died before actually died of exhaustion because they refused to admit defeat. Really? Long Chen trembled as he stood up. He felt that he had lost all of his strength, but the power of the necromancy void formation was much stronger than before. 2 hours had passed, and the corpses that he had destroyed had all been restored. Naturally, it's because you've been exhausted to your limit, and the necromancy void formation is already in its most perfect state, so they've absorbed your energy. Shi Jiangling said seriously. Long Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. This feeling of exhaustion and emptiness in his body was simply too unbearable. He wanted to try and stop it. His eyes constantly changed colors, and eventually became illusory. This was not the illusory image of the void cosmic dragon, but a kind of illusory image of the Yuan Qi dragon head among the 14 live spiritual formation. This illusory spirit formation was the Yuan Qi spirit formation of the 14 live spiritual formation. When his Yuan Qi spirit formation eyes swept the surroundings, on the ground around him, the illusory lines slithered like snakes, and in a short period of time, a huge spirit formation was laid out. This spirit formation constantly extended outwards, and had a diameter of several thousand meters. This was like a projection. The spirit formation in his left eye was projected onto the ground, and the spirit formation in his right eye was projected into the sky. Right now, everything between heaven and earth was under his control. 2 layers of Yuan Qi spirit formations emitted a strange power. What do you want to do? Shi Jiangling asked curiously. Long Chen said, just watch. Shi Jiangling said, I'll tell you one last time, just admit defeat. You've spared my life, and I don't want to see you die from exhaustion. Everyone has to learn to admit defeat. You won't have a good ending like this. Even if you fail, there will be a day when you have a chance to make a comeback. Long Chen glanced at the little girl and said, "Child, you won't understand. This time, I don't have a chance to make a comeback. I only have one chance to decide life and death." Shi Jiangling was startled, and said angrily, "Who's a child? Do you really think you're an uncle? I'm much older than you." Just as she said this, Long Chen activated the Yuan Qi spirit formation of the 14 live spiritual formation. The illusory spirit formation in his eyes rotated, causing the huge spirit formation to rotate. Within the space surrounded by the 2 layers of Yuan Qi spirit formations, there were many corpses. This was the core of the dead soul's virtual formation. In the space in the middle of the Yuan Qi spirit formation, the spirit formation emitted a misty light that enveloped everything in it. Suddenly, the surrounding power changed. Shi Jiangling, who was still controlling the dead soul's virtual formation, felt it the most clearly. What's going on? She discovered that part of the dead soul's virtual formation's power was actually changing. This was simply inconceivable. She discovered that she was gradually losing control of this part of the dead soul's virtual formation. She hurriedly looked over, and saw that within the range of Long Chen's Yuan Qi spirit formation, the nature of the dark swamp and the power of exhaustion were actually changing. They were being decomposed into the purest power. Within the range of Long Chen's control, the exhaustion had already stopped, and he was no longer affected by the dead soul's virtual formation. What was even more frightening was that the power that was decomposed and transformed had all turned into pure Yuan Qi. It surged towards Long Chen, and was rapidly absorbed by him, transforming into his own primordial reincarnation power. He also used the 3 lives threads of love to connect himself with Lingxi, and in the blink of an eye, the exhausted Lingxi recovered. His exhaustion lasted for several hours, but the time from losing any power to recovering was very short. While Shi Jiangling's mind was blank, and she stared blankly at all this, he had already recovered, and was even more vigorous than before. This was the heaven-defying aspect of the 14 lives formation. This was merely a Yuan Qi spirit formation. Perhaps after gaining power, Long Chen would be able to expand the Yuan Qi spirit formation even more, dissolving and transforming more of the power of the dead soul's virtual formation. Within the area of his control, everything was basically his world. All of this was like a miracle. It was inconceivable, and Shi Jiangling was dumbfounded. She knew that there were people who could break through this dead soul's virtual formation, but not in such an unimaginable way. For example, that Long Qinglan had easily defeated Shi Jiangling and the dead soul's virtual formation with absolute power. Long Chen was even more exaggerated. At the last moment, he had actually plundered the power of the dead soul's virtual formation, causing the formation's greatest exhaustion property to completely lose its effect. Such a strange spirit formation could only be described as a miracle. Only when he had completely recovered did Long Chen temporarily stop. After all, using this Yuan Qi spirit formation was quite exhausting. The Tai Chi spirit dragon had never been weak, and from the flame of life to the 14 lives formation, they were actually quite heaven-defying divine abilities. With the 14 lives formation, Long Chen had only displayed a drop in the ocean of power. He looked at Shi Jiangling, and the corners of his mouth curled into a proud smile. "Child, tell me, do I need to admit defeat?" This was what he wanted. Because of the nature of the ancestral dragon Dao seal, he needed to transform in a desperate situation. If he did not have the courage to challenge a desperate situation, then he would never be able to unearth the 14 lives spiritual array's divine ability. This was also the reason why he dared to challenge Ling Huang like this. And now, he had finally done it. Not everyone could be as determined as he was in this kind of challenge that basically had no possibility of success. Now that everything was brightly lit, he was even more confident that he would be able to resist the remaining trials and even defeat the Spirit Emperor. This was something that made his whole body burn with passion. Just how did you do it? If you could do it, then why did you pretend to lose? Shi Jiangling was extremely angry. She felt that Long Chen was playing with her. He definitely knew this divine ability from the very beginning. In this kind of angry situation, she did not even hear Long Chen call her a child. Long Chen said, "If I said that I learned this move before I was about to die, would you believe it?" He looked very serious, and there was no doubt about it. Shi Jiangling looked at the spirit formation revolving in his eyes. It was extremely terrifying, like a machine that could grind everything to pieces, without the slightest trace of emotion. Long Chen's emotionless gaze told her that perhaps what he said just now was true. That was undoubtedly something even more terrifying. Shi Jiangling could not imagine that a person who was on the verge of defeat could be so calm and confident, making several correct choices, and even calmly sparing his own life, as if all the dangers were nothing to him. While she was still in a daze, Long Chen suddenly smiled. "Let me show you what the sun looks like." In that instant, the spirit formation in his eyes instantly turned into a fiery diagram. The spirit formation beneath his feet and in the sky burned with scorching flames, and the power of the dead soul's void formation in the area suddenly transformed. Countless terrifying energies gathered, not from Long Chen himself, but from the dead soul's void formation. But now, this energy was under Long Chen's control. Rumble. Countless energies formed a huge sun in the middle of the diagram, and this sun burst out with boundless light. This was the sun spirit formation, a sun spirit formation formed from the power of the dead soul's void formation. The huge and fiery sun lit up the entire world, and completely illuminated Shi Jiangling's eyes. That scorching energy to the extreme made Shi Jiangling feel terrified. Is this the sun? The legendary thing that brought light to the entire world in the sky was actually so terrifying. To be honest, the power of this sun spirit formation was already very great, and Long Chen definitely could not have done it by himself. Moreover, there was also the power of the dead soul's void formation, and the two powers stacked together to attack this dead soul's void formation. Rumble. Within the sun spirit formation, the power of the sun exploded, and the scorching sun rolled past, turning a large number of corpses into dust. But Long Chen did not seem to be exhausted at all. Next, the moon. Long Chen said lightly. The moon was the moon, and it was the moon. His eyes instantly changed from the scorching sun to the pitch-black diagram of a full moon. Chapter 2465. There were naturally 14 types of 14 lifeforms formations. Shi Jiangling had been in the dead soul's cave since she was born. There were many things she had never seen before, such as the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and trees. These were all so fresh to her. When she saw these things appearing in Long Chen's 14 lives formation, she had even forgotten that Long Chen was her enemy. She was deeply immersed in these things. Shi Jiangling understood in her heart that perhaps she was destined to lose all hope this time, because Long Chen had really learned such a miraculous divine ability at the very last moment. He was actually able to turn the power of the dead soul's void formation into his own power, and was able to easily counterattack without expending any energy. The necromancy void formation seemed to have been destroyed by him. Without the restriction of power exhaustion, it wasn't difficult for Long Chen to destroy these hundreds of millions of corpses. While he was demonstrating to Shi Jiangling, he was also trying to intimidate Ling Huang. He knew that Ling Huang was definitely secretly watching him. Now that he had reversed the situation, Ling Huang's expression must be very interesting. Just a moment ago, Shi Jiangling also thought that Long Chen had no hope, and she believed that Ling Huang felt the same way. If he won Long Chen's child in this bet, he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. However, she never expected that an accident would occur at the last moment. In fact, Long Chen had only used a few spiritual arrays to completely destroy this dead spirit's array. Now that he had the 14 lives spiritual array, this dead spirit's void array simply could not do anything to him. At this moment, he had effortlessly defeated the necromancy void formation. At the same time, he had also completely subdued Shi Jiangling. He could have spared Shi Jiangling's life before, but now that the necromancy void formation had collapsed, Shi Jiangling had lost all of her power, and had become a very ordinary divine martial realm warrior. Now, the entire necromancy void formation had started to change, as if it had sunk into the darkness and started to close up. The path to a new world had already appeared in front of Long Chen's eyes. It was a multicolored formation, with a total of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet. This meant that Long Chen had already passed the third obstacle. He had already passed more than half of the spirit residence. This time, Ling Huang did not show up. However, he still used a cold tone to spread the news. It had been quite some time since Long Chen had passed the second test. Everyone was very worried, especially the Dragon Emperor. They were simply restless. They naturally knew that the deeper Long Chen went into the spirit residence, the more dangerous things would be. If I had known earlier, would have stopped him. I wouldn't have had so many regrets, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said helplessly. Don't worry too much. Don't you see that Yang Yu isn't very worried now? The Eternal Night Dragon Emperor rolled her eyes at him and said angrily. This old man kept nagging at her side, causing her to be annoyed. Yang. Yang, and a Jiangling lives. You. The Yang Yu. Are as you. Lives. Yang Ling Ling Yang, as, a Yi Yang, as a, Yang, as the Yang, the Eternal Dragon Emperor said. Everyone was panicking. In fact, even the higher-ups of the spirit race did not want anything to happen to Long Chen. At first, they did not think that the situation was so serious. But now, 15 Dragon Emperors, 16 Great Demon Lords, and the Sea Monarch Holy Shaman were guarding this place. Each of them looked fierce and ferocious. If they were really unreasonable, who would stop them? The Spirit Clan had the number 1, Ling Huang, but no one else could compete with the Dragon Emperor and the Great Demon Lords. The news that the Demon Star was about to be broken was still in the hands of the higher-ups of the various clans. Ordinary people did not know, so they did not understand how important Long Chen was to the Demon Clan, the Sea Clan, and the Witch Clan. Unless Ling Huang was willing to enter the Demon Star, they would not think that Long Chen was that important. But obviously, Ling Huang would not do that. But just when everyone was at their most nervous, Ling Huang's voice was heard. The third stage is over. Hearing this voice, everyone cheered. For a moment, they did not notice Ling Huang's tone. Previously, it was playful and teasing, but now, it had a trace of anger. It was fine that Long Chen had passed the second stage, but he had even passed the Dead Soul's Cave. This was beyond his expectations. Don't be happy too early. What he will face next is a much more terrifying opponent. It is not as easy to deal with as the Dead Soul's void formation. Ling Huang said coldly again. Before, he was also teasing the common people. But now, the situation was different. Yang Yu looked at the depths of the spirit residence, holding the deity sword even tighter. She did not say anything, and would not affect Long Chen's progress. But she would take revenge. Originally, she did not have any conflict with Ling Huang, but now the conflict was big. Everyone was cheering and did not care about Ling Huang's ugly expression. In any case, they could not see it. At this time, Long Chen said to the gray child in front of him, Ling, I am really sorry. It seems that you can only wait for the next person to come here before you can leave. Shi Jiangling's face was very ugly. She had been happy for half a day, thinking that she would be free. But Long Chen's final reversal had simply destroyed her beautiful dream. She was not angry, but very sad. As if she had been struck by lightning, her whole body gradually became sluggish. She murmured, the next person, who knows when the next person who can come here will be. 10,000 years later, I will probably be dead by then, and my Dead Soul's clan will be truly extinct. I really deserve to die for not being able to leave behind a bloodline for my Dead Soul's clan. As she spoke, her eyes were already brimming with tears. Such a young child crying in front of him was quite pitiful. Thinking that she would have to stay here for thousands of years, and eventually die of old age, Long Chen indeed felt some sympathy for her. Unexpectedly, at this time, the child sized up Long Chen for a while, and suddenly said, I have a way to let my dead soul's clan bloodline be completely passed on to my child. Although it is a mixed blood, it can give birth to a pure dead soul clan. Since you still have time, why don't you consummate your marriage with me and give birth to a child for me? After hearing this, Long Chen fell into a state of sluggishness. The point was not that she could give birth to a pure dead soul clan bloodline, nor was it that she was so unrestrained, but that this child, who looked like she had not even started to grow, wanted to give birth to his child. Before Long Chen could say anything, Kitten was already rolling on the floor with laughter. He clutched his stomach and laughed wildly. Damn, this is too explosive. Boss, you've really committed a sin. Seeing Long Chen's suddenly frightened expression, Shi Jiangling's eyes widened. At this time, her body began to crack, and her bones elongated. Her figure changed, and in front of Long Chen's eyes, she turned from a little girl to a woman who was as tall as him. Her figure was incomparably alluring, and she had a pair of alluring gray eyes. Although she was from the Dead Soul clan, it was obvious that she was a peerless beauty even among the Dead Soul clan. Her indifferent eyes and proud figure were indeed full of unique seduction. Her slender waist, perky butt, and round, slender, and powerful thighs were all enough to make one forget to leave. Shi Jiangling's appearance changed, as if she had grown up in an instant. She glared at Long Chen and said, My previous appearance was just to confuse you, and you really believed it. Alright, look at me now, I should be beautiful enough to give birth to a child with you. Just based on looks alone, she was definitely beautiful enough, but the word, give birth to a child, was something that Long Chen could not accept. Moreover, Lingxi and Kitten were still here. Shi Jiangling had not seen many people since she was young, and in order to reproduce, she felt that it was normal to give birth to a child with Long Chen. However, Long Chen was really shocked. He hurriedly shook his head and said, This method definitely won't work. Shi Jiangling's face did not even blush. Instead, she said angrily, You dare to look down on me? At this time, Long Chen gradually came back to his senses. He smiled and said, You and I are not husband and wife, how can we carelessly give birth to a child? Although it is important to reproduce, this matter cannot be done recklessly. Of course, you don't have to worry, I have other methods. Seeing that Long Chen's attitude was not bad, Shi Jiangling was no longer angry. She asked, What methods do you have? Long Chen said, Do you know why I came here? I came to fight with Ling Huang. I have already told you before that the Spirit Zune residence is my last trial. Now that I have broken the Dead Soul's void formation, I am about to go deeper. If you trust me and feel that I have the ability to do so, I can bring you out of here and let the last member of your Dead Soul's clan see the light of day again. You can rest assured, the experts of my human race are all outside. Even if we are defeated in the end, they are more than enough to protect you. Shi Jiangling looked at him in a daze for a moment. She remembered that Long Chen was talking about bringing her out of here from the very beginning. She did not expect that he would still make such a suggestion after she was defeated. He did not hate her at all. Previously, she had tried every possible way to defeat Long Chen. If it was as Long Chen said, with his character, and if she trusted him, she might really be able to leave this place this time. Shi Jiangling was extremely eager to leave this place. She had stayed here for too long, and the entire Dead Souls clan had been here for nearly 1,000,000 years. This was too terrifying. She could not wait for the next person to come, and she was not sure if she would go crazy if she was alone. Therefore, Long Chen's suggestion was extremely attractive to her. Why do you want to help me? I once wanted to harm you. Shi Jiangling still did not dare to believe it. Long Chen said, Don't think too much about it. I just feel sorry for you. A little help is a lifelong pursuit for you, and I am not an unforgivable evil person. Why would I not help you? I don't have much time, so don't waste it. Although these were very true words, and he did not give Shi Jiangling any face, she did not know why, but after hearing these words, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Long Chen had thrown her into the divine kingdom. In a way, he had done a good deed. Presumably, Ling Huang would be even more furious. This time, Long Chen had come to challenge his prestige and dignity. Chapter 2466. In the Divine Kingdom, Kitten was still rolling around in laughter. He looked up and saw a sexy beauty standing in front of him, looking at him in confusion. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Kitten stood up, trembling. Shi Jiangling sized him up and said, "You look pretty good. The one outside doesn't want to have a child with me, so you can have a child with me. I'm in a hurry to reproduce. Although you're a bit lacking, it's convenient for me to extract your bloodline." Previously, she was just a little girl, but now, she was actually a great beauty. Kitten only dared to smile awkwardly and said, "That. This isn't too good, right? In my boss's divine kingdom, he can see everything we do, and my boss's girl is also here." It was only now that Shi Jiangling saw Ling Shi sitting on the limestone. To Shi Jiangling, who rarely saw other people, such a refreshing, ethereal, and beautiful girl was practically a treasure. She turned her head to look at the mischievous little cat, and it practically looked like a pile of shit. "Forget it, I won't have a child with you." She walked towards Lingxi and stood nervously in front of Lingxi. She couldn't help but look her up and down, from her eyes to her ankles. She couldn't help but say, "You're so beautiful. If you were a man, you would be able to reproduce with me." Lingxi couldn't help but laugh. This girl had been alone for too long and lacked communication, so there were many things she didn't know, which made her look very cute. When they started talking, Long Chen had already arrived at a new place and started a new challenge. This was a legendary place even more terrifying than the Dead Soul's Void Formation. He came out of the colorful spiritual formation and stood in the middle of a vast sky. There was no land on the ground, and he was surrounded by endless clouds with no end. The place he was currently standing on was actually a rainbow of 7 colors. That's right, this was a rainbow bridge that extended from the endless sky behind him, and pierced into the distant horizon in front of him, forming a huge bridge. Although it was a rainbow, it was terrifyingly sturdy. Long Chen tried to break it, but he found that he couldn't. This Spirit Zune residence was indeed worthy of being a supreme secret realm passed down by the gods. A rainbow bridge spanned across heaven and earth. Long Chen should have been near one end. Since he appeared, he was facing the other side, which meant that he had to go forward. As long as you can safely pass through the rainbow bridge, you will be able to reach the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace at the end of the rainbow bridge. As long as you can pass through the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace, you will have passed through the Spirit Elder Residence. At that time, I will naturally appear to take you out for the final battle. Ling Huang did not appear, but his voice echoed in Long Chen's ears. 10,000 layers spiritual array, soul puppet divine servants, Dead Soul's Cave, Rainbow Bridge, Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. Are these the 5 checkpoints of Spirit Elder Residence? It seems like Rainbow Bridge and Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace are more dangerous than Dead Soul's Cave. Although the Rainbow Bridge looked very beautiful, like the most beautiful creation in the world, Long Chen knew that as long as he went deeper, he would inevitably encounter the most difficult obstacles, or a shocking battle. Since he was already here, of course he would not lose confidence. Be careful. I don't mind telling you that on the Rainbow Bridge, you will definitely lose. Even your father did not have an easy time crossing this place, let alone the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. If you can't cross the Rainbow Bridge, you might not even be able to see the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace. Ling Huang said again. Can you stop talking nonsense? When I first came, didn't you say that I couldn't even cross the 10,000 layers spiritual array? Now I'm here. So, please don't yell blindly on the side. Get ready. It won't be long before it's your turn. Hee, then I can only say that I'm looking forward to it. Speaking of this, Ling Huang seemed to have disappeared. Of course, he would still be monitoring this place at all times. Long Chen stepped on the rainbow bridge and walked forward. This place was not as mysterious as Dead Soul's Cave. If there was any attack, it would definitely come directly. Although I've been in Spirit Elder residence for a long time, I don't know what's going on here. Shi Jiangling looked around curiously and said. Now, everyone was concentrating and looking ahead. Long Chen was very slow at first, but he gradually sped up because he found that the rainbow bridge was really too long. If he didn't speed up, he estimated that he wouldn't be able to reach the other end in 10 days or half a month. Even if he sped up, it didn't affect him for the time being. There was no danger yet. Now, Lingxi was also helping to watch. If there were any traps, she could see them in advance. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Obviously, the end of the rainbow bridge was still very far away. Now, as Ling Huang said, he couldn't see the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace at all. Long Chen sped up again and continued to move forward. He became more and more relaxed because a full day had passed, and he didn't expect to encounter any danger. Looking back, he had walked a long way. At this speed, he was almost at the end of the rainbow bridge. After all, the rainbow had an arc. About half a day ago, Long Chen stopped rising, and the road began to descend. Now that it had been descending for half a day, it was estimated that it was almost at the end. Chen, now is the time to be most cautious. Let's slow down a little. I feel that we are almost at the end. The other party is likely to take advantage of your most relaxed time to make a move. Lingxi explained her thoughts. Long Chen nodded. Anyway, at this time, he was not in a hurry. The rainbow in front of him rushed into the thick clouds, and he felt that the end was really not far. The so-called danger is at the last point of the rainbow bridge. Just as this thought surfaced in Long Chen's mind, he suddenly stopped. First, he felt a murderous intent. This murderous intent appeared out of nowhere, but in a short time, it had already locked on him. He should have entered a certain range. Of course, he knew that this range was the range of danger. It was more dangerous than the Dead Soul's void array. Lingxi checked and found that there was no array around, so there was no need to worry about the same situation as the Dead Soul's void array. Here, it should be the place to fight directly. Long Chen had such an intuition. The deeper he went, the stronger the feeling that made people feel. This was not the death energy of the Dead Spirit clan, but a dignified majesty that made people unable to help but kneel down and worship. If Long Chen guessed correctly, the crisis here at the Rainbow Bridge should be related to the god called Venerable Spirit. Sure enough, when he came to a place where people could not help but tremble, he saw the crisis. In front of him was the end of the Rainbow Bridge. In the rainbow at the end of the end, there were a total of 7 coffins lying across the Rainbow Bridge. These were 7 very gorgeous coffins, shining with unique light, corresponding to the color of the Rainbow Bridge: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. In addition to the shining light, these 7 coffins also had very complex but gorgeous carvings, which vaguely looked like blooming flowers, worshipping crowds, and flying colorful ribbons. The 7 coffins, with the arrival of Long Chen, gently trembled. In these coffins, there was obviously a very terrible crisis, which would be the enemies that Long Chen must deal with on this Rainbow Bridge. Obviously, only by defeating them could he break into the deepest part of the Venerable Spirit residence, the Heavenly Palace of the Venerable Spirit. The light of the 7 coffins shone even brighter, and even the carvings on them shone, making the flowers, ribbons, and crowds in the carvings look lifelike. As the coffins trembled, the entire huge Rainbow Bridge, which was connected to them, also trembled together. Long Chen retreated a distance, prepared himself, and looked at these coffins coldly. The 3 people in the Divine Kingdom were frightened. Their intuition told them that the opponents this time were more difficult to deal with than the puppets. I seem to recognize the carvings on these coffins. Shi Jiangling's face suddenly turned ugly, and she said with a trembling voice. Long Chen was relatively quiet, and said, "Tell me." Shi Jiangling calmed down, and then said, "This this should be the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies. Legend has it that the 7 beauties who served the venerable spirit were nourished by the venerable spirit, and finally became gods. They served the venerable spirit, and disappeared with him. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies are one of them. I don't know what these coffins have to do with them, but they are all real gods, Kitten said in surprise. It can't be, that Ling Huang made it so scary. Could it be that there is a real god inside? Long Chen shook his head, absolutely not. If it was a god, my father would not have been able to break through, and there are no longer gods in this world. But according to what Shi Jiangling said, perhaps these coffins have something to do with the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies. At this point, Long Chen thought of the divine palace of bones in the battlefield of the gods. In the divine statue palace, there was a statue of a martial god that suddenly awakened and fought with him, but was defeated by him in the end. That statue used the power of a god, but it was very weak, far inferior to the current Long Chen. He was thinking, if it really had something to do with the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, would it be similar to the statue in the divine statue palace? There was no point in guessing now, so he could only wait cautiously. He first held the god-slaying sword, and was ready for battle. The 3 people in the god nation were extremely nervous. They could already feel the power that belonged to a god, and it was a terrifying suppression for them. Only Long Chen could withstand such power. As time passed, the power of the 7 coffins became stronger and stronger. Finally, one of them exploded. What Long Chen saw was the 7 coffin lids being shaken open at almost the same time, and 7 colored smoke came out of the coffins, rising in spirals. When the coffin lids were opened, the suffocating aura of a god truly descended. Under Long Chen's cold gaze, a total of 7 beauties hidden in the clouds sat up in the 7 coffins. Each of their eyes emitted a dazzling divine light, filled with deterrence, that was the majesty of a god. Chapter 2467. Through the layers of clouds, Long Chen could clearly see the 7 women sitting up from the coffins. At this moment, they were already standing up and floating in the air. The first thing that caught his eyes was their long hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. The hair was as black as the night and as soft as a river. Every one of them had different hair accessories on their heads. The hair accessories were very complicated, but all of them were very beautiful. Each one of them was shining like a rare divine object. Some were dignified and noble, some were cute and playful, some were beautiful, and some were charming. Looking down, these 7 were all true beauties. In terms of appearance, they were already top-notch beauties. They were perfect from head to toe, without a single blemish. Their skin was like porcelain, their lips were like cherry blossoms. When they were quiet, they were like flowers reflecting on the water. When they were moving, they were like willows swaying in the wind. Their waists were like willows, and they were slim and graceful. On the right, they were like lotuses that had just emerged from the water, and on the left, they were like peaches and plums. All 7 of them had different appearances, but they were all equally beautiful. Whether it was their figures or faces, they were all perfect. Being the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, these were not special. What was even more special was that they were like real gods. There was almost no difference between them. Every single one of them had a boundless godly aura. Even though some of them were cute and weak, the godly aura they exuded was still boundlessly domineering, making it impossible to look at them directly. It was this godly aura that made Long Chen feel that they were terrifying. However, although these 7 ultimate spiritual ladies had a vast and mighty divine might that made it impossible for anyone to approach them, as if they were high above the masses and Long Chen was like an ant in front of them, their bodies were also extremely alluring. Their appearances and figures were all top-notch. However, at this moment, the 7 of them were practically naked. There was only an extremely long ribbon wrapped around their bodies, covering their bodies. However, it was precisely because of this that their snow-white skin and jade-like bones were even more alluring when they moved. At the very least, Long Chen's heart was greatly shaken when he saw them. Clearly, the danger brought about by the 7 ultimate spiritual lady was not only in terms of strength, but also in the destruction of one's spiritual will. Compared to the powerful invasion of the primeval troll's will, the 7 ultimate spiritual lady was not strong. However, the seduction and infiltration of her will was even more terrifying to the current Long Chen. Boss, are these the real spiritual ladies of the 7 ultimate? They are all divine spirits. The kitten was drooling as it said in admiration. His eyes swept up and down as he looked at each and every one of them, unscrupulously commenting on them. He had no idea that these people were even more terrifying enemies to Long Chen than the Dead Soul's Void Formation. Not a god, but more like a miniature version of a god. Long Chen had to be firm in his heart. Although these 7 women were beautiful, their beauty and figures were their weapons. If he was lustful, the result would definitely be tragic. In the eyes of these 7 people, Long Chen saw dead silence. He could be sure that these 7 were not the real spiritual ladies of the 7 ultimate. If those real gods still existed, any one of them could easily kill Long Chen. However, these people in front of him obviously could not do that. Gods had 1 billion divine palaces, and 1 billion divine palaces had 1 billion living beings that worshipped them. Generally speaking, after reaching the body of a demigod, they would be able to form the world tree, the heart of rule, and the divine palace. However, the Dragon Emperor's divine palace only had 10 million divine palaces in the end. Although Ling Huang was close to the realm of gods, it was estimated that he only had a few dozen million divine palaces. Only when he crossed the final realm could he become a real god and have 1 billion divine palaces. As for these 7 people in front of him, Long Chen could see through their world tree and the divine palaces that were like stars in the sky. Their divine palaces were beyond the level of ordinary people, even far beyond Ling Huang. However, the highest number of divine palaces was only about 100 million, and the total number did not exceed 1 billion. Of course, this did not mean that they were stronger than Ling Huang. The source of their power was only the divine palaces. However, Ling Huang's divine palaces were only in their embryonic form. What he relied on the most was the divine power of all living beings that flowed through his body. Only when he truly became a god, or that divine power of all living beings, would he be able to form more divine palaces. This was the difference between them and a half-step divine spirit like Jiu Ling Huang. They had all the attributes of a god, but only a small part of their power. Of course, although it was only a small part, it was much stronger than the martial god statue that he had encountered in the White Bone Divine Palace. It was still a great pressure for Long Chen. Long Chen did not know what kind of existence they were, so he decided to call these 7 fake gods. They came back to life from their coffins to welcome Long Chen. When they saw Long Chen, the spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes left their coffins and flew towards him, surrounding him. Their divine might was vast and mighty. If an ordinary person were to see them, they wouldn't be able to resist at all and might even kneel down. This was their natural advantage. Long Chen was clear that if it wasn't for his unique physique, it would be extremely difficult for him to resist the might of these gods. Gods and ordinary living beings were the difference between the controller and the controlled. It was the relationship between the upper and the lower. Although the 7 in front of him were not as strong as Ling Huang, they belonged to a higher level of eternal life, while Long Chen belonged to a lower level of eternal life. The 7 absolute spiritual ladies quickly launched their attacks. They were as dignified as gods and simply couldn't be bothered to give Long Chen a chance to move his mouth. This was their innate pride. They weren't like the spiritual puppets and divine servants who didn't have any consciousness. Their every action showed that they were extremely clear-headed. Mortals are not qualified to enter the Spirit Emperor Heavenly Palace. Death. These words came out of the 7 women's mouths. Their faces were full of pride and indifference. Although they knew that Long Chen had some ability, they still disdained him deep down. This sentence infuriated Long Chen. He felt an indescribable anger in his heart, and it even overshadowed his anger and hatred towards the Spirit Emperor. This trip to the Spirit Zun Manor was really not easy. He was forced to this extent, and was even humiliated by a group of women. It was simply intolerable. Although Long Chen did not know what they were, whether they were true gods or false gods, his only desire now was to defeat them and then go to the Spirit Emperor Heavenly Palace that they believed Long Chen could not desecrate. Chen, calm down. They are angering you and making you lose your sense of propriety. They are anxious and tempting you at the same time. The combination of anger and temptation will make you want to quickly conquer them. You just need to face it calmly. Don't treat them as arrogant women. Facing arrogant women, men would have a strong desire to conquer them. This was what the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies showed, which was why Long Chen had suddenly become angry. So, it is more of a mental trap. Long Chen could not help but sneer. He should have guessed it from the way the 7 were dressed. They were faintly discernible, but cold and arrogant. It was nothing more than multiple stimulations to make Long Chen fall into a state of madness, thus making him lose his reason and propriety. After understanding this, he was much more clear-headed. In fact, he was not worried at all, because just like the spirit puppet divine servants, he was not afraid of the power of rules. Although the 7 in front of him were much stronger than the spirit puppet divine servants, there was not much difference between them in essence. At this time, the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies surrounded Long Chen. The 7-colored silk fluttered and twined around him. Their divine might suppressed Long Chen again, and there was even the power of rules among them. They wanted to make Long Chen unable to move. 9 Heaven's Spiritual Dance. The dignified and noble-looking woman who was draped in a crimson dress issued an order. The 7 beauties began to circle around Long Chen and then began to dance. As they moved, music rang out. The music was pleasant to listen to, and the dance was beautiful. Long Chen stood there like an emperor, enjoying the light music and the graceful dance. Those who didn't know the truth were simply envious. However, Long Chen was gradually beginning to feel how terrifying this 9 Heaven spirit dance was. The 7 women around him constantly changed, and their dance was moving and enchanting. It was indescribable. The silk fluttered, and as it danced, there were waves that floated towards Long Chen. The silk seemed to approach Long Chen, but when it got close to him, it turned into a beauty and directly pounced on him. It was not a physical body, but it was vivid, and every detail brought a huge spiritual impact to Long Chen. This kind of impact was like a battle with the will of the primeval troll. In Long Chen's spiritual sea, countless illusions of beauties rushed in, with layers of rules, moving forward in the spiritual sea. They were looking for Long Chen's primordial spirit, but in the end, they saw the void dragon with 5 seals. The spiritual impact was originally the charm of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, but when faced with a primordial spirit like the void dragon, it did not work at all, so they turned to fight the void dragon. With the power of rules, they could imprison the void dragon in Long Chen's spiritual sea. If it was an ordinary warrior, they would not be able to resist the power of rules, but Long Chen was different. Time storm. This storm tore apart the charms of these fake gods that had invaded his spiritual world. Long Chen's originally chaotic eyes instantly became clear, but the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies' attacks were not just spiritual impacts. When Long Chen came into contact with the crisis in his spiritual sea, he was faced with a physical attack. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies all surrounded him, and their bodies were filled with the power of gods. They used the rules to open the way, crushing everything, and suppressing with divine might. The power contained in each silk was enough to tear the sky and the earth, and even enough to slap a dragon emperor to death. After all, the dragon emperor could not resist the power of rules. At this critical moment, Long Chen used the chaotic time reversal, and the time domain was completely under his control. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, who had been attacking very quickly, all hit nothing but air because of the time disorder, allowing Long Chen to escape a few attacks. But now, the spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes had already formed a formation. Even though it didn't work once or twice, it was followed by a mountain-toppling attack. There were so many of them that they covered the sky, instantly enveloping the entire space. Long Chen cast his gaze over and saw that the entire world was surrounded by these colorful lights. It seemed like he had to tear everything apart in order to rush out. Chapter 2468. Under the restraint of the Nine Heavens Spirit Dance, he was now surrounded by the frightening power of the colorful ropes. If this wasn't the Spirit Supreme residence but outside, the battle at this moment would have destroyed a large area. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies danced gracefully around Long Chen. They were hidden in the colorful ropes, and it was hard to determine their position. They used the colorful ropes to attack, and their dance was charming. There were even soft moans that could make one's heart flutter. If it wasn't for Long Chen's determination, he would have long been bewitched by the 9 Heavens Spirit Dance. But the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies should have discovered that under Long Chen's chaotic time reversal, it was difficult for them to attack Long Chen. Long Chen could at least use his control over time to disrupt their steps. Even if they joined forces to use the gorgeous yet murderous 9 Heavens Spirit Dance, they still wouldn't be able to hurt Long Chen. Long Chen could move freely on the Rainbow Bridge, and he didn't need to fight them. This was the unique effect of the chaotic time reversal. With the help of the chaotic time reversal, when Long Chen figured out the other party's movements, he started to counterattack. At this time, he already had enough confidence. In fact, his biggest advantage was that the God Spirit rules were ineffective against the other party. If they were effective, he wouldn't even be able to resist the spirit puppets. At least in terms of power, he was the weakest martial artist since he came here. Of course, in terms of attack, the ancestral dragon's magical power could still bring great damage to these false gods. Long Chen borrowed the power of the chaotic time reverse and his strong willpower. Even though he was surrounded by these colorful ropes, he was in an invincible position. His movements were swift and fierce as he charged towards one of the women who was wearing blue ropes. That woman was dancing, and there was water flowing around her. When Long Chen tried to attack her, she coldly smiled and arrogantly counterattacked. Countless colorful ropes formed a cage around Long Chen, blocking his path. With the toughness of these ropes, even if Long Chen controlled the chaotic time reverse, he would not be able to escape from this tight encirclement. But he didn't panic. Drawing a circle with both hands, the Death Realm Dragon Gate. At this moment, Long Chen had boundless power, and he could quickly recover through the 14 lives formation. As such, this was destined to be a carefree and intense battle. He used his hands to draw a circle, and under the massive power, the Death Realm Dragon Gate instantly appeared and opened. Deathly chi surged, and a blood-red aura instantly filled a large area. The will of death caused the fake gods to be unable to help but be moved. At this moment, the Death World Dragon Claw was like Long Chen's finger. It pierced through the Death World Dragon Gate and instantly came into contact with the countless blue ribbons. The Death World Dragon Claw was filled with killing intent and contained shocking power. With just a casual pull, the incomparably sturdy ribbons were torn apart by Long Chen. Not only did the 7 ultimate spiritual lady fail to trap Long Chen, but she was also exposed in front of Long Chen. The Death World Dragon Claw was incomparably ferocious as it slashed towards the woman. At the same time, Long Chen used the chaotic sea of time to control time, causing the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies' time to slow down and the Death World Dragon Claw to speed up. Rip. In this split second, many things happened. First, the 7 ultimate spiritual lady in blue ribbons was incomparably frightened. Then, she realized that she couldn't dodge at all, so she used her charm technique. The ribbons on her body scattered, and that incomparably alluring body twisted and turned in front of Long Chen. This was a powerful impact on one's willpower. It wasn't a problem of one's willpower, but whether one's willpower was strong or not. Even those who had long severed their evil thoughts and had their 6 senses pure could be shaken in the face of such temptation. Long Chen was young and hot-blooded. Logically speaking, he should be the easiest target to be charmed. However, his willpower was firm, so the charm was ineffective. His Death World Dragon Claw was extremely fast. The fake god used all methods but still couldn't dodge. Her waist was directly grabbed by the Death World Dragon Claw. Crushed. Long Chen didn't dare to show mercy at this moment. The Death World Dragon Claw exerted force and almost tore the woman in half. At this moment, the attacks of the other 6 were already coming. If he didn't dodge, he might be killed directly. Therefore, Long Chen could only escape first. He swam in the chaotic sea of time and changed time. He easily avoided the encirclement. He turned around to take a look, only to find that he had failed to kill the semi-divinity earlier. Her abdomen had been nearly snapped in half by Long Chen, and it was a mangled mess of flesh and blood. However, she was already in the midst of recovering, and it wouldn't be long before she could fight again. As expected, even with the ancestral dragon's mystique, these women were still relatively difficult to deal with. Their eyes were still filled with arrogance and contempt. Even if Long Chen's attack was successful, it didn't change their arrogant sneers. Now, they were protecting the injured fake god. Each of them placed their palms on the fake god's body. Light constantly flowed from their bodies towards the woman. In this short period of time, the woman's injuries were recovering rapidly. The other 6 were only slightly weaker. During this exchange, the other party used killing moves repeatedly. However, Long Chen wasn't injured at all. It could be said that he had the upper hand. Of course, before he could completely defeat this 7 ultimate spiritual lady, he naturally didn't dare to be too complacent. It was especially so when he saw the contempt in her eyes. Although she was charming Long Chen, she still maintained that arrogant expression. The way she looked at Long Chen was like she was looking at a beast. There was basically no difference. However, at this moment, the other party stopped the 9 heavens spiritual dance. Her aura changed abruptly. It seemed like it was time to determine the victor. Just now, she was still charming. Now, it had all turned into killing intent and godly might. The terrifying killing intent of the gods descended on this world. This was like a judgment that mortals didn't have the courage to face. If Long Chen's killing intent was crazy, then their killing intent was filled with dignity and justice. It was almost the same nature as the heart-refining dragon god. This feeling was as though he should obediently accept their judgment. Sisters, use the holy kill formation and kill this evil creature. One of the women shouted out in a delicate voice. Instantly, all the colored streamers disappeared to surround them once more. Next, they quickly separated to surround Long Chen again. This time, however, there was something different. A Dao artifact had appeared in their hands. 7 people, each with a Dao treasure. The Dao patterns on it were densely packed. Every Dao treasure was not inferior to the Sea God Emperor's divine sea pacifying needle. In fact, it was even more powerful. It was actually not far from the deity sword Silver River. Although it wasn't a peerless Dao treasure, it was still a peerless Dao treasure. Long Chen roughly calculated that every Dao treasure basically had between 930 Dao patterns to 949 Dao patterns. Those with 949 Dao patterns were just a step away from being a peerless Dao treasure. They were a blade, a spear, a sword, a halberd, a bow, an arrow, a pair of short swords, and a pagoda. There were very few peerless Dao treasures in the entire eternal celestial realm. There were definitely no more than 7 of them. However, there were 7 Dao treasures that were infinitely close to being peerless Dao treasures. They were all at the peak of Dao treasures. Every Dao treasure far surpassed Long Chen's god-slaying sword, and greatly increased the strength of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, making them twice as terrifying. However, Long Chen was laughing inwardly. He had originally planned to defeat them quickly, then barge into the Spirit Emperor's celestial palace before fighting Ling Huang. However, he had no choice but to slow down now. This trip to the Spirit Emperor residence had brought him great benefits. Not only had he perfected the sword art of massacre, he had also comprehended the 14 lives spiritual formation. Now that so many Dao treasures had appeared, he finally remembered that it had been a long time since he had given the god-slaying sword a good meal. "Daddy, let me do it." Let me do it. Seeing so many Tao treasures was like a starving person seeing delicious food. Little Skeleton was drooling and his green eyes were shining brightly. Long Chen held the god-slaying sword in his hand. From the beginning until now, he had yet to transform into his dragon form. Both sides had yet to display their strongest state, and were still in the midst of testing each other. However, when it came to a real fight, the outcome would be decided in a very short period of time. Although the power of the god-slaying sword was not surging, due to its nature, it was like a hungry wolf facing a fat elephant. Moreover, there was more than one elephant in front of it. Therefore, the outcome was not certain. Moreover, Long Chen could still use the ancestral dragon's mystique. For example, at this moment, his chaotic time reverse was still in control of the situation. Holy kill formation. A shrill voice could be heard. The 7 Tao treasures of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies linked together at this moment, forming a formation that trapped Long Chen in the middle. Every Tao treasure was flowing with divine power of rules. They were surging and majestic, forming a huge amount of murderous intent. The energy was tumbling, as though countless swords and sabers were surrounding Long Chen. At this moment, all the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies made their moves. Within the formation, their coordination was incomparably tight. They used divine power of rules and actually chose to engage in close combat with Long Chen. Within the formation, it was rather difficult to fight with 7 opponents face to face. The chaotic time reverse was also not easy to control at such a close distance. Although the 7 ladies looked beautiful, in reality, their attacks were ruthless. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds were all attacking Long Chen at the same time. Long Chen let out a long roar. The god-slaying sword exploded with the light of death. He used the 10,000 massacring sword art to fight against the 7 ladies. Such a violent and ferocious sword art was used to avoid these troublesome fellows. When facing a siege, the best way was, of course, to take them down one by one. Therefore, at this moment, after forcing the 7 ladies away, Long Chen swung the god-slaying sword in his hand and used the single sword-slaying god. This sword was fast and accurate. With the coordination of the chaotic time reverse, with a swoosh, one of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies' arms was severed. Her Tao treasure flew into the sky and was controlled by Long Chen with his strength. The Tao treasure turned into a Tao spirit. It was a giant ice bird, similar to the blizzard Kunpeng. Without a word, Long Chen pressed down on the Tao treasure and used the god-slaying sword art to execute the massacring sword art. Thousands of sword chi immediately bombarded the Tao spirit. Each attack was like a wild wolf tearing off a piece of flesh from an elephant. The 7 ultimate spiritual ladies were furious and attacked again. Don't be anxious. It will be your turn soon. Chapter 2469. From one Tao pattern to more than 800 Tao patterns, the god-slaying sword had gone through a series of metamorphoses. Just like Long Chen, it had reached its current realm through countless massacres. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for it to devour a Tao weapon that was much more powerful than it. All it needed was a certain amount of time. The god-slaying sword's greed would never stop. Now that Long Chen was using the chaotic time sky reverse to restrain the spiritualists, it looked as though the spiritualists were fleeing for their lives. However, in reality, he still had the upper hand. Under the chaotic time sky reverse, Long Chen manipulated time at will and the spiritualists were unable to control their speed and attacks. It was a mess. Taking advantage of the chaos, Long Chen wielded the god-slaying sword and fought against the masterless Tao weapon. It was a huge saber. The god-slaying sword hacked at the Tao spirit again and again, tearing off pieces of flesh from its body. I'm so full, so full. Little Skeleton cried out continuously, but he didn't stop. Under Long Chen's attacks and the spiritualists' encirclement, the holy kill formation was nothing. Finally, after 15 minutes of continuous fighting, the Tao weapon with more than 900 Tao patterns, which was even more nutritious than the oceanic pacifying needle, was completely devoured by the god-slaying sword. On the hilt of the god-slaying sword, new Tao patterns continued to form. After all, there were 900 Tao patterns. The god-slaying sword's power continued to grow, becoming more and more terrifying. The green color in little skeleton's eyes also increased. The destruction of a Tao weapon really infuriated the spiritualists. Previously, they could still maintain their noble and arrogant looks. Now, they were infuriated and their attacks were extremely ruthless. They were determined to kill Long Chen on the spot. If it was anyone else, they would also go mad with anger if they encountered an opponent who had been using the power of time to stall for time instead of fighting head-on. Although the spiritualists were angry, they had to admit that the divine text of rules was useless against Long Chen. After completely digesting the Tao weapon, Long Chen and the god-slaying sword revealed a cold smile. Now that the god-slaying sword was even more powerful, it was easier to devour. With so many delicacies before them, how could they let go of them? Swoosh. Borrowing the time control of the chaotic time reverse, Long Chen instantly appeared beside a woman. He faced his opponent head-on. His opponent was also using a sword. Divine runes flickered on her sword, forming an absolute suppression. This woman displayed the beauty of her sword dance to the extreme. She was extremely beautiful, and the faintly discernible snow-white skin on her body was also something that could affect one's will. The majesty and allure of a god combined together made it hard for one to breathe. Hell's Eye. She had assumed that she had managed to pin down Long Chen. After all, the other sisters were about to arrive as well. However, Long Chen had suddenly made his move. That Hell's Eye was also a transcendent power, and it was actually able to affect the will of the godly spirit. Slaying a god with one strike. These were the two strongest moves of the god-slaying sword. Long Chen repeated the same trick and severed the woman's arm with one strike. At the same time, he used the Eye of Hell to pierce through her throat and snatched the sword from her hand. You deserve to die for provoking the divine might. Injuring a god will result in eternal calamity. Even if you die 10,000 times, you won't be forgiven. Hurry up and stop. If you don't surrender, you will regret it for the rest of your life. You have violated a great taboo. Even death will not be enough to make up for your mistake. Seeing that Long Chen was like a loach and had teleported far away by manipulating time, the remaining 5 spiritual ladies of the 7 absolutes chased after him with all their might. At the same time, they started cursing loudly. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they no longer looked noble and proud. Instead, they looked flustered and exasperated. The other 2 were still recovering, especially the woman whose neck had been pierced by Long Chen. The deathly sword chi of the god-slaying sword had entered her body. She still needed some time to recover. Swoosh swoosh. Long Chen couldn't be bothered to listen to anything they were saying. This was just a small revenge of his. He believed that Ling Huang, who had thought that Long Chen couldn't possibly be a match for these women, must be looking terrible right now. Long Chen wasn't an ordinary dragon martial artist. As a dragon martial artist and rules of order, he could deal fatal damage to other martial artists. However, it wasn't obvious to him. This was something that even Ling Huang found unbelievable. The second Tao weapon shattered under the devouring of the god-slaying sword. At this moment, the god-slaying sword had surpassed 900 Tao patterns in one go and reached the peak again. The green in little skeleton's eyes became even more intense, and his lethality had become even more terrifying. Is this sword the legendary god-slaying sword that can slay gods? At this moment, Ling Huang's extremely shocked tone could be heard. In the dark, he could easily see the Tao patterns of the god-slaying sword on Long Chen's god-slaying sword. He could feel that the god-slaying sword was becoming stronger. At this moment, Long Chen was no longer afraid that others would guess it. The god-slaying sword was indeed a treasure. However, there was no one who could snatch the god-slaying sword from Long Chen's hands now. At this moment, the god-slaying sword was qualified to clash head-on with these Tao weapons. Long Chen knew that this false god would eventually learn his lesson and put away his Tao weapons. Long Chen wanted to make use of this opportunity to kill as many Tao weapons as he could before that happened. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity to do so. For the third time, he used the same trick and was still successful. The chaotic sea of time and god-slaying sword rendered the holy kill formation completely useless. The god-slaying sword's Tao patterns soared to 920. He was gradually approaching the limit and reaching the level of an unbounded Tao weapon. Long Chen's current wish was to make the god-slaying sword an unbounded Tao weapon. For the fourth time, the false gods had not learned their lesson yet, and Long Chen reluctantly chose a battle halberd with 940 Tao patterns. This time, there was no need for him to snatch it from the false god's hands. After fighting for a period of time, the god-slaying sword broke the false god's halberd and devoured it. At this point, it had grown to more than 930 Tao patterns. Without an unbounded Tao weapon, there is no way it can become a new unbounded Tao weapon. Long Chen knew that this would be the case. Therefore, he was not anxious. But at this moment, the god-slaying sword had undoubtedly become a Tao weapon killer. In this short battle, although Long Chen had injured the other party a few times, he had once again destroyed two of the other party's Tao weapons. In the end, the god-slaying sword's Tao patterns stopped at 945. It had reached its limit. Among the 7 ultimate angels, only the girl who was wielding the green ribbon was left with a bow and arrow. At this moment, she kept her bow and arrow. Perhaps she knew that at this level, she was no longer able to deal with Long Chen. Now, the 7 ultimate angels had stopped attacking and gathered together to heal each other. Very soon, they were more or less recovered. However, compared to before, they were in a sorry state. They were even more terrifying now. Now that 6 Tao weapons had been destroyed, it was a great humiliation to them. If before, they had only wanted to beat up Long Chen, now they wanted to use the cruelest method to kill Long Chen. As expected of living beings related to the real gods. Even at this moment, they could still display even more terrifying power. They were like bottomless pits, constantly releasing killing intent. The 7 of them were already close to each other, and their bodies shone with a majestic light. God-slaying sword. How enviable. Now that they are really serious, you are finished. After this, the god-slaying sword will belong to me. At this moment, Ling Huang appeared on the left, revealing an elegant smile. Long Chen frowned slightly. As expected, the strength of the 7 fake gods had increased by quite a lot. In this situation, they might use even more terrifying methods. It seemed like he had to end this battle quickly. I knew you wouldn't believe me, but they'll give you a surprise. Of course, I'm really surprised that you've persisted to this extent. What I'm most puzzled about now is how exactly did you manage to make the terrifying nomological power so boring to you? Ling Huang kept talking. His voice was like a fly flapping its wings in Long Chen's ears. It was extremely disgusting. Can you shut your mouth? It won't be too late to talk about this after I am defeated. Long Chen looked at him coldly. As expected, Ling Huang's eyes were still filled with contempt. He was still looking down on him. Long Chen was a little anxious. In fact, the most important mission of this trip was to break through to the late-stage 7 astral tribulation. Only then would he have the power to fight against Ling Huang. However, it was obvious that he had not completed it yet. Therefore, the outcome of the 2 bets was still a huge challenge in question. At that moment, the bodies of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies began to undergo an inexplicable change. The 7 of them began to fuse and expand. Each of their bodies burned with a different color of flame. The 7 colored flames fused together to form the 7 colored flame. The 7 colored flame continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it had reached a height of thousands of meters. Its power had also increased to an extremely frightening level. Within the 7 colored flame were densely packed divine characters. The ancient characters within the seven-colored flame took the form of tens of thousands of diagrams. They kept changing, generating a boundless power. A good show is about to start. Ling Huang couldn't help but laugh. He didn't expect that the seven ladies would fuse together. Be it divine might or power, they had increased by more than 10 times. Within the seven-colored flame, Long Chen saw an incomparably huge body. Perhaps it was because the seven ladies had fused into one body and turned into a giant. The huge body had endless divine might. Before it had fully appeared, it had already completely suppressed the current Long Chen. It was like a real god. Now, Long Chen couldn't move. If this seven ultimate goddess succeeds in forming an even stronger form, I'm afraid I will definitely be defeated. If it wasn't for the fact that the nomological power that they were most proficient in didn't have much effect on him, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Long Chen knew that he had to end the battle quickly. He even had to defeat them before they could attack. He kept the god-slaying sword and instantly transformed into a dragon. The ancient blood spiritual dragon's body was equally huge. It met the seven-colored flame giant in the air. The other party's divine might was still boundless, full of intimidation and oppression. Chapter 2470. Ling Huang was eyeing Long Chen covetously. He wanted to win the bet and take away his god-slaying sword after Long Chen was defeated. He was the one who understood the seven ultimate spiritual ladies the best. He knew how terrifying they would be when they were truly enraged and fused as one. For example, the seven-colored fire had turned into countless burning characters. Billions of divine characters formed a dense formation that surrounded Long Chen completely. Even if he had the Sea of Chaotic Times, he would have nowhere to escape. The burning divine characters were actually the rules of God. Even if the rules could not completely suppress Long Chen, they could still injure or even kill him. Another crisis. And it was right under the nose of the Spirit Emperor. To be honest, Ling Huang was indeed a shameless person. He was also the person that Long Chen wanted to defeat the most. This was his goal in coming to the spiritual residence, and he was already very close to this guy. All the more he could not afford to lose. If he waited for the seven ultimate spiritual ladies to come and restrain him, it would be too late. After Long Chen transformed into a divine dragon, he attacked right in front of Ling Huang. However, what he did this time was beyond Ling Huang's expectations. This was also the first time Long Chen had fought seriously since the start of the battle. To be honest, there was a huge difference between the mystiques used in human form and the divine dragon form. For example, he had transformed into a Tai Chi spiritual dragon. A mystical dragon with 15 dragon heads was born in this world. Although it was still young, its domineering aura and majesty were already comparable to that of a god. Long Chen went from a weak state to a state where he could crush the false god. The 15 dragon heads that were swimming up and down all glanced coldly at the Spirit Emperor before staring at the seven ultimate spiritual lady. What kind of dragon is this? Ling Huang was a little dazed as he muttered to himself. Long Chen moved quickly. This time, among the 15 dragon heads, other than the life dragon head in the middle, the eyes of the other dragon heads lit up, forming a living formation. The 14 lives formation appeared at the same time. This was the 14 lives formation in the form of a divine dragon. Back in the Dead Souls Cave, Long Chen had only used it in human form. There were a total of 28 formations, 14 in the sky and 14 on the ground. They stretched for millions of kilometers, and everything was under their control. The 14 lifeforms formations coverage exceeded that of the false god's millions and millions of divine characters. It completely controlled the seven ultimate spiritual maidens' killing intent. Convert. The 14 lives formation was adept at turning the opponent's power into its own. Those billions of divine characters were transformed by the 14 lives spirit formation. They were majestic rules, but they were actually reversed by the ancestral dragon's divine ability. They were gradually broken down and dissipated. Long Chen had easily turned his opponent's attack into nothingness. Then, he used his own strength to control it and form a new power. A total of 14 majestic forces of nature converged together and reversed the seven-colored fire of the spiritual Lady of Seven Absolutes. In a split second, an incomparably huge momentum was created. Even the broken rainbow bridge crashed into the giant's body and directly sent it flying. It was not that the seven ultimate spiritual lady did not want to resist, but Long Chen was controlling the chaotic temporal sea at the same time, greatly restricting their movements. The transformation of the 14 lives formation could only be described as heaven-defying. Just as the seven ultimate spiritual lady was confused about losing control of her attack, Long Chen used the 14 lives formation to complete the transformation. He combined his own power with the opponent's power and struck the seven ultimate spiritual lady. The seven ultimate spiritual ladies had boundless divine might, but under the suppression of Long Chen's mystique, they could not display it. Just like their Tao treasures, they were completely restrained by Long Chen and swallowed by the god-slaying sword before they could display their power. The power of this move was simply indescribable. It caused Zhou Linghuang to be unable to react for a moment. Before this, he had never thought that Long Chen would be able to defeat the seven ultimate spiritual ladies' fusion state so easily. Even he had to fight to the death to get through that state. Even if Long Chen could ignore the suppression of the rules, was he really that strong? The battle was not over, and Long Chen soon gave Ling Huang the answer. When the attack of the 14 lives formation was completed, Long Chen reunited again. The Tai Chi spiritual dragon transformed into a blood arrow and rushed to the head of the seven ultimate spiritual lady, who had been hit. At this time, the primordial blood spirit dragon reappeared. The three newly awakened mystiques were used to their fullest by Long Chen. What appeared in the form of the primordial blood spirit dragon was naturally the most lethal death realm dragon gate. The head and tail of the primordial blood spirit dragon were connected. The death realm dragon gate appeared in the clouds, and the aura of death filled the air. The entire world turned red in an instant, and everything was under Long Chen's control. The aura of death was far more intimidating than the eye of hell, and the martial artists who were within the range of the aura of death would be greatly affected. They would easily panic and be unable to display their normal strength. The seven ultimate spiritual lady, who had just fused, was completely suppressed by the 14 lives formation. She was instantly seriously injured. At this time, it was naturally difficult for her to maintain her noble appearance. The fused seven ultimate spiritual lady looked extremely wretched. Just as she was retreating in a hurry, trying to recover, the Death Realm Dragon Gate above her head opened, and the incomparably huge Death Realm Dragon Claw reached out from the Death Realm Dragon Gate. Chaotic time reversal. Long Chen's control of time had reached the pinnacle. Otherwise, the Death Realm Dragon Claw would not have succeeded. Long Chen slightly controlled time, and the time above the seven ultimate spiritual ladies' head and feet changed greatly. The seven ultimate spiritual lady seemed to have fallen into a swamp, and in a panic, the Death Realm Dragon Claw grabbed her head. Rip. The huge head was burned by the seven-colored flame, and was pulled up by the Death Realm Dragon Claw. The huge body fell down, turned into flames, and dissipated in the air. Only the head was still screaming horribly. Obviously, the core of the seven women was here. This was a crisis of death. The fake god knew it, and so did Ling Huang. Stop. It was not the appointed time yet. For the sake of the bet, it was not convenient for Ling Huang to make a move, but he still chose to stop Long Chen. He had a premonition that if Long Chen succeeded this time, he would definitely kill the seven ultimate spiritual ladies. The seven ultimate spiritual ladies of Spirit Zun residence had never died before, and Ling Huang was not sure if there would be a new fake god in the coffin if they died. But at this time, how could Long Chen listen to him? Long Chen sneered. He actually did not want to kill them. With the uniqueness of Spirit Zun residence, Long Chen guessed that they would definitely be reborn, just like puppets. Therefore, after Long Chen opened the Death Realm Dragon Gate, he directly pulled the seven ultimate spiritual ladies into the Death Realm while they were struggling and screaming, and then the Death Realm Dragon Gate closed. Boom. When the last sound was heard, everything became quiet. As soon as the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies entered the Death Realm, everything disappeared. Long Chen turned back into his human form, safe and sound, and returned to the Rainbow Bridge from the sky. At this time, Ling Huang was still staring at Long Chen with his eyes wide open. As an ancient emperor, he had great majesty. At this time, he was glaring at Long Chen, but Long Chen would not be frightened by this kind of aura. Where did you take them? Ling Huang found that he had completely lost contact with the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies. Another world. Long Chen said lightly. Such a conversation was undoubtedly filled with the smell of gunpowder. From the beginning, the Spirit Emperor had been in control of the entire situation. Even when Long Chen had defeated the Spirit Puppet Divine Servant, he had been very relaxed. He had even told the results to the people outside, giving them a little bit of hope. But now, it seemed that from the Dead Soul's Cave onwards, Long Chen had already broken away from his control, and his dignity as the Spirit Emperor was gradually being eroded. If the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies did not appear in the future, and disappeared forever, then Ling Huang's sin would be great. There was no way to be sure now. Ling Huang clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, Long Chen, I warn you, if you push me too hard, you won't get any benefits. I don't want our relationship to deteriorate to a state of irreconcilable enmity. Consider it as a favor to Long Qinglan. Long Chen laughed involuntarily and said, You are so naive. From the beginning of the 2 bets, it has been an irreconcilable enmity between us. Do you think I can still get along with you in the future? I am not my father. If I win in the end, you must keep your promise. Anyway, in the future, there will be nothing for you, Ling Huang, in this world. Ling Huang narrowed his eyes. Long Chen did not lie. He came here determined to defeat Ling Huang. There could only be one strongest person in this world. I, Ling Huang, just want to give your child a good fortune. Do you have to do this? Ling Huang said coldly. Long Chen said, So, you should not threaten me with something like the lost spiritual formation. That is my bottom line. You have violated my bottom line. Don't you understand the meaning of my second bet? Between us, it is an irreconcilable enmity between us. The Spirit Emperor was silent for a moment, then said, So that's how it is. Looks like I have to treat it more seriously. You're right, so no matter what you do in the Spirit Residence, it's your freedom. However, there's only one place left in the Spirit Residence, so I'll wait for you behind the Spirit Palace. Alright, then don't waste time. Long Chen waved his hand and said. Spirit Emperors were still powerful, and he was still a bit lacking. Only the Spirit Emperor Heavenly Palace was left. Long Chen still didn't know if he could complete the most crucial transformation, but he didn't want to give up. He had already challenged a large part of it, and he had succeeded. His hatred for Ling Huang could only be released in the final battle. It had been suppressed for a long time. Of course, he still needed to break through the spiritual palace. Chapter 2471. The Will of a True God of a Spiritual Lord. Having seen primeval trolls will doppelganger, Long Chen naturally knew how terrifying it was. After all, a spiritual lord was many times stronger than a primeval troll. Back then, the primeval trolls will doppelganger had relied on Long Chen, all the peak experts, Yang Yu, and Lingxi's Earth Vein Heavenly Dragon formation to defeat it and absorb it. But now, if what Ling Huang said was true, then Long Chen had to face a disaster that was even more terrifying than a primeval trolls will doppelganger alone. Ling Huang was right. Long Chen had defeated the spiritual puppet divine servants and the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies, and it was only in the deepest part of the spiritual lord residence that he encountered a truly difficult disaster. The difficulty of the spiritual lord heavenly palace must be very high, and the possibility of Long Chen passing through it was very low. The difficulty of the spiritual lord residence was very high. If Long Chen hadn't been lucky and had the ancestral dragon's inheritance, it would have been almost impossible for him to pass through it by relying on his own strength. The previous few dangers were indeed a little easier for him. To be honest, the challenge of the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies was even easier than the Dead Soul's Cave, but the difficulty of the Spiritual Lord Heavenly Palace was almost 10 times higher. So, hearing what Ling Huang said, Lingxi, who was in the Divine Kingdom, couldn't help but become nervous, and she even gasped. Even Kitten, who was usually careless, was silent at this time. To be honest, excluding a miracle, the possibility of Long Chen defeating the Spiritual Lord's Will doppelganger, which was even more terrifying than a primeval troll's Will doppelganger, was almost zero. That was why Ling Huang said in a matter-of-fact tone, "It would be a good thing if you could understand the horror of the last part. To be honest, it's already a miracle that you could make it here, but facing the Will doppelganger of my God, I can't control your life or death. If you were killed in there, I couldn't stop it either. You'd better think twice here. It's not easy for you to have the strength you have today, and even I admire it. You're still young, and it's not worth it to die here for a moment of anger." After a pause, he continued, "This is your last chance to admit defeat. Otherwise, you won't have this chance after entering the Spiritual Lord Heavenly Palace. I'll also give you a chance. If you admit defeat now, I promise you that when my child is 1,000 years old, I'll tell him that his parents are you." Long Chen couldn't help laughing, and said, "Don't joke around. You've trained him for 1,000 years, and he's been instilled with the ideas of you, Ling Huang. Even if he knows who his parents are, it won't be of any use to him." In fact, Ling Huang still didn't believe that he could surpass Long Qinglan, and it wouldn't even take 1,000 years. Long Chen was clear that with his current 4 ancestral dragons' inheritance, he would be able to completely crush Ling Huang within a year, and his child wouldn't even be born by then. Of course, he could admit defeat for now, and leave with Lingxi after he defeated Ling Huang. But the problem was that he didn't want to lose even for a moment. Moreover, the matter of the demon star was imminent, and Long Chen didn't have the time to be entangled with Ling Huang here. This was an extremely selfish person, or in his eyes, there was only himself. Long Chen didn't need to respond to him. He directly stepped towards the end of the Rainbow Bridge, using this to prove his attitude. His footsteps were incomparably firm, and he wouldn't be affected by Ling Huang's words at all. Since the rise of the Eternal Dragon Emperor, this world was no longer the era of Ling Huang. Although it was much earlier now, Long Chen couldn't wait to drive this old guy off the altar. In front of him was an illusory palace within the clouds. It was shrouded in colorful mist and emitted an oppressive light. This palace wasn't big and was built in the primordial era. There were many symbols that only existed in the primordial era. Although it had been through countless years, it still looked brand new. Compared to Long Qinglan, he is indeed too bold. This is an advantage, but also a disadvantage, and also the cause of death. Ling Huang was very resentful. He snorted coldly and gradually disappeared. Whether Long Chen could pass the residence of spiritual supremacy depended on this last time. If he passed, Ling Huang's plan of inheritance would be ruined. But in fact, Ling Huang wasn't worried at all. He had roughly figured out Long Chen's strength, and there was still a long way to go before he could defeat the true God's will of the spiritual supremacy. At the same time, the people outside hadn't heard any news from Long Chen for a long time. After the end of the 3rd test, Ling Huang hadn't appeared again. The people who were at ease before became nervous again as time went by. Could it be that Long Chen died in the 4th test? Normally, the further you go in the residence of spiritual supremacy, the more difficult it is. It's normal for the 4th test to be several times more difficult than the 3rd. If he barely passed the 3rd test, it's normal for him to die in the 4th test. Doesn't that mean that Long Chen lost the first bet, and his child will be given to Ling Huang, so that Ling Huang can raise it alone? The Grand Demon Lord, the Holy Sorcerer, and the Sea Emperor were more here to watch the show. The human experts couldn't tolerate Long Chen losing, so they were contacting other top experts to put pressure on the spirit tribe. Yang Yu was prepared. If Ling Huang could hide in the residence of spiritual supremacy for the rest of his life, Yang Yu and the others wouldn't be able to do anything to him, but the spirit tribe outside would definitely suffer. Yang Yu had always been a lawless person. If you provoked her, she would break into the residence of spiritual supremacy, or slaughter the spirit tribe. In any case, she would force Ling Huang to come out. Of course, she still hoped that Long Chen could accomplish all of this himself. She knew that Long Chen had made up his mind for this challenge. While almost everyone was making guesses and had a bad premonition in their hearts, Long Chen had already entered the Spirit Elder Heavenly Palace and arrived at the most dangerous place. The Heavenly Palace of Spiritual Supremacy was like a temple. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped in, Long Chen felt a sense of awe and fear. This strong feeling was 100 times more dignified and heavy than what the 7 ultimate spiritual ladies had given him. This was the true will of a god. Compared to the will of a fake god, it was like heaven and earth. After that, his eyes saw the whole world inside the Heavenly Palace of Spiritual Supremacy. The inside was at least 100 times bigger than the outside. It was boundless and spacious, like a big world. In front of Long Chen was a light golden passageway, which was not very wide. It was formed by floating divine stones. It led to the depths of the Heavenly Palace of Spiritual Supremacy. Presumably, Ling Huang's will of a true god was in the deepest part of this place. At the bottom of the passageway was a multicolored mist. Long Chen sensed that there was something down there. His gaze pierced through the layers of mist, and he discovered that there was actually a picture below. The picture was as big as the entire Spiritual Elder Heavenly Palace was. On the picture, there were countless vivid and lifelike little people. Although they were very small, and their heights were not even a centimeter, each one of them was different. Moreover, they were vivid and lifelike, as if each of the people in the picture was a real living being. As Long Chen moved forward, he looked around. The picture under his feet was still densely packed with people. Everyone seemed to be alive, and some were even looking at him with curious eyes. Judging from their appearances, these people were all from the spirit race. There were the Holy Spirit race, the Dark Spirit race, the Flower Spirit race, the Tree Spirit race, and so on. Every single one of them seemed to be alive. They were even talking and moving about. It was very strange. After all, this was just a painting. Long Chen did a rough calculation. According to the area of the Heavenly Palace of Spiritual Supremacy, there were about 2 billion living beings in the picture. This number was about the same as the current number of the entire spirit race. What is this? Lingxi was also very confused. She understood the spirit race very well, but this picture was a little too strange. Kitten was even more clueless. Only Shi Jiangling was startled. She said, "It seems to be the legendary spirit race. The picture of all beings. Impossible, how could such a thing exist in this world?" It was obvious that she was very shocked. What are the details? Long Chen couldn't help but ask. Shi Jiangling said, "To the people of the Spirit Clan, this is a baseless legend. It is said that the Spirit Clan itself does not exist in this world. It was the 2 ancestral gods, Venerable Spirit and Mistress Su, who came to this world with a copy of the Picture of Life. All of the Spirit Clan came out of the Picture of Life and then reproduced in this world. The Picture of Life is closely connected to the Spirit Clan. When we die, our souls will be retrieved by the Picture of Life. When we are born, the Picture of Life will bestow a new soul and record it in the Picture of Life. It is said that as long as we have the Picture of Life, we can bring all of the Spirit Clan back to the Picture of Life. Tightly connected." Long Chen took note of the phrase. Shi Jiangling was talking about a legend, but in Long Chen's opinion, it was very likely the origin of the spirit race. After all, the legend said that the spirit race had suddenly appeared in the immortal god realm. He studied the picture of all beings closely, and found that the back of the picture seemed to be connected to the outside world. There seemed to be countless threads extending outwards, one of which was connected to Shi Jiangling. On the front of the picture, there were countless threads that converged into the depths of the Spirit Sovereign's heavenly palace. The countless threads left Long Chen in a daze. He remembered that every time he ascended the dragon's stairway of inheritance, he would be connected to tens of billions of lives on the draconic sacrificial continent. Even now, those trillions of lives were still connected to Long Chen. As long as he focused, he could sense the living conditions of countless people. He could see Yang Lingqing, Feng Jilin, and even converse with them. Unfortunately, Long Chen hadn't done so yet. After all, he had a lot of questions about the matter. It was as if they were a part of him. Chapter 2472. That's impossible. The illustration of all living beings is something that only exists in myths and legends. How could it appear under our feet? Even if it exists, such an important thing should be accompanied by a real spiritual venerable. It can't be here. Shi Jiangling still shook her head. At least, she didn't believe it. Apart from Long Chen, they couldn't see the thin line that connected all living beings, so Shi Jiangling didn't believe it. If Shi Jiangling isn't wrong, then this should be the illustration of all living beings. Ling Huang should also know of its existence, but I don't think he has a deep understanding of it. After all, he hasn't reached the spiritual realm yet. But this illustration of all living beings, what does it do? For example, the people of the entire dragon sacrificial continent were now invisibly connected to him. Long Chen was like a god in front of them. Long Chen could sense everything about them, but that was all. At least up until now, Long Chen hadn't been able to control their lives from billions of miles away, nor had he brought Long Chen any other gains. This kind of thing had already surpassed the extent of his current understanding, and no one would be able to give him an answer for the time being. Next, he followed the thin line that extended from the front of the illustration of all living beings and continued forward. Hey, are you really not afraid? You'll be facing the supreme spiritual god of my spirit race later. You'll die. Shi Jiangling couldn't help but say. Long Chen didn't answer, but Lingxi smiled and said, there are some things that you can't choose. You can only face it bravely. If the spiritual gods exist only to kill mortals, then we don't need to respect them. To be honest, the entire spirit race had long lost faith in the spiritual gods. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been wiped out, and Shi Jiangling was the only one left. Upon hearing Ling Xi's words, Shi Jiangling fell silent. After experiencing the fortuitous encounters of the past few days, she could be considered to have become familiar with Long Chen. This calm and courageous youth had many qualities that could intoxicate others, causing Shi Jiangling to admire him more and more. He was so young, but he was almost the fourth person in 1,000,000 years to pass through the spiritual residence. Long Chen's entire being was focused forward, and the further he went, the scarier the godly presence became. Long Chen had the same feeling he had when he first encountered primeval Troll's will avatar. Back then, he had been very weak, and so his mind had been suppressed by the will of the other. Now that he had devoured primeval Troll's will, he was still suppressed by Ling Huang's will. Today was definitely going to be a fierce battle that could very well result in death. At the end of the path, Long Chen saw a huge altar. On top of that altar, there was the thing that Long Chen was going to challenge. It was the statue of the venerable spirit. Sure enough, all the 2 billion threads of the painting of all living beings were connected to this statue. Long Chen had actually seen the statue of Di Jun in the Di Jun Divine City. That statue was later destroyed by the Dragon Emperor, but at that time, Long Chen had entered the interior of the statue, and it was as if he had seen the real Di Jun, the real #1 powerhouse of the immemorial era of the human race, the overlord of the spiritual gods who ruled over the world. The venerable spirit was rumored to be not much different from Di Jun. Today, after seeing the statue, Long Chen was clear that in the immemorial era, the venerable spirit was definitely a figure comparable to Di Jun, or perhaps even stronger. This statue was the carving of the venerable spirit. The statue was only a few hundred meters tall, but it was very exquisite and detailed, to the point that every inch of it was detailed. The whole thing was vivid and lifelike, and there was not much difference between it and a real person. This was an image that shocked Long Chen. From the statue, the venerable spirit was an incomparably handsome man, and he was the most perfect man from head to toe. Di Jun was wearing a golden armor, while the venerable spirit was wearing a rainbow-colored armor. His silver-white hair was fluttering in the wind, constantly changing. Every strand of his hair was like a galaxy, very small, but it gave people a feeling of boundless magnificence. On top of the venerable spirit's head, there were 9 layers of rainbows, forming 9 rings. The most special thing was on his back. From top to bottom, there were a total of 9 pairs of 18 wings, 8 on the left and 8 on the right, with different colors, and contained different powers. According to the legends, the venerable spirit was the immemorial god who had mastered the most rules, and what he had learned was very complicated. Now, it was reflected in the unfolded wings on his back. What made Long Chen realize the most about the god's power was that every feather on these 18 wings was like a Dao weapon, and every feather had densely packed Dao patterns. Long Chen found that there were 999 Dao patterns at first glance. He was very shocked, and thought that he had seen it wrong. He did not expect that after carefully counting the feathers, there would still be 999 Dao patterns, which made it difficult for him to calm down. Although it was a statue in front of him, and the Dao patterns were not real, but this statue was definitely based on the real body of the venerable spirit. Obviously, the real body of the venerable spirit was wearing a rainbow-colored armor, had hair like a galaxy, and had 18 wings. Among the 18 wings, every feather was less than the size of a palm, and there were 999 Dao weapons, which were the most powerful Dao weapons, and the most perfect Dao weapons. These 18 wings had more than hundreds of thousands of feathers. A real spiritual venerable's 18 wings alone were hundreds of thousands of the most perfect Dao weapons, and if so many Dao weapons were gathered together and released their power together, it would be hard to imagine the effect. If Di Jun was a tyrannical divine emperor, then the spiritual venerable would be a natural and holy divine emperor. A divine emperor. Even Di Jun would not be able to intimidate Long Chen with just a statue. Of course, it might be because the all lives diagram was connected to the statue. Why are his eyes closed? This was the only thing that was not in harmony with the statue. Ling Shi said, I've read some records. The spirit venerable's left eye is named Flood, and his right eye is named Desolate. Once he opens his eyes, he can turn the world into an immemorial desolate world, and everything will return to the primal chaos. That's why his eyes are usually closed when he isn't fighting. It seems like these ancient gods have many tricks. It is really hard to imagine how powerful they were in the past, and where they are now. Long Chen said calmly. He did not stop, but kept approaching the spiritual venerable statue. The statue was relatively stable at the moment, but Long Chen knew that as he moved forward, the spiritual venerables clone would show up. Ling Huang might be looking at him now. This is the only place left in the spiritual house. As long as I can get through this safely, my child will be safe, and Lingxi's lost spiritual formation can be removed, and I can have the final fight with Ling Huang. There were countless reasons for Long Chen to grit his teeth and use his strongest strength and calmest attitude to fight with his life on the line. His blood was boiling and he had already made 10,000 preparations. From the moment he had opened the first layer of the 10,000-layer spirit array, he had been waiting for this day to come. And today had finally come. This was the fated fight that he had been longing for, and even dreaming of, to complete. It was Ling Huang who had forced him to this stage. Long Chen was very grateful to him, for he had given him a chance to fight to the death, to risk his life, and to transform. When he was only 500 meters away from the spiritual venerable statue, he stepped into its range. Then he felt that something had started to wake up, and the most terrifying disaster had come. He stopped, and was completely ready for battle. Now, there was already the god-slaying sword with 945 Dao patterns accompanying him. In its human form, the god-slaying sword was an existence that could slay gods. The blade was sharp, and the god-slaying will was in a constant state. Rumble. All of a sudden, the venerable spirit statue let out a tremor. At this moment, there was a loud rumbling sound. Sure enough, there was something awakening in the statue. At this moment, the statue's eyes opened, revealing two eyes that were like two huge planets. The left one was brown, and the flood on it was monstrous. The right one was black, and there was chaos on it. The eyes were like stars. This was the description of the spiritual venerable. This pair of eyes was really frightening. They were infinitely magnified in front of Long Chen's eyes, as if they were two different worlds. At the same time, the distant, mysterious voice that could make one's soul tremble came. I am the spiritual venerable God. You are not my people, but you can still surrender to me. I will take you into the divine picture of all lives, and you will contribute the wish power of all lives to me. I can protect you for the rest of your life. This sentence came from a distant place, and finally arrived in front of them. It was incomparably solemn, causing people to feel awe and veneration. Their hearts were filled with boundless holiness, and they wanted nothing more than to kneel and submit. However, Long Chen could sense that this was a spiritual attack. Those with weak minds would be easily subdued, and they would do as the statue said. If Long Chen absorbed the will clone of primeval troll, he might not even be able to pass the first stage. At this moment, a thin line suddenly extended from the spiritual venerable statue, and it went towards Long Chen. This is the divine path of the wish power. From now on, you are the people of my spiritual venerable God, and you will receive my protection. You only need to believe in me. That white, misty, thin line was aimed at the space between Long Chen's eyebrows. Under the spiritual venerable statue's tremendous will, ordinary people would have already kneeled down on the ground, and they would have been worshipping it. Now, there were all kinds of spiritual wills attacking it, which made Long Chen frown. He knew that after his next move, the spiritual venerable's will clone would definitely be furious. That would be the beginning of the battle. His eyes were cold, and the three people in the God Nation couldn't help but hold their breaths. Just when the thin line was in front of Long Chen slashed sideways, and used the God-slaying sword to cut the thin line into two. After it was cut, the thin line disappeared completely, and the eyes of the statue of the god lit up a little. Indistinctly, Long Chen could already feel the anger of the spiritual venerable. The thing that was hidden in the statue of the god was originally only slightly awake, but at this moment, it had completely awakened. Its awakening was accompanied by the shining of the statue of the god. The colorful armor gave off a colorful light, and it was extremely dazzling. The 9-layered rainbow behind its head also shone, and the 18 wings became even more vivid, and even the patterns on them started to shine. Buzz! A bright shadow rushed out of the statue of the god, and condensed into a solid body. Chapter 2473. The shining divine object in front of him was no different from the god in Long Chen's imagination. Colorful divine armor, 9 layers of rainbows, long silver hair like the Milky Way, eyes like giant stars. One of them was like a flood, the other was like a chaotic darkness. 18 wings spread out, shining with all kinds of colors. Each feather was a limitless Taoist artifact with 999 Taoist patterns. Although it was just a spiritual venerables will clone, it was still a crushing defeat for Long Chen when it just appeared. It was too powerful, much more powerful than primeval troll's will doppelganger. Primeval troll's will doppelganger could be torn apart by the spiritual master's will. Only 3 people had passed the spiritual master's residence in the past million years. It was not a joke. Many people with great confidence had died in the heavenly palace of the spiritual master. No one knew how Long Qinglan had passed the test. Judging from the strength Long Chen had shown, there was still a gap between him and the opponent in front of him. That was why Ling Huang didn't think he could win. Seeing such an opponent, Long Chen was a little shaken. At this moment, he was fighting with the god in his heart. No matter how determined he was still under pressure. Moreover, the opponent was so terrifying. Now, the spiritual master's will doppelganger opened its eyes. 2 beams of light changed the whole world. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was standing in the untainted land. He had lost all contact with the outside world. The only thing he could see clearly was the opponent in front of him, who looked like a real god. The doppelganger stood in front of Long Chen and shouted in a deep voice, "Mortal, how dare you break into the heavenly palace of the spiritual master? You should be killed." After saying that, the doppelganger took action directly. It broke through everything and turned into a beam of light, rushing into Long Chen's sea of consciousness. It was a doppelganger, not a real entity. It was best at fighting in the spiritual world. That was why it made such a choice. In this way, Long Chen couldn't fight back as much. In his sea of consciousness, he could only use the magic of the void dragon, which couldn't stop the spiritual master. Long Chen didn't expect to be in such a desperate situation at the beginning. When he fought with Primeval Troll's doppelganger, he thought it would be the same this time. He didn't expect the doppelganger to enter his sea of consciousness directly. Long Chen couldn't resist that speed. It was just the beginning. At such a critical moment, Ling Huang was also paying attention to what was going on here. When he saw the spiritual master's doppelganger enter Long Chen's body, he couldn't help but sneer. He said to himself, "This is the consequence of not listening to my advice. It's good to be brave, but if you want to die, no one can save you. You were lucky to get through the previous difficulties, but now you don't have good luck. Death is the only ending." He wasn't afraid of killing Long Chen, but he was afraid that the spiritual master's inheritance would be cut off. As for the spirit clan outside, the demon star had arrived, and the world was in chaos. Ling Huang couldn't care less about them. Besides, he had the all-living beings picture. Even if the spirit clan was exterminated, it wouldn't matter. Seeing that the young man was finally judged by the spiritual master, he was extremely excited. In such a short time, he knew that it was enough time for the spiritual master's doppelganger to tear Long Chen's primordial spirit into pieces. You asked for it. So what if you rose too fast? Long Qinglan died early, and so did you. It's all because you and your father were too good at fighting and didn't want to admit defeat. If you had admitted defeat earlier, you wouldn't have died without a way out. In the end, I, the spiritual master's inheritance, will still be the strongest in the world. He didn't expect that Long Chen's death would make him so happy and excited. He felt as if a big stone had been lifted from his heart. When I was young, I seemed to have great ambitions. Now, it's all gone. The demon star's crisis is inevitable. As long as I stay in the spiritual master's residence, even the primeval troll can't do anything to me. When the time comes, I'll bring the elites of the spirit clan in. As for the human clan, the sea clan, the wizard clan, and the demon clan, I'll let them die. His plan was to bring some people in as soon as this was over. As for the other spirit clan members who weren't elites, Ling Huang didn't care whether they lived or died. The catastrophe is coming. Only the elites of the spirit clan can survive forever. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. In the untainted land, Long Chen was trapped in it. The spiritual master's doppelganger was much stronger than he had expected. In the blink of an eye, that godlike existence appeared in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. He waved his hand casually, and Long Chen had a splitting headache. The fog in his sea of consciousness gradually dissipated. The primordial spirit of the cosmic dragon came from the depths and met the spiritual master's doppelganger. At this time, Long Chen had to force it out. It would be easier for him to fight outside his body. With a dragon as the primordial spirit, how could there still be such a scene after the primitive age? After seeing the cosmic dragon, the spiritual master was stunned for a while, which gave Long Chen enough time to prepare. The chaotic time reverse. In his sea of consciousness, Long Chen had placed the chaotic time reverse. This seemingly endless space was under his control. The speed of the spiritual master's doppelganger was under his control. This was Long Chen's only defense. The power of time is quite novel. There was no emotion in the spiritual master's voice. His 18 wings flapped and shone brightly. Thousands of feathers were flying like blades. They were all incarnations of the Wuxia Taoist treasure. At that moment, they covered the sky and the earth, heading towards the primordial spirit of the cosmic dragon. Long Chen used the chaotic time reverse to control it, but the attacks were too many and too fierce. He only used the power of time to dodge most of the attacks, but he was still hit by some of the feathers. It was like he had suffered a heavy blow. He almost lost consciousness. He was dizzy and almost fell. In the end, he used the time storm to make the spiritual master retreat a little. "You do have some strange abilities," the spiritual master said. After the spiritual sage said this, his figure flickered, and he completely disappeared in front of the cosmic dragon eye. He couldn't be found at all. At this time, Long Chen was a little anxious. He had already felt a fatal threat, but he didn't have a way to force the opponent out of his sea of consciousness. There was a chuckle. Rip. The spiritual master appeared on the cosmic dragon's head and sat down immediately. He pressed his hands on the cosmic dragon. The huge power came, and Long Chen could not resist. In terms of the strength of the spiritual will, the spiritual master's will doppelganger was too strong. "Fine, become my mount then." The spiritual venerable controlled the void universe dragon to crash in the sea of consciousness with ease. He could completely control the void universe dragon with his hands, but the void universe dragon couldn't get rid of it. The gap was so obvious that even Long Chen's heart couldn't help but waver. With such a big gap, it would be hard for him to win just by relying on his willpower. Am I going to lose like this? Long Chen was not willing to give up. He had carried the greatest courage and the spirit of challenge to complete this almost impossible bet. He had no choice but to close himself to a dead end. Only winning was the only way out. If he was killed, and in such a humiliating way, with a god riding on his neck and humiliating himself to death, what kind of divine dragon would he be? Except for Lingxi and Li Xuanji, no one had ever been in that position. And at that moment, the spiritual master was treating Long Chen as his mount. For Long Chen, such a humiliating word was challenging his bloodline. It was challenging everything about him. It was even challenging all the pride and glory that the ancestral dragon had left on him. Such a humiliation could only be avenged by tearing the opponent apart. At that moment, Long Chen was drowned in anger and hatred. He felt a great pain in his heart, and he could not help but release all of his anger. He felt his power suddenly become extremely huge and ferocious under the surge of his bloodline. He could not help but roar. That roar caused the 4 great seals on the void cosmic dragon to tremble. Life, slaughter, time, cause and effect. But the most important thing was the black seal in the center. The dragon jade seal. It was the most mysterious thing on Long Chen's body. When the spiritual master was in the happiest mood, and Long Chen's eyes were red, the 4 seals shook continuously, which triggered the change of the dragon jade seal. For a long time, the jade dragon Dao seal didn't have any movement, but now, it suddenly moved. With just one movement, a black ray of light instantly pierced through the spiritual venerable's will clone. The spiritual venerable's will clone suddenly lost all of its power, and softly fell down. The dragon jade seal did not move, but Long Chen was already extremely angry. It was the anger of his bloodline, and he could not control it. In his eyes, there was only slaughter. He threw the spiritual master off his back, and held his limbs that had lost all of their power with his 4 claws. He opened his dragon mouth, and bit the spiritual master's head. Wait! The spiritual master turned pale with fright. His previous complacency vanished like smoke in thin air. Long Chen did not listen to him. He used a little bit of strength to break the head, and then he bit it and swallowed it. It was a will clone, so the spiritual master would not be finished even if he lost his head. Long Chen was furious, and he bit again and again, swallowing the spiritual master's will clone little by little. The spiritual master screamed, but it was useless. In the end, it was swallowed by Long Chen, and disappeared in Long Chen's sea of consciousness. Not until then did Long Chen wake up from his anger. He was a little crazy. He did not expect that such a dreadful Wu clone would be swallowed by him directly. It was even more dreadful than the primeval troll's Wu clone, and it had almost killed him. As expected, the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and the jade dragon seal were not simple things. If the spirit venerables Wu clone angered them, the only result would be death. Longchen suddenly had a lot of confidence in himself. He realized that it might be really difficult for him to die. He had defeated the spiritual master in this way, and he was not mentally prepared. The untainted world had disappeared, and he had returned to the spiritual master's heavenly palace. Chapter 2474. It was because he had swallowed primeval troll's will that he could reach his limit and attract the 7 stars tribulation. Now it was a spiritual master's will doppelganger, which was much stronger than before. In fact, the biggest effect of swallowing such a doppelganger was to promote the growth of the primordial spirit of the void universe dragon and make the power of the way of time stronger. As for the progress in the realm, it was just a transformation caused by the mutual promotion. After all, Longchen was only a little bit away from the late stage of the 7 stars tribulation. He needed an opportunity to promote and break through it. If he practiced normally, it would be very difficult to find such an opportunity. That was why he had chosen to challenge the House of Spirit. For Lingxi, for the children, and for himself. He had persevered for so long, and almost failed several times, just for this moment of victory. If he had not been so determined, he would have burst into tears. It was finally over. This was the final transformation of the Jade Dragon Seal, which led to the extremely strong spiritual master's will doppelganger being swallowed by Longchen. The Jade Dragon Seal did not move often, but every time it did, it brought great changes to Longchen. Now, the transformation of the realm had led to the explosive growth of the primordial reincarnation power. Under the mutual stimulation, his strength was getting higher and higher. The power in his body was surging, and the feeling of being full brought a great transformation to Longchen. He felt that because of this transformation, he had grown to a new peak. Previously, in terms of strength, his primordial reincarnation power was not inferior to the Dragon Emperor's divine power of living beings in the late stage of the 9 Palace Tribulation. Now, it had far surpassed the Dragon Emperor and the great demon lords, reaching the level of Ling Huang and Yang Yu. There were trillions and trillions of primordial reincarnation force in his body, surging forward like a boundless ocean. There was no fixed color. Sometimes, it was scarlet red, bloody and murderous. Sometimes, it was illusory and traceless, containing the mysteries of time. Sometimes, it was more than 10 colors, extremely gorgeous, containing powerful life force and natural power. Sometimes, it was black and yellow, heavy, ferocious, dignified, boundlessly vast. With the support of this power, Longchen's appearance also changed according to these 4 auras. Sometimes, he was bloodthirsty, sometimes mysterious, sometimes quick-witted, and sometimes dignified. The feeling of reaching a new level filled Longchen's heart with excitement. Now, he was standing in front of the altar. The statue in front of him seemed to have lost its spirit, and became no different from the statue of Emperor Jun. At the same time, the threads on the picture of all lives seemed to have gone back, and didn't connect to the statue anymore. It was obviously because Longchen had swallowed the spirit venerable's will clone, which led to such a thing. I succeeded. It had only been a dozen days since he had passed through the spirit palace. For others, it was already too fast, especially in the spirit palace. Longchen had even thought that his footsteps would stop there. He hadn't expected that he would pass through the spirit palace in the blink of an eye. He became the next person to pass through the spirit palace after the eternal Dragon Emperor in 1,000,000 years. His name would be remembered by the people of the eternal sacred realm for at least 1,000,000 years, or even longer. Of course, the premise was that the dragon sacrificial continent and the eternal sacred realm still existed at that time. Glory was nothing to him. More importantly, he had completed a terrifying challenge that he had never faced before. Almost every level of tribulation here had pushed him to his limits, and made him lose all hope. But he persevered, and successfully obtained the huge transformation that he deserved. One sword to kill a god, the 14 lives formation, the 949 Dao patterns of the god-slaying sword, and the late stage of the 7 stars tribulation were all his great gains this time. The courageous might lose everything, but if they succeeded, the rewards they would receive would be endless. Most importantly, the 2 important people in his life were finally safe. Although one of them hadn't been born yet, and Long Chen didn't know what would happen between them, they were connected by blood. From the moment they were born, they were destined to be the people that Long Chen had to protect for the rest of his life. Relying on courage, hard work, and perseverance, Long Chen finally protected them at this moment. This was the biggest goal of his trip. Ling Huang was a despicable person, and he had brought such a huge challenge to Long Chen before he entered the Devil's Star. He had originally thought that he could get what he wanted, but he didn't expect that Long Chen would actually succeed. When he saw Long Chen appear safely under the altar, he almost couldn't believe his eyes. Almost at that moment, he still remembered Long Chen's painful expression, that expression that made him feel carefree. Ling Huang remembered it very clearly. But after that moment, everything changed. The thing that he was most sure of actually happened in a moment, and it was simply unbelievable. Ling Huang had a very long life, but he had never seen such a magical thing. The spiritual lord's will clone was defeated, and he didn't know where it went. In the past, even if he was defeated, he would still return to the statue. Such a change caught Ling Huang off guard. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at Long Chen with wide eyes, and his mind was blank. At this moment, he realized that during the process of Long Chen breaking into the spiritual lord residence, all the words he said to him seemed so funny at this moment. Long Chen didn't care how deep his surprise was in his heart. He was no longer the person he was a quarter of an hour ago. If the second bet was said to be for revenge, to make himself have no way out, to summon up his courage, and at the same time to give Ling Huang a psychological shock, then now, the second bet was his real challenge. He already had the strength to challenge the world's #1 expert. Just like Long Qinglan back then, he broke into the spiritual lord residence and defeated Ling Huang by kicking him out. Today, although it was for a different reason, Long Chen's wish was naturally to continue Long Qinglan's legend, to let Ling Huang suffer the same tragedy twice in his life. This was his revenge, and also his anger. This was the price he had to pay for controlling Lingxi's body with the lost spiritual formation. What Long Chen hated the most in his life was people threatening him. When he had the strength to fight back, he would become very scary. His eyes found Ling Huang at once. There was no other way. After devouring the spiritual lord's will clone, his will was really strong, and his spiritual power was invincible in the world. Perhaps even the real primeval troll, a creature that was comparable to a god, could not do anything to him if it appeared in front of him. So, he easily found Ling Huang's position. Ling Huang, you've been watching for so long. Are you still not coming out? Long Chen squinted and looked in his direction. Ling Huang knew he had been found out. When Long Chen's eyes swept over him, he felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that Long Chen seemed to be a little different from before. He must have become stronger after the battle. But as the world's supreme expert, and the #1 expert in the world since he was young, Ling Huang naturally had his own pride. His shocked heart calmed down at this moment, and he acknowledged Long Chen's heaven-defying strength. He also acknowledged that he had lost the first bet, and now it was impossible for him to convince Long Chen to hand over the child to him. No matter what, this opponent had successfully passed the spiritual lord residence and created a legend. Ling Huang appeared about 10 meters in front of Long Chen. His silver hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were as white as paper. Now that he was already half a step into the divine spirit realm, he looked at Long Chen coldly. The two experts' eyes met, and sparks flew. You want to kill me? The corner of Ling Huang's mouth curled up, and he smiled evilly. Long Chen's killing intent could not be concealed no matter what. It's still early. Fulfill your promise first, and fix the lost formation. Long Chen restrained his killing intent, and said word by word. As the world's #1 supreme expert, Ling Huang still had this bit of courage. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless to threaten Lingxi's life at this moment. Long Chen brought Lingxi out of the divine kingdom and waited for Ling Huang. What a charming beauty. If I had met you when I was young, would have gone crazy for you. Ling Huang smiled faintly. He moved his hand slightly, and a white light spot appeared from Lingxi's body and returned to his hand. He squeezed it lightly, and it turned into powder. Long Chen checked Lingxi's body. At this time, Lingxi said, "The lost formation is gone." After this matter was resolved, Long Chen finally heaved a sigh of relief. Perhaps only he knew how difficult it would be to get Ling Shi to retrieve the lost spiritual array. For the sake of this moment, he had risked his life. Everyone thought that it was impossible. Only he believed in his own abilities. After letting Lingxi go back to rest, Long Chen faced Ling Huang again. After all, it was not over yet. There was still the second bet. This second bet was made by Long Chen, and it was the most fatal one. It was enough to make the loser lose everything. Ling Huang looked at him with a smile, and said, "Sai, do you know what I'm most glad about now?" Long Chen said, "It's the second bet." Ling Huang nodded, and said, "You're really smart." "That's right, I'm very glad that you made the second bet. Otherwise, you would have won and left without knowing why. How depressed would I be? Thank you for giving me a chance to reverse the situation. Maybe I didn't have any desire or interest to fight you before, but now, I'm so eager that I can't even breathe. This is such an exciting bet." Long Chen naturally didn't regret his unnecessary action. He made the second bet because without the support of the second bet, he wouldn't have lasted until now. Chapter 2475. Long Chen saw that Ling Huang seemed to want to risk his life, so he asked, "What is the third bet?" Ling Huang's eyes were sharp, and his will was boundless. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to bear that kind of gaze, but Long Chen didn't feel any pressure at all. He said, "The third bet is based on the result of the second bet. If you and I fight, and I lose, then I will kill myself. If you lose, then you kill yourself. What do you think?" This guy was really too old. Maybe his life wasn't that important to him anymore, so he was willing to bet his life with Long Chen. Long Chen knew what he was thinking. He couldn't bear the humiliation. If he lost to Long Chen and his father in the same way twice, it would be a nightmare that he would never be able to get rid of for the world's strongest person, who had received the spiritual venerable's inheritance since he was a child. Long Chen said, "No. The spiritual venerable's inheritance was what you promised to lose in the second bet. If you die, who will give me the spiritual venerable's inheritance?" Ling Huang sneered, "Don't worry. The so-called suicide is obviously after I have received the spiritual venerable's inheritance. You have to give me your inherited blood essence, then you can kill yourself. Of course, if I kill you in the fight, it will be the same. After all, your inherited blood essence is useless to my spirit clan. In other words, the third bet is this fight, and we have to fight to the death. Am I right?" Long Chen was fearless. He stared into his opponent's eyes. In his eyes, this old guy was really cruel. He had lived long enough, and his life was coming to an end, while Long Chen's life still had endless possibilities. Using his life to bet Long Chen's life was really cruel. Ling Huang said without hesitation, "That's right. How about this, if I lose, I give you the spiritual venerable's inheritance and my life. If you lose, you just give me your life. I don't want you to kill yourself. I want to kill you. So I don't want the inherited blood essence." While Long Chen loathed and loathed him, Long Chen had suddenly charged into the Spirit Supreme residence, and the Spirit Emperor had changed his mind. He had always believed himself to be the luckiest person under the heavens, but the appearance of Long Chen and his father seemed to have shattered his myth. In his old age, they had destroyed the beliefs of his entire life. Originally, handing over the inheritance blood essence was already a dead end for Long Chen. That was no different from death. Therefore, he didn't really care about the third bet. There was always the risk of being killed in battle, so there was nothing much to say about it. Although he didn't intend to kill this old fellow, if he wanted to die, who could stop him? If Lingxi could get the spiritual venerable's inheritance, it would be great. From then on, they would rule the human race and the spirit race for the Dragon Emperor of Slaughter, and the other for Ling Huang. They were both gods of the eternal sacred domain, and they had to fight against the Devil Star. Long Chen would treat the spirit race better than Ling Huang did. Long Chen's dream was to become a true god with the woman he loved, and achieve eternal life. The spiritual venerable's inheritance was very important to Lingxi. She had 80% of the pure maiden's bloodline, and with the spiritual venerable's inheritance, she had the inheritance of the spirit race's two great elder gods. Because of all this, the upcoming battle was destined to be the most watched battle in the eternal sacred domain. Thousands of years ago, the eternal Dragon Emperor and Ling Huang fought, and Ling Huang handed over the title of number 1 to the eternal Dragon Emperor. After that, the eternal Dragon Emperor disappeared and died, and Ling Huang became number 1 again. Now, thousands of years later, the son of the eternal Dragon Emperor had returned, and he would fight Ling Huang again. Who would become number 1? Would the spiritual venerable's inheritance be powerful, or would the dragon martial artist be heaven-defying? Thinking of this, Long Chen's blood was already boiling. He longed for this battle, so much so that he was trembling, so much so that he found it hard to breathe. All of his passion and hot blood were burning for this upcoming battle. From this moment onwards, no one would be able to obstruct his courage for this battle. Since that's the case, let's go out and make a promise before everyone. Then we'll fight in the starry sky of the eternal sacred domain. At this moment, Ling Huang became very scary. He smiled coldly and opened a door, saying, "This is the exit. Let's go." From the moment he entered this place to the moment he left, everything that he had experienced would become a legend of Long Chen challenging his own limits. At the very least, Long Chen had completed the first part of this journey perfectly. Now, it was up to him to compose the most legendary ending. When Long Chen walked through the door, Ling Huang followed closely behind. He looked back at the spiritual venerable heavenly palace and couldn't help but smile coldly. He murmured, "I didn't dare to use you a few thousand years ago, which led to my defeat and my reputation being tarnished. Today, I won't make the same mistake." Walking out of the spiritual venerable residence, there was a vast sea and sky. It had been a long time since he had passed the 3rd level, but there was still no news of him. At the beginning, everyone was already very nervous, not to mention now, the human race was in an uproar. For all of the human race, Long Chen was the most important person in their hearts. If he died in the Spirit Lord residence, it would be the most tragic loss in the history of the human race. It would also be a loss to the eternal celestial realm. The monster race, the oceanic race, and the sorcerer race were all waiting for Long Chen to come out so that they could go to the Devil Star. Everyone hated the Spirit Emperor for causing trouble. If the eternal celestial realm fell, the Spirit Emperor would be the main culprit. Even the great demon lords couldn't sit still, let alone the dragon emperors. At this time, the 15 dragon emperors couldn't help but walk towards the spiritual venerable residence. The experts of the spirit race could only follow them and persuade them. But no matter how hard they tried, it was troublesome to deal with Ling Huang, who was too lazy to manage them. Now that all the strongest experts in the world were gathered here, the spirit race had no other peerless experts except Ling Huang. They had long lost control of this place. The dragon emperors were anxious. If there was still no news, it was impossible for them not to take certain measures in their anger. If Long Chen was gone, they wouldn't be able to close the Devil Star. At least, they had to make the spirit race pay the price. In order to survive, the demon race, the sea race, and the sorcerer race would join forces with the human race. Now, the dragon emperors had made an agreement with the great demon lords, the holy sorcerer, and the ocean king. If anything happened to Long Chen, as Yang Yu said, the whole spirit race would be buried with him. At this most nervous time, Yang Yu stood up and walked towards the spiritual venerable residence. Yang Yu. The dragon emperors wanted to stop her, but they couldn't. Yang Yu was best at speed. With a few flashes, she disappeared in front of everyone. Yang Yu must be going into the spiritual venerable residence. If she goes in too, what will happen? Thinking about it carefully, the dragon emperors were still a little nervous. So, they all chased after Yang Yu. For a moment, everyone broke into the forbidden area around the spiritual venerable residence. In this way, even the people of the spirit race didn't care about the rules. In the past, breaking into the forbidden area around the spiritual venerable residence was a crime that could cost one's life. For a moment, the whole scene was in chaos. Are they fighting? It's over. The world is in chaos. Why is there still no news of Long Chen? Did he really die in there? Actually, the fact that there's no news about him means that he's safe. The human race is too nervous. By now, the entire spiritual venerable residence was surrounded by too many experts. It was a mess. To be honest, all the experts of the eternal God domain were gathered here. If one's cultivation hadn't reached the 6th Daos reincarnation tribulation realm, they wouldn't even dare to approach this place. Now, from the starry sky, all the experts were as small as ants. They were all gathering towards the spiritual venerable residence. It was like a barrel of gunpowder that could explode at any time. Yang Yu was rapidly approaching the gate of the spiritual venerable residence. Yang Yu, you should wait. There's no other news yet. We can wait a few more days. After all, it hasn't been a month since Lingxi lost the formation. You can wait a few more days. Trust in Long Chen. You're right. We'll be worried about you if you go in now. After all, the spiritual venerable residence is no ordinary place. You know how strong Long Qinglan was when he came here, right? He's already at the 4th place. He'll succeed soon. Under the persuasion of the Dragon Emperor, Yang Yu finally stopped. She held the celestial deity sword in her hand and shook her head. But if something happens, I might be able to help him. That won't happen. Given his personality, he won't admit defeat, and he won't ask for your help. This is a bet between him and Ling Huang. The Eternal Dragon Emperor said, Yang Yu, you have to believe that he's not a child anymore. In the future, the entire human race will depend on him. He won't play around. Long Chen was indeed like that. Thinking of this, Yang Yu's heart was extremely complicated. She held the celestial deity sword tightly countless times, but she couldn't summon the courage to go in. In the end, she decided to wait a little longer and summon the courage to trust in Long Chen. She had 1,000 worries in her heart. She felt sorry for the child, but Long Chen had always been carrying so many things on his back since he was young. Now, almost everyone had rushed here. They looked at each other and started discussing. From their expressions, it was obvious that they didn't have much hope for Long Chen's operation this time. After all, he was really too young. At the very least, he had to be the strongest in the world to pass the spiritual venerable residence. He rose rapidly, but today, he became the strongest in the world. No one could believe it. Even though he was a genius among geniuses. But the most unimaginable thing still happened. Chapter 2476. Amidst the shock, Long Chen and Ling Huang walked out of the spirit house. This was a historic moment. Some people found it hard to believe, while others were very excited. They couldn't forget the moment they saw Long Chen in the light. That man's calm, indifferent, and sharp expression would be engraved in their minds for the rest of their lives. Just like that, he walked out of the spirit house. At this time, everyone still didn't know if Long Chen had admitted defeat, or if he had directly passed the spirit house. Ling Huang hadn't said that Long Chen had passed the 4th stage, so everyone guessed that Long Chen had admitted defeat, which meant that he was about to lose his child. But judging from Long Chen's calm expression and Ling Huang's cold and serious expression, there might be other possibilities. In any case, what made Dragon Emperor and Yang Yu very relieved was that Long Chen was unharmed. More importantly, he was stronger and fiercer than before, and he was filled with the aura of an overlord. Standing next to Ling Huang, he was almost on the same level as Ling Huang. Even Yang Yu felt the same way about him. To be able to match Ling Huang's aura meant that he had successfully broken through and reached the late stage of the 7-star tribulation. Although his level was low, his combat ability was probably heaven-defying. Now, everyone was quiet, staring blankly at the two who had come out of the spirit house. They had many questions in their minds, but they knew that since Ling Huang and Long Chen had come out, they would definitely answer their questions. At this time, Long Chen and Ling Huang were already above everyone's heads. Both of them had very serious expressions, and there was a very strong killing intent and smell of gunpowder between them. The tension of a battle that could break out at any moment swept through the world, making everyone's hearts tremble. If the Dragon Emperor and the others were the strongest among the strongest, then these two were the strongest among the strongest. Just a look from them could make all the strongest in the world tremble, and they couldn't help but feel fear and worship. At least to the entire eternal God realm, they were like gods. Everyone held their breath. Long Chen glanced at Ling Huang. It was time for him to say the result. The spirit sovereign had an indifferent look in his eyes as he began to speak. His gentle yet dignified voice swept through the entire spirit race, even reaching the demon god region, the sea god region, and the dragon god region. This was already an era of unrest, and the people of the world were already used to such a loud voice. Long Chen has become the 4th person to pass the spirit house in 1,000,000 years. Yes, he succeeded, so I lost the first bet. I have already touched the lost spirit formation. It was a short sentence, and Ling Huang had said it very simply, but it caused the world to be of it. In fact, before he said this, the true experts already had a premonition. None of the people present were weak, but from the expressions of these two supreme experts, they could guess what the result would be. Indeed, Long Chen was no longer the Long Chen they had seen a few months ago. It's a miracle, but it seems to be normal for him. Yeah, it's only been a few years since he came to the eternal celestial realm. For millions of years, there has never been such a genius in the eternal celestial realm. He was personally created by the eternal Dragon Emperor, so it wouldn't be surprising if he surpassed the eternal Dragon Emperor. He's the one with the highest chance of becoming a god. This was the conversation between the great demon lords. Their experience told them that the spiritual residence was too difficult, and that Long Chen wasn't quite there yet. But now that they had seen the results, they couldn't believe it, nor could they hide the truth. So they could only sigh. Hearing the news, the human experts shouted at the top of their lungs, shouting Long Chen's name. As expected, he didn't disappoint them. He had completed an impossible challenge and returned safely. This was the best repayment he could give to everyone. Even Yang Yu couldn't stop her eyes from turning red. Thousands of years ago, when Long Qinglan had easily passed the spirit house and defeated Ling Huang, she hadn't been so nervous. But Long Chen had almost driven her crazy today. Only now did she realize how important this life was because of her. He's safe, and he even broke through. Don't worry. Seeing that she was worried about him, Long Chen secretly told her that the reason why he hadn't returned to Yang Yu's side yet was because he had other things to do. The second bet had just officially started. As expected, when most of the people were rejoicing, Ling Huang used his voice to attract everyone's attention again. He said, "Although we passed the spiritual residence, everyone knows that our bet is far from over. There is still a second bet. Let Long Chen rest for a day, and then it will start immediately. After our discussion, we will add a third bet. Everyone, listen carefully." At this point, he announced the matter of the life and death duel to the world in such a formal setting, letting everyone know. In this way, you have no way out. Only one of these two people can survive the battle in a day's time. Either Long Chen, the genius who had risen later, dies, or Ling Huang dies and gives away the spiritual venerable's inheritance. No matter what the result was, it wasn't a good thing for everyone. At least, no one wanted Long Chen to die before the demon star's crisis was solved. Of course, the monster race and the sea race didn't want Lingxi to become the new Ling Huang. If that happened, the human race's influence would be too great. The spirit race obviously didn't want to give away the spiritual venerable's inheritance, and let the spirit race be ruled by an outsider. Therefore, the next battle was very troublesome. It was an unnecessary risk, especially before the chaos of the demon star. Therefore, at this time, the people of the spirit race were the first to kneel on the ground. They prostrated themselves on the ground, and repeatedly kowtowed. Among them, several old men took the lead, and begged Ling Huang. "Your Majesty, please think twice. The spiritual venerable's inheritance is the foundation of our race's inheritance. It can only be passed on to our race. This has been the rule since ancient times. Moreover, Your Majesty is the pillar of our race. At this time of crisis, we can't let anything happen to you. Otherwise, our spirit race will perish. Your Majesty Ling Huang, please think twice." Now that Long Chen has broken through the spiritual venerable residence, and the matter of losing the spiritual formation has been settled, there should be no grudges between the two sides. Why do we have to fight to the death? I think even if we have to fight, we can exchange some pointers to determine the winner. Both of you are experts of the eternal divine realm, and it won't be good to lose either of you. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? The battle doesn't need to be a bet, and it doesn't need to be a life and death battle. Almost all the people of the spirit race were shouting like this. Many people were so anxious that tears came out of their eyes. This was the situation of the spirit race. Ling Huang was the son of heaven. He was the only one who was respected, and the whole world was his dog. The decision he made could only be changed by the prayer of the whole spirit race. Humph, everyone was talking reason, but Ling Huang interrupted them with a cold snort. With Ling Huang's divine might, a cold snort was enough to frighten the spirit race. At this time, Ling Huang said, "All of you, shut your mouths. If anyone dares to speak again, I will kill them on the spot. I made this bet with Long Chen before, and it was one of the conditions for him to agree to my first bet. He didn't say that he would cancel it, so if I cancel it, I would be breaking my promise. Moreover, as my people, Ling Huang's people, do you really think that I will lose?" The people of the spirit race naturally didn't think that Ling Huang would lose, but there were always accidents. Therefore, they thought that this kind of bet was very risky, and so they all tried to dissuade Ling Huang. "Listen up, a bet is a bet, and a promise is a promise. I will do what I said. If someone challenges me, I will definitely accept it. If everything is negotiable, then Long Chen doesn't have to go through with the first bet. We can just discuss it." Speaking of this, Ling Huang was quite reasonable. Although he was shameless, he had some backbone, and he was not a hypocrite. Seeing that they couldn't persuade Ling Huang, the people outside the spirit race tried to persuade Long Chen. The great demon lord, the sea emperor, and the holy shaman had the same opinion. Among them, Nine Phoenix was the representative, and she said to Long Chen, "The demon race, the sea race, and the sorcerer race think that the two of you should focus on the important matters, and there is no need to fight to the death here. If you really have a deep-rooted hatred, you can wait until the calamity is over. If you fight now, I'm afraid that the eternal sacred territory will be consigned to eternal damnation. Fellow Dragon Emperor, please dissuade them." Of course, they hoped that Long Chen would focus all his energy on the matter of the demon star. Of course, the Dragon Emperors didn't want Long Chen to take risks. Therefore, as a good friend of Long Chen, the violent Dragon Emperor said, "Chen, why don't we postpone it? Time is too tight now." As the great demon Lord Nine Phoenix said, "It's better to focus on the important matters." They still didn't know what level Long Chen was at. If it really was a battle to the death, it was hard to say what would happen against Ling Huang, who had dominated the eternal sacred territory for tens of thousands of years. Although Long Chen had many secrets, Ling Huang was the same. For tens of thousands of years, Ling Huang had collected countless treasures, cultivated many mystiques, and entered many secret realms. Even the dragon emperors didn't know how strong Long Chen was. Long Chen's move was too risky. Moreover, his original goal was to ensure Lingxi's safety. There was no need to take revenge to this extent. Obviously, no one wanted them to fight. But some things couldn't be changed. For example, Long Chen's will to win. If I win, I will still do my best to do what comes next. After all, this concerns the life and death of my brother. As for Ling Huang, even if he doesn't die, he won't do anything for the matter of the demon star. His life and death have nothing to do with you. Our encounter here is a battle of fate. I'm very clear about what you've said. Anything can be discussed, but this matter absolutely cannot be discussed. In one day, I will fight Ling Huang in the starry sky of the spirit god domain. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit. In everyone's impression, Long Chen was a very easygoing person. He had a kind heart, so no one had expected him to resist so fiercely. He wouldn't give face to anyone. This wasn't about whether he was clear-headed or not. It was about cultivation. He had rushed to his current level in one go, and the final peak was right in front of him. It was impossible for him to stop here on the path of cultivation. Right now, he had 10,000 beliefs, and 100 million hot-blooded desires to fight Ling Huang. He wanted to fight to the point where his blood was boiling, and his brain was bleeding. Therefore, stopping was tantamount to asking him to give up on the delicious food in front of him. Chapter 2477. Ling Huang had lived for a long time, and had learned a lot of complicated things. He was the true master of the Ling tribe's spiritual arts. The most profound spiritual arts of the Ling tribe, as long as they had been passed down, were all in the spirit honorable legacy, while the rest were in the mystical immortal lord realm techniques. Spirit techniques were broad and profound. They were similar to witchcraft, but they were more orthodox than witchcraft. The battle between Long Chen and Spirit Emperor was, in fact, a battle between a peak dragon martial artist and a peak spirit technique cultivator. From Long Chen's words, it basically meant that this battle was unavoidable. Everyone was very anxious, and if there was a result, there would be a side that could not accept it. If Ling Huang died and lost the spirit honorable legacy, the Ling tribe would not be able to accept it. The demon tribe and the other two tribes would not be willing to let the human tribe grow so strong. If the Ling tribe was also under Long Chen's control, then the human tribe would control more than half of the power in the eternal celestial realm. And no matter who it was, no one could accept Long Chen's death. If Long Chen dies, then we will have lost the most suitable candidate for the Devil Star. At that time, our chances of entering the Devil Star will be very slim. Long Chen had passed the spirit honorable residence, which proved that he was indeed qualified to fight Ling Huang. But he was too young, while Ling Huang had been training for too long. If Long Chen had reached the age when Long Qinglan had challenged Ling Huang, he would definitely be able to defeat Ling Huang as easily as the Eternal Dragon Emperor. But it was undoubtedly a little too early. It had been thousands of years since the Spirit Emperor had made a move. Who knew what level such a scheming and astute person had reached? According to their usual practice, after resting for a day, Ling Huang returned to his Spirit Zun residence and did not see anyone. Long Chen returned to the human race's group. He let Lingxi and Kitten come out of the divine kingdom. At the same time, Shi Jiangling of the dead spirit race also came out. This was the first time she had seen this world, so she was naturally deeply shocked. Now that she could finally set foot on this land, Long Chen knew what it meant for her. Well, little girl, I have nothing better to do, so I'll take you around. After one day, we'll come back here to watch the battle. Kitten yawned. Shi Jiangling was basically in a daze. She allowed Kitten to pull her away without making a sound. At this time, all the experts also came to Long Chen's side. Perhaps they wanted to dissuade Long Chen. However, after Long Chen saw Yang Yu and the Dragon Emperor, he said, "Everyone, I have to prepare for the battle first, so I won't talk to you anymore." After saying that, he directly sat down in the depths of a valley in the middle of the human race's group and circulated his breath to recuperate. In fact, there was nothing to prepare. Long Chen did this only because he did not want to hear about these disturbances anymore. At this time, he was more clear-headed than anyone else. It was rare to come across such an opportunity in his lifetime. If he gave up this time, it would not be easy to find such an opportunity again. After stepping on the path to godhood, all cultivation was different from before. To be honest, after growing to the late stage of 7-star tribulation, he was not tired at all. On the contrary, this was the most powerful period of his life, full of vigor and vigor. This day's time was more for him to adjust his mentality. It was not enough for him to be hot-blooded and thirsty. He needed a certain degree of control and a certain degree of calmness. Only in this way could he reach the most perfect state. Of course, Long Chen knew that Ling Huang definitely needed to adjust his mentality as well. Right now, he was still in a state of shock and suppression from Long Chen. The fact that Ling Huang had passed through the Spirit Zun residence was too much of a mystery to Ling Huang, and the pressure was too great. As a result, although Ling Huang was confident, his confidence had been torn apart by Long Chen, and this was not a good thing. Therefore, he needed to adjust his mentality as well, and use his best state to welcome Long Chen. They wanted to advise Long Chen, but were all rejected by Long Chen. At this time, the 40-odd experts all had very strange expressions on their faces. They were all dignified experts, but today, they were advising a junior not to challenge Ling Huang. This was something they would never have imagined before. Don't try to persuade him. This battle is unavoidable. Let's just let them fight to the death. There can't be 2 tigers in one life, and the eternal life God domain can't have 2 paragon experts. Besides, isn't the birth of a legendary figure always the result of someone defeating another legendary figure when no one else thinks it's possible? Winner takes all. I trust him. At this time, Yang Yu, who was the closest to Long Chen, was not worried about his safety. Instead, she said these words. Yang Yu was his mother, and the one who should have stopped Long Chen from taking risks the most, but she didn't. Instead, she gave Long Chen the greatest support. Long Chen thanked her, and also thanked Lingxi. They could support his crazy decision. In their hearts, they definitely didn't want Long Chen to take risks, but they didn't want Long Chen to give up on this opportunity that he longed for. No matter what decision Long Chen made, they would support him. It was because of their understanding that Long Chen could completely let go of himself and fight wholeheartedly. As he sat down, his aura gradually rose. As time passed, the majority of people gradually left his side, because being by his side was too terrifying. At this time, almost all the experts in the world were staring at Long Chen. They couldn't imagine that a person could reach this level while preparing for battle. This kind of crazy fighting spirit, sharp, domineering, could make people submit without even fighting. Above his head, there seemed to be millions of divine dragons roaring. Crimson flames, icy cold air, and other kinds of energy converged and collided, causing the entire world to shake. At this time, Long Chen was sometimes bloody and ferocious, sometimes mysterious and illusory, sometimes intelligent and sometimes majestic. No matter what kind of aura he was, it made people feel awe from the bottom of their hearts. Today, Long Chen has transformed into a peak expert, surpassing all of us, even Yang Yu. He is qualified to fight with Ling Huang for the first place in the world. I didn't expect that in this old man's life, I would have 2 chances to see people fight for Ling Huang's title. Moreover, it's a pair of father and son. This life is worth it. Now that the hidden dragon has risen to the sky and transformed into the Dragon Emperor, it's time for him to dominate the world and rule the human race. After the experts who had tried to dissuade Long Chen knew that everything had been decided, they didn't say anything more. The path of cultivation required courage, and courage at the right time. Whether or not this courage would be useful at the right time would depend on the final result. The day passed quickly, as if it was just the blink of an eye. The sun rose in the east, and soon, the ground was covered with golden light. The forest became like a paradise. At this time, after knowing that Long Chen and Ling Huang were going to have a peerless battle, there were even more people who came to watch. The result of this battle was too heart-wrenching. Either Ling Huang would die, and Long Chen would obtain the Spirit Reverend's legacy, and start a new era, becoming the new #1 expert in the world. Or, Long Chen would die, and the genius of the generation would die prematurely. A peerless genius would die prematurely, and become the greatest regret in everyone's hearts, and become the regret of history. No matter what the outcome was, it would be a huge piece of news that would shake the entire eternal celestial realm. This battle would be enough to affect the future of the entire world. Who wouldn't want to see and hear such a battle with their own eyes? Therefore, the entire world was filled with experts, and those whose cultivation wasn't high enough weren't qualified to enter. If it weren't for the relationship between the goddess's heart and Long Chen, some of the weaker girls would have been squeezed out long ago. This was a grand meeting of experts. When dawn rose from the east, the sound of many people gasping could be heard. This was because everyone saw that under the fiery dawn, the silver-haired spirit emperor appeared below. An incomparably fierce white light erupted from his body, illuminating the heavens and the earth. He released a power that was even hotter than the sun. For a moment, everyone could see that there were 2 suns in the sky, one red and one white. At least, there was no difference between the 2 suns. Ling Huang had already appeared. His white eyes pierced through the crowd and shot out 2 beams of light, causing people to be unable to look him in the eye. They were unable to look him in the eye, and doing so at this time was simply courting death. In the end, Ling Huang found Long Chen in the middle of a vast expanse of empty land. At this time, Long Chen was still sitting on the ground, his eyes closed. 4-colored dragons swam around him, and everyone could clearly see that he had inherited the quintessence blood of 4 different kinds of dragons. Although they couldn't tell exactly what kind of dragons they were most likely terrifying ones. The people of the 5 great dragon cities had heard of the 5 great ancestral dragons, but no one had the imagination to imagine that they were the 5 great ancestral dragons. After all, that was simply impossible. The stronger one was, the more they knew how terrifying the ancestral dragons were. In contrast, those who came from the lowest rung of society had only heard of the name of the ancestral dragons, but didn't know what it meant. Long Chen, I'll be waiting for you in the starry sky. This battle was bound to cause incomparably great destruction. Hence, after Ling Huang said this, the white sun surpassed the fiery red sun. It rose into the sky and rushed into the starry sky. Although it was dawn, everyone felt that the sky was bright, and it was no different from noon. Ling Huang is truly peerless. Even the great demon lords couldn't help but sigh. They had heard that Ling Huang's strength was equivalent to 5 dragon emperors working together. Now, it seemed that it was more than that. Back then, even Yang Yu had fought against 6 pinnacle experts alone without being at a disadvantage. Ling Huang had reached the half-step divine soul realm, so his strength should be even higher. Fighting against 5 dragon emperors was something that happened tens of thousands of years ago. Now, everyone was also hoping that Long Chen would make a move. Chapter 2478. Yesterday, he should have been crazily eager to fight, and would have forgotten everything when he started fighting. The immemorial blood spirit dragon's bloodthirst would have taken over everything. But now, he had reached a balance. Although he still had that crazy fighting spirit, it was only a part of it. He also had the spiritual wills of the other 3 ancestral dragons, such as the gloominess of the Void Universe Dragon, the exuberance of the Tai Chi Spirit Dragon, and the calmness of the Divine Tao Heart Dragon. The 4 wills had helped him reach an unprecedented peak, and they had also merged. At this moment, he only had the battle in his mind. He knew that the people he loved and protected would bless him sincerely. With their strong support, he didn't need to think about anything else. The Spirit Emperor was different, as there weren't many people who truly supported him. Most of the spirit clan's people didn't want him to lose, and they were more concerned about not letting the spiritual venerable's inheritance be given to someone else, rather than the spirit emperor himself. The spirit emperor wasn't popular among the spirit clan's people, and the recent events had disappointed everyone even more. In the blink of an eye, the two experts were facing each other in the starry sky. The stars around them were rolling, and countless broken stars were flying in the sky. Above their heads was a boundless starry sky. When they looked down, the people under their feet had become so small that they couldn't even see them clearly. They could only see the green forest and the blue river. In front of them, Ling Huang was like a blazing sun, shining with boundless light. That was Ling Huang's will. Ling Huang had let go of everything. In his eyes, there was only the battle and the victory. At this moment, his eyes were like swords that could tear the sky and the earth. They were indeed frightening. Although his will wasn't as frightening as the spiritual venerable's will clone, Ling Huang was real and strong. In a real battle, he was much stronger than the spiritual venerable's will clone. The wind swept across the starry sky, fluttering their clothes. Today, the winner takes all. The winner lives, and the loser dies. Only one of us, you and Ling Huang, can exist in this world. Let me ask you, do you dare to fight me to the death? Ling Huang's voice was so loud that everyone in the Eternal Life God domain could hear it. Long Chen did not try to scare people with his imposing manner. His only response was to transform into a primordial blood spiritual dragon in front of Ling Huang. Blood-colored dragon scales, bone spurs, dragon claws, and dragon fangs. Although he looked like a simple red dragon, he had boundless divine might. Just the appearance of the ancestral dragon true body alone was enough to fight against Ling Huang's body that was as hot as the white sun. Under the eternal celestial realm, everyone could not help but hold their breaths and clench their fists at the sight of such an explosive scene. The two people before them each represented two different eras. This was not just a clash of experts, but also a clash of eras. Boom. In that moment, the entire world felt like it was being squeezed, and everyone was forced to squat down. The spirit jubilant abode was the epicenter of the shockwave that swept through the Eternal Life God domain. Far away in the Dragon God domain, although they could not see the battle, they were also affected by it. In that short moment, the two experts had clashed countless times. Many people were worried that there would be a huge gap between Long Chen and Ling Huang. But now, it seemed like they had worried too much. In this probing battle, Long Chen did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. He used his own strength to prove that he was the strongest opponent Ling Huang had faced since his encounter with the Eternal Dragon Emperor. Such a scene undoubtedly made everyone's hearts tighten even more. Who was going to die? No one hoped that one of these experts would die. Otherwise, it would be an irreparable regret. But these were the rules. These were the rules that they had set. Everyone could only follow them and wait for the flow of time to reveal the answer. Now that the starry sky was empty, all that could be seen was a white sun that was growing larger and larger. The scorching light directly affected the eternal celestial realm, turning the trees into ashes and the earth into scorched earth. With the spirit jubilant abode as the epicenter, tens of thousands of acres of land were completely barren. The original appearance of the starry sky could not be seen clearly. It was likely that no one would be able to see a normal sky for a long time. The aftershocks of the battle came crashing down from above. Many six paths of reincarnation tribulation realm martial artists were heavily injured and vomited blood. This wasn't a matter of strength, but luck. If one was unlucky, even a demigod might be accidentally injured and killed. This was just a probing attack from both sides. If this battle had taken place in the eternal celestial realm, it would probably have been destroyed. Everyone couldn't help but think back to the battle between Long Qinglan and Ling Huang a few thousand years ago. It seemed like the same thing had happened, except that Long Qinglan had won rather quickly. This time, the result was unpredictable. From the initial probing, Ling Huang was indeed a formidable opponent that could only be defeated if he put his life on the line. This level of battle directly stirred up Long Chen's blood, making his heart boil. It made him even more aware of his mission. He was born to fight. I made the second bet just for this moment, Ling Huang. Even though I couldn't make it through the spirit jubilant abode at that time, and I didn't have the slightest confidence, I still made the second bet with you. Everyone thought that I was crazy, but only I knew that I wasn't. Because I knew very well that I could accomplish all of this, including making you give me the spirit jubilant's inheritance. That was the price you had to pay for the idea of losing the spiritual formation. He pressed forward step by step, and didn't back down even once. He didn't give up, and counterattacked beautifully every time. Otherwise, Ling Huang wouldn't have felt so much pressure when facing him. Ling Huang was like a majestic sun, rolling in the starry sky. Long Chen could see through the scorching light, and see his body hidden within. At this moment, his eyes were pure white, but filled with coldness and divine might. He waved his hands, and waves of heat spread out, forming a vast spiritual formation that forced Long Chen into a dead end. You have a terrifying will, but that's not power. I admit that I'm afraid of you, but I definitely won't lose to you. Ling Huang's indifferent voice boomed out in the starry sky. Long Chen smiled, and said, "You're wrong. My willpower is my strength, and my courage is also my strength. But you don't have any of these, because you were created by the spiritual venerable's inheritance from the beginning, while I was created by battles." Is that so? Ling Huang sneered. He only believed in power. Everything else, such as will and courage, was a joke in his eyes. Extreme power is like this. Ling Huang was extremely calm. He pointed a finger at Long Chen in the starry sky, and said, "I can gather 33 types of spiritual qi in the entire spiritual god domain, and draw out the entire spiritual god domain to form a finger. It can destroy heaven and earth, and pierce through the eternal god domain. I really want to see how you can use your courage and will to receive this move of mine." Not only could Long Chen hear what he said, but it seemed like the whole world could hear it. It seemed like a calm sentence, but it contained immense confidence and terrifying divine might. Drawing out the ethereal god domain, and piercing through the eternal god domain. Who in the world could achieve such power? Spiritual god tribulation finger. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. The spiritual god tribulation finger was one of Ling Huang's ultimate secret techniques. It came from the highest part of the spirit jubilant's inheritance, and was the move that Ling Huang used most often to kill his opponents. It was almost Ling Huang's signature move. Facing ordinary opponents, Ling Huang didn't have the qualifications to use this move. As for other profound spiritual techniques, perhaps he had only used it in the battle against the eternal Dragon Emperor. A finger, calamity of heaven and earth. Indeed, if it was an ordinary opponent, upon hearing such a description, their hearts would have already crumbled before the attack had even reached them. However, this only made Long Chen even more excited. He knew exactly how powerful he was, and now he desired the most ferocious attack, the most frightening killing move. Otherwise, how would he know exactly how powerful he was? Buzz. Ling Huang directly made his move. He stretched out a finger, and the sky changed color. At this moment, the entire spiritual god domain seemed to be grasped by a giant hand. Within the boundless territory, spiritual qi surged through the clouds at a terrifying speed, converging towards the starry sky. It was impossible to describe how terrifying this scene was. In the eyes of the crowd, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this the end of the world. For a moment, the sky blurred. A vast aura surged through the clouds, continuously converging, forming 33 kinds of light that fused into Ling Huang's lightly stretched out finger. This was actually a very short time. In this very short time, the entire spiritual god domain was sucked dry, and all the spiritual qi condensed on Ling Huang's finger, turning it into 33 colors. Ling Huang was still very calm. He looked at his terrifying finger, then smiled and asked Long Chen, "It's so beautiful, comparable to a rainbow. What do you think? If this finger was pointed downwards, it could pierce through the eternal god domain." Of course, Ling Huang had never done this before. If the eternal God domain was pierced, who knew what terrible things would happen? Long Chen's eyes burned, like a god-slaying sword looking at delicious food. He sighed, not bad, but the colors are too exaggerated. I'm afraid it's just a facade. All the previous clashes were just probing. Only the spiritual calamity finger could be considered a true all-out fight. By using the spiritual calamity finger, Ling Huang was aiming to kill Long Chen. Oh, is that so? I thought that young people like such colorful things. As Ling Huang laughed, the spiritual calamity finger had already turned white. For you. Then, the spiritual calamity finger pierced towards Long Chen. Long Chen was already prepared. Against this attack, he didn't want to use the chaotic time reversal to dodge. If he didn't meet force with force, what would be the point of fighting force with force? He was already addicted to it. Chapter 2479. The Death Realm Dragon Gate was Long Chen's most powerful attack. Even the 14 Lives formation didn't have such a powerful killing and intimidating ability. When he chose to fight Ling Huang head-on, Long Chen didn't retreat at all. He made the right choice. Before this, they still didn't understand each other. Ling Huang at least looked down on Long Chen from a higher position. However, Long Chen had layers of willpower to suppress Ling Huang, which gave Long Chen a hint that no matter how strong he was, Long Chen would be able to fight him with an even stronger stance, be it in terms of words, strategy, or fighting strength. The Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger was the most terrifying attack that Long Chen had ever seen. He knew that he had underestimated Ling Huang. If he had Ling Huang's help in the battle against the Black Hell Emperor and the Primeval Troll, it would have been a lot easier. Just Ling Huang alone might be able to match up to nearly half of the Dragon Emperor of the human race. Now that the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger was stabbing out, the light shot into the sky. In that instant, everyone lost their vision in the blazing white light. This light could even blind many people, and it would take a long time for them to recover. Therefore, if they wanted to get close to this visual feast, they would need to have a certain level of ability. The light was so dazzling that many people couldn't see anything. The Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger pierced towards Long Chen at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, a huge spatial vortex was formed, and everything was sucked in. If this attack could pierce through the Eternal God domain, Long Chen wouldn't be surprised at all. However, he had the support of many people, and they allowed him to face this battle bravely. This wasn't just a battle, but a battle of ideals. From the moment they lost the spirit formation, it was as if they had started a battle. Long Chen's second bet was his second counterattack against Ling Huang in terms of ideals and willpower. In the white light, the blood-colored death chi tore everything apart and rushed out. It seemed very abrupt. Most of the experts raised their heads and could see a huge Death Realm dragon claw stretching out from the terrifying Death Realm Dragon Gate. Two powerful mystic arts clashed against the Ancestral Dragon's mystic art and the Spirit Race's top mystic art. Ling Huang's technique, which he had been practicing for tens of thousands of years, clashed against the Ancestral Dragon's mystic art. The peak moment had arrived. Ling Huang had still underestimated Long Chen's boldness. During the battle, he was both crazy and calm, constantly changing. Most of the time, he was very calm, making him invulnerable. But sometimes, when he suddenly went crazy, it would bring great danger to Ling Huang. For example, this time, Long Chen actually used the Death World Dragon Claw to directly grab the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger. Buzz! In that instant, the world lost its color. The white and blood-colored waves caused the entire world to tremble. Everyone standing on the ground felt like a boat sitting in a storm, swaying and in danger. Only the most powerful experts could clearly see what was happening. It seemed like the Death World Dragon Claw couldn't block the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger, but it was almost there. When the Death World Dragon Claw grabbed the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger, the Death World Dragon Claw almost collapsed. Both attacks returned to Long Chen's side. Everyone thought that Long Chen would be injured because of this. Unexpectedly, when the Death World Dragon Claw was about to collapse, he suddenly exerted force and pulled the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger into the Death World. Long Chen instantly closed the Death Realm Dragon Gate. He didn't consume much energy or suffer any injuries. He had already confiscated the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger from Ling Huang. The moment the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger disappeared, the world quickly returned to normal. Above the Divine Spirit Realm, the spiritual qi that had disappeared was also slowly recovering. Everyone felt like they had just experienced a storm. They couldn't help but raise their heads and look. At this moment, the starry sky had already turned into a black vortex, sucking in a large amount of black fragments. Under the vortex, a blood-colored divine dragon coiled around. In front of the dragon, Ling Huang looked extremely tiny. The earth-shattering battle just now didn't seem to have a winner. He actually blocked the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger. This is unbelievable. Seems like this battle is full of suspense. It's been a long time since a battle of such intensity has appeared. I've still underestimated Long Chen. As a Grand Demon Lord, I can only worship such a heaven-defying character. Up in the sky, Long Chen couldn't help but sneer. Listen to what the people below are saying. Ling Huang, I thought you were really as invincible as the rumors say. Seems like your so-called supreme secret skill is just a so-so. What else do you have? That was all he needed to say. Sometimes, psychological attacks could achieve great results. Ling Huang had never been willing to believe that he would be replaced and forced out of this era. He did lose to Long Qinglan in the past, but he was too unconvinced in that battle. Moreover, Long Chen wasn't even 1/10 of the Eternal Dragon Emperor's age. Previously, he was already in so much pain. This time, it was 10 times worse. Therefore, it was hard for him to believe it. From the moment Long Chen calmly proposed the second bet to him, he was shocked by this calm and crazy young man. That was a show of strength. Today, he blocked the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger without a scratch. That was a show of strength. Ling Huang had an illusion that he would become the stepping stone for Long Chen's rise, just like how he became the stepping stone for Long Qinglan to become the Eternal Dragon Emperor. This caused him to gradually go crazy. As a spirit emperor, he had too much pride. The first time he had been crushed was already painful enough, and he had started to doubt himself. This was the second time, and compared to the first time, his opponent was even younger. It was precisely because he was younger that his heart was trembling even more. This was what Long Chen wanted. From the moment he decided to use the lost spiritual formation, he should have received Long Chen's revenge. Of course, facts speak for themselves. After provoking Ling Huang to this extent, it would be a battle of life and death. This is a battle of the pinnacle. Why waste your breath? Ling Huang raged and shouted. He roughly understood that the trembling in his heart was caused by Long Chen. He was successfully angered and started to fear failure. Ling Huang knew that all of this was undesirable. Therefore, he understood that if he didn't want to give Long Chen any chance, he could only end the battle as soon as possible. A real man should shed his blood on the spot. There's no need to argue. If you have the time, you'd better think about how you can protect yourself from death. Ling Huang mobilized his majestic strength again. This time, he was even more terrifying. 10,000 mysterious runes appeared densely on his body. Each rune was complicated and colorful. They looked simple, but in fact, each rune was made up of tens of thousands of different diagrams. Each rune seemed to be a world of its own. Ling Huang spread his arms and looked solemn. It was as though his body carried 10,000 worlds. In terms of scene, it couldn't compare to the Divine Spirit Tribulation Finger. But in terms of power, it was definitely more mysterious and terrifying. This is the spirit race's myriad worlds last age heavenly spirit formation. In the human race's camp, the Dragon Emperor frowned and said. He had heard of some of the myriad worlds' last age heavenly spirit formation, but he hadn't. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor explained, rumor has it that the deities of the spirit race once went to tens of thousands of worlds. In each world, they combined the cultivation system of that world and created a secret technique to travel through 10,000 worlds. What they created is this myriad worlds' last age heavenly spirit formation. It gathers 10,000 kinds of power and is the great Tao of myriad worlds. Of course, the so-called myriad worlds is actually a nonsense story. I reckon it's just me traveling around the sacrificial dragon continent. After all, the sacrificial dragon continent was much larger than it is now in the immemorial era. There were countless battle techniques there. Hearing this, the Dragon Emperor and the others had a bad premonition. But seeing that Long Chen's expression didn't change, they felt a bit more at ease. I might be able to block the divine spirit tribulation finger, but I can't block this move. Yang Yu whispered in Lingxi's ear. Then what should we do? Lingxi was still a bit nervous. Yang Yu said, he doesn't have any fear on his face, and he knows what he's doing. We don't need to worry. Under the starry sky whirlpool, Ling Huang held the 10,000 symbols in his hand. His eyes were like torches, and he said word by word, this is the 10,000 worlds' last law heavenly spirit formation. It's our spirit clan's supreme secret scripture. Only the spirit venerables inheritor can practice it. You need to go through the myriad world's great tribulation to practice it successfully. You should be prepared. Needless to say, Long Chen naturally knew how terrifying this formation map was. Although the 10,000 symbols were still on his body, the formation map had already expanded to infinity. Long Chen was already in the most vulnerable position in the formation map. Now, Ling Huang wasn't polite at all. He snorted coldly and directly attacked. He spread his arms like a deity, and the 10,000 symbols scattered like stars, scattering everywhere in the formation map. Long Chen was already in the center of the formation map in the blink of an eye. Now that the formation map was rotating, the symbols formed by the 10,000 layers of formation map suddenly scattered, and the 10,000 symbols suddenly turned into 10,000 giant deity statues. The 10,000 deity statues sat on the 10,000 worlds' last law heavenly spirit formation. In an instant, a mighty divine might swept out, and the majority of the people present directly crawled on the ground. Such a divine might made them tremble uncontrollably, and it was the same for most of the 7-star tribulation martial artists. The whole area was controlled by the 10,000 worlds' last law heavenly spirit formation. Every deity statue looked different, and some were even different. There were humans, beasts, and even more strange creatures. There were all kinds of strange creatures, but all of them had divine might, and they were like real deities descending to the world. These 10,000 deity statues naturally brought a terrifying suppression to Long Chen. The deity statues from the 10,000 worlds suppressed Long Chen. The deity statues were all connected, trapping Long Chen in the center of a net. The great Tao of the 10,000 worlds swept out, and for a moment, Long Chen's figure gradually became blurry in the eyes of the experts. At this moment, Ling Huang revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. He said, the 10,000 worlds' last law, the ultimate Tao, the greatest wish at the beginning of destruction, all evil bow their heads. With the command, the 10,000 deity statues seemed to chant in unison with Ling Huang. For a moment, the chanting resounded through the world, causing chills to run down people's spines and their scalps to go numb. A chill rushed from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads, and the coldness spread throughout their bodies. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.